All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't.
And away we go. What's up? What's up, everyone? The people, 5,000 people. What's up? We're just going to jump into this new trial. I know it's already going on and it's probably over. The verdict, I'm not exactly sure. Definitely 9 days of this trial have happened. I believe they're either in deliberations or if she's been sentenced. I don't even know. It could have happened today. I want to just watch along this trial, the insulin murder mystery. We're going to jump into it. And V, hello. Oh, how dare you say this? I wish you would consider doing Corey instead. Many reasons it would make for a better trial viewing. Ooh, I tell you, but you won't care. Of course. What? I care. I care, first of all. And second of all, I put a thing on my channel to vote. And I don't see your vote there, young lady. Here, look at, I'll put it on screen. Check this out. This guy here, his name is Sweet Dude Shibby, 20 hours ago, put out a call to the people. Which trial do you want? I tagged your name. I put you in it. I put breaking news for V. I put mood, whatever that meant. Wait for it. Let me know. I pointed to my name of Sweet Dude Shibby. I said, which trial to cover next? Number 1. Number 2, 3, or 4, and comment and vote. Please comment. There's a saxophonist. Looks like he's juggling. A snail in progress, and people voted. Nicole voted number 1. Four Pits didn't vote. Made a comment. TJ voted number 1, and I voted number 1. And I guess I told everyone we're doing it because that's who voted. I give you people a chance to say. I even put you look at 4V. Breaking news 4V. And you put no comments. So how do I do this? How do I do this? How do I try to communicate with in my community post section? And you ignore me, and then I get things ready for 2 or 3 days. I have to get this stuff ready. I've been doing this for hours, getting names and making playlists and all this crazy stuff. I got to get this stuff ready. And then I can't just 5 minutes before the show starts, start talking about other trials. I'm not sure how you think this works, but I need a heads up. So hello, V, Judy. Well, I'll do the Corey Richards trial. Okay, next. How's that for you, V? I'll do it. So there was 2 other ones. There's that one, and what was the other one? Jeepers. I should look at my poll. You want to see my poll, guys? My poll. Oh, I don't want to go there. Oh, fuck it. There was 2 other ones. Corey Richards and the nurse one. Jesus, why can't I think of it? It's gonna drive me. Fuck it. CV, you're getting me distracted already. I had it all planned out. I've been planning for hours. Fuck. Hi, Judy. What's up? Verdict was today. Did she get guilty? Like, I know we're behind. We got to catch up. So it's okay. There's no speed. Don't worry about spoilers or whatever. Like, I mean, it's happened. It's happened. I mean, I'm not perfect at doing all this, guys. I'm sorry. I know I don't want to watch one live because I know people say you can watch and then have stuff to talk about during their lunch breaks or whatever. But I like being able to skip over the breaks personally. And I also like to understand who's who so I can highlight the comment with their names on top, like the judge and that. So I'm going to try to do that. I've been going for, I swear to God, I have a note I've been working on for days and days and days of getting people's names and the date. I want day one of the trial, like the dates. I need them all correct. So when I put it on the screen, I just want to be right. So yeah. Tell us. Yes, you can say it. It's okay. It's not. It's happening. It's happening. Was she guilty? I bet she's guilty, right? No, it's okay, Jude. Yeah, tell us. Because to think not to do a spoiler in this situation, it's not like TV shows, right? Like this is a trial. It happened. It's going to be all over the news or whatever. We're going to see it. So, because I just woke up half an hour, like an hour ago, really. Yeah. Okay. So she was found guilty. So how about this? When's the sentencing? So at least we can get through the trial and we'll be ready for sentencing, I guess, probably in a month or two. Yeah. But I wish I jumped on this earlier. Like it's hard, right? It's hard. I don't know. I just finding these trials, making sure there's ones with good video, you know. I got a playlist now. I got all the days here. It's from the government, so I don't think strikes or nothing. And I can just play this, but it's going to be breaks. I'm going to have to cut through it. So how about we just start this and I'll be in chat to talk it up. Okay, guys. So hello, Critter. We're going to do this here. Okay, you guys. You can't be always late and then come in and expect updates. Okay, you guys got to do this yourself. Help me help you, Critter. I'm just kidding. We're doing this trial, the insulin murder mystery of Megan Sundwell versus state of Utah, suicide, cancer, fake cancer. I should have put because her friend was faking cancer, and none of them knew. Her and the friend's family didn't know that the victim, was faking cancer. She was a nurse, and there was a life insurance policy that she was lied to about, and so it's from Utah. We're just going to start, okay, guys? So help me help you. And what we'll do is we'll watch this the first time and we'll be confused. And I'm not try not to interrupt in that. Once we get through it, we'll go through it another time, okay? And I like kind of doing it twice. And the first time, I feel like I don't know who anybody is, but it's interesting. So this is it. I'm going to put on the highlight on the screen. This will be the day one of the insulin murder mystery. Sorry, excuse me if I yelled in the mic. Sorry, I got excited. The Megan Sundwell trial, Utah nurse. Okay, we're just gonna play it, and I'll be in chat, and I'll put on the screen what it is. Okay, guys, give me a second to get these highlighted comments going. I'm gonna put them on the screen of what day of trial it is, and who's up on the stand, the names of the attorneys and everything. Okay, just give me. I'm working right through that. It's all ready to go. Okay. Trust me. So you're welcome. Paula, hello. Critter, hello. Judy, thank you. Don't worry, there's no spoiler words here. It's not a TV show, so tell us anything you want. Critter, Rebby, what's up? What's up? We're starting this, guys. No messing around. No shenanigans. No nothing for TJ. I know I don't want. If I can find a little tiny window to put things up, or maybe like anything, I will, but not those huge ones. Okay. I got to figure out how to do, and they're not, the volume's not on yet. They've got it muted for some reason. So trust me, when they start, I'll stop. It's going to be any second. The judge is going to come on. Opening day, day one. The judge is about to start. Megan Sundwell, Utah nurse. She had a friend named Casey Joe Terry or something like that. Casey Lee, maybe. And her friend faked cancer to her, supposedly, and the friend faked cancer to her family, and then they say that she murdered her with insulin overdoses. And the friend had told her that she had a $1.5 million life insurance policy, and she was the beneficiary. She told her that they say. I'm not exactly sure, guys, so help me. All right, Critter, Paula, if you guys are interested, Rebby, Judy, V, I hope you're interested. Stick with us. And dude, can't come in 5 minutes before the show and ask me to do a whole other trial. Like I've been doing this for 3 or 4 days, getting this ready. So I will cover it. I'm definitely interested. That's the defense attorney. All right, guys. So it should be here any second. It's up on the screen. I got my other monitor. I can just listen to how good it sounds. There's no sound yet. Don't worry. They're not. The volume's not on yet. And I'm sure you can hear me. So my other computer's acting up. Let me see if I can play on YouTube. I'm sure you can hear myself, so it's good. All right. Well, no. Murder. No. Suicide meaning they're trying. Her defense is that the victim killed herself. The victim. So that's her defense, that she didn't do the murder, that the person who died committed suicide. Okay. So she's on trial, and that's like one of her defenses, I think. So you guys help me. I have no idea, but guys, honestly, you can ask questions. We'll try to help you. But I'm as new to this as you guys. Okay. I've been just a couple of days reading and preparing and just kind of making playlists and getting people's names of the attorneys. So no problem. Ask away, because it's doing good. I got a bunch of cameras. I just watched. Not really that hard, Rebby. But I have all my cameras up, and I just got to watch next door. And basically, if I see anybody walking around, I can go out and yell and stick a flashlight, I mean, so it's pretty easy. It's not like I have to monitor. I make it sound harder. But in my RC cars, I have stuff I can do. But as my own boss, I'm pretty lenient on myself. There's no volume yet. It should. Judge Sean M. Peterson. So just know, guys, ask away. I have no idea what's really going on. Okay. She was found guilty today. Can I ask? You were snapping at me? What day? I'm snapping at you? I'm not snapping at you. I don't know anything about this. Wait. What is Utah? It's in the title.
You have the preliminary instructions. The copies were given to you yesterday.
Oh, something's up here. I'm trying to get this.
We need to cover.
It's Utah.
Bring the jury in.
I think.
Instructions and start with opening statements.
Yeah, Utah nurse. But he's quiet for some reason.
All right.
Or am I?
Let's bring him in.
It's full blast.
Here on time and ready to go.
I'm not snapping, silly. Massachusetts? Is that Utah? I don't even know what you guys are asking about. Snappy? Settle down. Hush. You and V are going to sit in the corner, Critter. That's it. Time out for Critter and V. Yeah, she was found guilty today. Yes. So there's 9 days of trial. We can catch up. I mean, here, it sounded like it got louder there. I'll be quiet. Just trust me, guys. If I could do this better, I would. I'm just trying to have fun. I would want to watch this myself, and hope you guys enjoy it with me. I mean, I'd like if people would stop murdering people, but I'm sorry, I'm new at this, so I'm trying, and we're gonna watch a trial here. I'm not gonna interrupt. Okay. Any questions or updates? Feel free. The judge is standing for the jury, and Shibby's going to mute his microphone. Day 1, there's about 9 days full of all this trial with breaks, but I'll fix them up. I'm going to highlight who it is and what's happening, and the witnesses, the dates, the names on the screen. And I hope this is interesting. There's 9 days of this, okay, guys? So we can do 2 or 3 per show, if I can do it all night long, because I'm working until 8 a.m. East. So I'll do at least 2 to 3 days uninterrupted. I'll skip the breaks.
Members of the jury, good morning and welcome back.
For some reason, I've got it cranked, so.
Order of business as y'all came back, so thank you. You have in your hand some binders. In just a moment, we're going to read through preliminary instructions that you will be required to follow. We're then going to have opening statements that you will hear, and then we'll begin with the trial. But I need to tell you that it is extremely important that each and every one of you provide your utmost attention during this trial. Don't entertain the thought that you may or may not be an alternate. Alternates are often called back during deliberation for multiple reasons. but it is imperative that each of you truly do give your utmost attention to this trial. As I indicated before, sometimes afternoons are hard. Everybody gets tired, but there should be plenty of caffeine back there for you. We will take regular breaks so you can use the bathroom and stretch if needed. We thank you for being here. Counselor, are we ready to start with preliminary instructions?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, if you'd please open up your binders. We are going to go through these together. I will read them and you will follow along. If you could open to instruction number 1. Let's get started. Instruction number 1. Yeah, hold on. Technology. I appreciate your patience. We are all beholden to technology, courts especially. We'll get there. This is what happened with Taisi yesterday.
It appears as though they're having technical. I'll go 2x speed, so don't freak out. 2x speed. If people look weird, I find it appropriate. I tell you when I go 2x speed. 2x now. There we go. My computer's a little laggy for some reason. I'm going 2x because I know. Oh, in the beginning, it's kind of funny. The prosecutor woman gets up. Her name is July Thomas, I believe. Or Sandy Ness.
All right, let's get started with the instructions. We're back on the record. Instruction number 1, introduction.
He gives the defense shit.
Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury in this case. The defendant is accused of committing 1 or more crimes. You will decide if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. I will give you some instructions now and some later. You are required to consider and follow all my instructions. Keep an open mind throughout the trial. At the end of the trial, you will discuss the evidence and reach a verdict. You took an oath to well and truly try the issues pending between the parties and to render a true and just verdict. The oath is your promise to do your duty as a member of the jury. Be alert, pay attention, follow my instructions. Instruction number 2, information, plea, and burden of proof. The prosecution has filed a document called an information that contains the charges against the defendant. The information is not evidence of anything. It is only a method of accusing a defendant of a crime. The information will now be read. The state of Utah, by and through the Utah County Attorney's Office, charges the defendant with the commission of the following offenses. Count 1, aggravated murder. Count 2, obstruction of justice in criminal investigations or proceedings. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty and denies committing the crimes. Every crime has component parts called elements. The prosecution must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Until then, you must presume the defendant is not guilty. The defendant does not have to prove anything. She does not have to testify, call witnesses, or present evidence. Instruction number 3, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Some of you may have served as jurors in civil cases where you were told that it is only necessary to prove that a fact is more likely true than not true. In criminal cases, the prosecution's proof must be more powerful than that. It must be beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of a defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find her guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. Instruction number 4, presumption of innocence. Remember, the fact that the defendant is charged with a crime is not evidence of guilt. The law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crimes charged. This presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Instruction number 5, role of judge, jury, and lawyers. All of us, judge, jury, and lawyers, are officers of the court and have different roles during the trial. As the judge, I will supervise the trial, decide legal issues, and instruct you on the law. As the jury, you must follow the law as you weigh the evidence and decide the factual issues. Factual issues relate to what did or did not happen in this case. The lawyers will present evidence and try to persuade you to decide the case in one way or the other. Neither the lawyers nor I decide the case. That is your role. You are the exclusive judges of all questions of fact. Do not be influenced by what you think our opinions might be. Make your decision based on the law given in my instructions and on the evidence presented in court. Instruction number 6, evidence. As jurors, you will decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. You must base your decision only on the evidence. Evidence usually consists of the testimony and exhibits presented at trial. Testimony is what witnesses say under oath. Exhibits are things like documents, photographs, or other physical objects. The fact that the defendant has been accused of a crime and brought to trial is not evidence. What the lawyers say is not evidence. For example, their opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. Instruction number 7, objections. Rules govern what evidence may be presented to you. On the basis of these rules, the lawyers may object to proposed evidence. If they do, I will rule in one of 2 ways. If I sustain the objection, the proposed evidence will not be allowed. If I overrule the objection, the evidence will be allowed. Do not evaluate the evidence on the basis of whether objections are made. Instruction number 8, order of trial. I will now explain how the trial will unfold. The prosecution will give its opening statement. An opening statement gives an overview of the case from one point of view and summarizes what the lawyer thinks the evidence will show. Defense counsel may choose to make an opening statement right after the prosecutor, or wait until after all the prosecution's evidence has been presented, or not make one at all. You will then hear the prosecution's evidence. Evidence is usually presented by calling and questioning witnesses. What they say is called testimony. A witness is questioned first by the lawyer who called that witness, and then by the opposing lawyer. Consider all testimony, whether from direct or cross-examination, regardless of who calls the witness. After the prosecution has presented all its evidence, the defendant may present evidence, though the defendant has no duty to do so. If the defendant does present evidence, the prosecution may then present additional evidence. After both sides have presented all their evidence, I will give you final instructions on the law you must follow in reaching a verdict. You will then hear closing arguments from the lawyers. The prosecutor will speak first, followed by defense counsel. Then the prosecutor speaks last, because the government has the burden of proof. Finally, you will deliberate in the jury room. You may take your notes with you. You will discuss the case and reach a verdict. Instruction number 9, rules applicable to recesses. From time to time, I will call a recess. It may be for a few minutes or longer. During recesses, Do not talk about this case with anyone, not family, not friends, not even each other. And until the trial is over, do not mingle or talk with the lawyers, parties, witnesses, or anyone else connected with the case. Court clerks or bailiffs can answer general questions, such as the length of breaks or the location of restrooms, but they cannot comment about the case or anyone involved. The goal is to avoid the impression that anyone is trying to influence you improperly. If people involved in the case seem to ignore you outside of court, they are just following this instruction. Until the trial is over, do not read or listen to any news reports about this case. Do not do any research or visit any locations related to this case. If you observe anything that seems to violate this instruction, report it immediately to a clerk or bailiff. Instruction number 10, further admonition about electronic devices. Jurors have caused serious problems during trials by using electronic devices, such as phones, tablets, or computers, to research issues or share information about a case. You may be tempted to use these devices to investigate the case.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close, but we also print signs so that people can see your business.
That caught me off guard there. I think I can fast forward through this. What's that? That caught me off guard. I didn't see that the first time. My ad blocker's on. Oops, sorry. I went too far. I'm so sorry. I should have just played
Casey,
So basically, he gave the jury just right now. Here we go. I don't know. I think that was in the video, guys. So if that pops up again, I don't know. First time I saw that, caught me off guard. Okay, so this is the opening statements. The prosecution's coming up. I'll put all their names up and watch when the defense comes up after the prosecution. He walks away from the mic and the judge kind of scolds him, I think, but in a nice way. They kind of joke about it.
This
And if
towards
there's
the
any
jury or
more
a
ads
little
like
bit
that,
more towards the jury,
if
that
they're in the
would
commercial, I don't know what I'll
certainly
do.
so.
That caught me off guard.
is that as far as it goes?
It may. I don't know.
Well, good morning. All right. After a long slog yesterday, we're here. I wanted to add one quick thing to that last thing the judge just told you about note taking, because this frequently comes up with jurors. They want to rehear testimony or have it read back or things like that. That's not possible. The court doesn't have that capacity, and it's just not going to be available. So what that means is what you hear is that's the only time you're going to hear it. So whether that means you take a lot of notes or that you're paying really super good attention, that's up to you. But I just wanted you to know that in advance. Megan Sunwall over here had a plan. Her plan was that she would go to her friend Casey Terry's house. She would inject her with insulin and monitor her blood glucose until Casey died. We know that's her plan because she had text messages to Casey telling her that. On August 12th, 2024, Megan put that plan into action. Casey didn't die that day, but she did slip into a coma from profound hypoglycemia, which is low blood sugar. And 3 days later, she was removed from life support and died. That is a really teeny little nutshell of what the trial is going to be about. There is a heck of a lot more information about the how and why. It kind of reminds me of that art form of pointillism, where you see up close, if you're looking, right up close, you see a bunch of little dots or little colors that don't make much sense, seemingly randomly arranged, until you have them all in place and you step back and you see the whole picture, and then it all makes sense. Then you see what it all means. And that is what is going to happen, I expect, with this case. There are a lot of witnesses that each have a little bit of the points that will contribute to your understanding of what happened here. Some of those witnesses have a whole bunch of points. Some of them just have a few. And they don't necessarily follow sequentially, which is why I wanted to give you kind of a heads up about what to watch for, what it is that they're going to be letting you know about, what their evidence is anticipated to be. Let me first tell you a little bit about Casey. And throughout this morning, I'm going to refer to them by their first names. I don't mean any disrespect by that, by any means. It's just for simplicity and because my little brain can't function any better than that. So I am going to refer to them as Casey and Megan, if that's all right with everybody here. But Casey, at the time of her death, was 38 years old. She was a granddaughter, a sister, a niece, a valued employee, still loved ex-wife, and a friend. She had had some loss in her early life, or actually in her life leading up to her death. She had lost her mother when she was only about 4 years old to an extended illness. The aunt that she had that stepped in a mother role also died from an extended illness. She had a cousin she was close to that died, and her father died when she was only 24 years old. So she had a lot of loss. She herself had been born with only one kidney. That wasn't a huge deal, but it did present some health issues to her as time went on. At the time of her death, she also did have some valid medical concerns that did give her a lot of pain. One of those being endometriosis, one of them being prematurely and heavily arthritic knees. She had a lot of pain from those conditions and was prescribed medications for those conditions. She had prescribed oxycodone or Percocet. She had prescribed Xanax because she also suffered from anxiety pretty heavily. Her doctor, Dr. Masteller, who you'll hear from, had discontinued the Xanax prescription because he didn't want those on board at the same time. Casey still wanted her Xanax and did admittedly go about getting it by probably less than legal means. She also, at the time she died, had a prescription for something called promethazine. It is diagnosed largely for nausea, but kind of makes people sleepy. And you will hear about that from her physicians as well and the function of it. She had also had, at probably 2020-ish, a port installed in her chest. A port is like a little teeny doorway that leads directly into a vein so that when you have a condition that requires frequent IV occurrences, you don't have to keep finding a new vein to puncture. You just put it directly into the port. And she had that port for IV fluids, for hydration, because that was a side effect of her kidney issues. Another characteristic of Casey that is relevant to this trial and plays heavily into it, and not to speak ill of the dead in any way, but Casey was a liar. She told a series of lies. You will hear about them. One thing I think the evidence would support is that those lies were designed to get and keep people's attention and interest. She didn't know a better way than to feign some type of illness or for some reason to create drama and draw people to her that way. One of those lies, well, let me come back to that. In around this time frame, probably 2013, 2016-ish, Casey met Megan. They both worked at a facility called Chrysalis in Provo. That is a facility that offers services to people that are developmentally delayed or impaired. Casey was a house manager there for inpatient residents, and Megan was hired as a nurse. She's an RN, and that was her function there. Casey actually met Megan within her function as a nurse when Casey came to Megan to take her blood pressure. They kind of hit it off. They got along really well. Their relationship or friendship developed, and they became very, very close. So much so that Casey spent a lot of time with both Megan and her parents, her family, and they sort of took her in. There will be some testimony from some family and friends of Casey's that it was kind of an odd relationship, in that Casey seemed to be afraid of making Megan upset or making her mad, and that she would do whatever she could to keep Megan happy. Along those lines, probably in that same time frame in 2016, Casey conveyed to Megan that Megan, was a beneficiary of Casey's life insurance policy. She showed her documents that indicated there was up to $1.5 million that Megan was going to be the beneficiary of. That was an ongoing topic between them from about 2019, 2020, all the way up until just a couple months before Casey died. Megan seeking assurance that that policy was still in effect, and Casey giving her assurances that it was in effect. The truth is, there was no such policy. That was another one of Casey's lies. Casey, I don't know if any of you ever watched, or your kids, I should say, watched VeggieTales. My kids did when they were younger. There was one episode where one of the characters told a little fib, and it was this cute little bean that throughout the episode, the more the lie grew, this little bean grew and grew and grew and grew until it was this overwhelming size that was just going to take over and just overcome the character's life. That was kind of the case with Casey, because she told a lie that turned into a whopper. She told people, most particularly including Megan, that she had cancer. She didn't have cancer. She never did have cancer, but she told that to family and friends, and they all believed her right up until she was hospitalized in that diabetic coma. That is a lie, just like VeggieTales, that grew and grew and grew. And that is part of the life insurance policy lie also, because she didn't really, at 38 years old, didn't expect to be making anybody necessarily a beneficiary of her life insurance, except for this fake cancer that she had. In 2019, Casey texted Megan, and this is one of the texts from which you could find that Casey was really just seeking care and concern from Megan. But this text said, "Tell me that I'm not dying." And Megan's response was not offering her affirming words or, live your life to the fullest while you have it or anything like that. She said, "I don't know if you're dying or not. I'm sorry. You need to be prepared no matter what happens." After this medical port I told you about was installed, Casey portrayed that as being part of her cancer treatment. She told people that was because of her cancer, and she had home health aides that would come to the house and help her with, doing that IV hydration, IV fluids. She had delivered to her home bags of saline for that purpose. But she told her family and friends that those bags of saline were her chemotherapy. The lie continued to grow. She portrayed to Megan that she was close to death. She portrayed to Megan that she was in tremendous pain from cancer and wished to be free of her pain. It was a frequent topic of conversation between the two, and we will show you there are reams of text messages between these two. I think there are something like almost 29,000 text messages. We're not going to show you all of them. That we would be here the rest of the year. But we'll show you some. And there was one in 2020 where Megan told Casey, "There is nothing left for you here." She told her also in 2020, "You have so much more for you on the other side." In 2021, she told her, "What do you have to live for in this life? I truly believe everything I have for you is ahead of you, not here." And then another one where she told her with caps, "You have to let go. It is past time." Again, this is in the context of Casey's wanting to keep Megan happy and do what she wanted her to do. And Casey went along with those text messages. She did pretend to be suicidal. She portrayed herself as being interested in ending her pain, the pain that didn't exist for the cancer that didn't exist. At some point, Casey, this was in 2020, Casey was living at Megan's home with Megan's husband lived there too. And their conversations turned towards they discussed different means of ending Casey's life. One of them was a gun. Casey had access to a gun. Another was an overdose of pills. Of course, Casey had access to all of that oxycodone and other substances. They settled on eventually insulin. Megan told Casey around September 1st of 2020 that she had checked with a pharmacist friend of hers and that she would need about 100 units to end her life. 100 units of insulin is a little teeny amount. It's actually only a milliliter. There's 10 milliliters per bottle. So those last diabetics a good amount of time. And Casey's family had a number of diabetics in it. There was insulin available at Casey's home where she lived after she moved out of Megan's home because her uncle lived there as well. He is diabetic. You'll hear from him. Her grandparents lived there. Her grandmother is diabetic. And uncle had recently died earlier that year, and he was diabetic too. So there was a lot of insulin, a lot of syringes accessible in that home. So Megan and Casey discussed the idea of Casey's dying by insulin overdose. Megan told Casey that it would be easy. She would just fall asleep. And it wouldn't even necessarily be detectable at autopsy because it's a naturally occurring substance. Within a day or two of that discussion, Megan brought home insulin and stored it in the refrigerator and then texted Casey a number of times over the next week or so. "Hey, that insulin's there if you want it. Don't forget the insulin. Are you going to use the insulin tonight? That insulin's still there. Aren't you going to use it?" Casey, around that point, had communicated with Kylie that she thought Megan was trying to kill her. And so Kylie and her husband, they waited until Megan and her family left town, and they kind of swooped in and moved Casey out of that house. At that point, both Kylie, the sister, and another friend of Casey's saw the insulin in the fridge. quite honestly, I don't know if Casey really believed at that point that Megan was trying to kill her. But I do believe that this is another story that Casey used it was drama. It was something to elicit concern from the other people in her life, from Kylie and her friends. Anyway, she moved out of that house. She moved into a basement apartment at her grandparents' home in Highland. And as I mentioned, also living there was another uncle initially, who died in January of 2024, lived there as well. During that time frame, that did not end the discussions about insulin and insulin overdose. Megan asked Casey in 2021 if Casey was nervous to do it by yourself. And then she asked her, "You want to know what I would do?" Megan told Casey that she should draw up everything she had and give it all at once through her port, and then asked, "Do you want me to come over and do it?" Continuing her subterfuge, Casey pretended that she had made attempts using insulin to kill herself. She would text Megan that she had tried to do it, and she started to, this lie again continued to grow and grow and grow. And the details of it became so outlandish that it appears to be a cry for help. She knew she was making ridiculous claims, Casey, thinking, I believe, that Megan would catch on and call her on it. Casey told Megan that she had used 4 bottles of insulin. That is 400 times the amount that Megan had told Casey she would need to cause her death. At a later point, Casey told Megan she had used 9 bottles, 900 times what she would need, and she was still alive and kicking. Megan didn't call her on it. She continued, the conversations. "Oh, I can't believe that didn't kill you." And it continued to progress. Eventually, Casey pretended to be in hospice care, that there were nurses and doctors coming over to her house all the time. She concocted a story about a surgery that her doctor, Dr. Masteller, was going to do for her, or arrange for her, that would allow her to absorb medication so she could die. That was one of her stories. Another story, she would send just ridiculous vitals to Megan, knowing that Megan was a nurse, and those vitals would be things like a temperature of 75 or a blood pressure of 0/40. Just insane, ridiculous, stupid numbers. And Megan never called her on it. But these stories continued to grow. Casey fabricated an entire hospice care team, and they would communicate, these fake people would communicate with Megan through Casey's phone. There was a fake nurse called Becky with whom Megan would communicate on Casey's phone. There was a doctor, Dr. Robinson. Casey pretended to have Dr. Masteller coming to her home. Like I said, there was a whole team of these people, and they would communicate pretty regularly with Megan, telling her, "Oh, she's near death. She's almost there." Megan always expressed excitement about that. Oh, I hope it's true. Low, and you can pass. Well, that became the plan. It was referred to a number of times after that Megan would help Casey. In June 2024, Megan told Casey, "I'll come and help you and give it insulin to you regularly and see if it works." Casey came up with another subterfuge, which is that she would tell Megan, okay, I've drawn it all up, meaning I've put insulin into these syringes and it's all ready to go. She didn't want Megan to be there drawing up the insulin. Casey did it, and she Googled August 11th, what would happen if I inject myself with saline. So I think you can put 2 and 2 together on those particular texts as far as what the reasonable inferences are there. On August 20th, 2024, Megan asked Casey when she could come and help, and offering today, tomorrow, Monday even. August 10th was a Saturday, 10th, 11th, Sunday, 12th, Monday. They initially agreed that Megan could come and help on August 11th. Again, Casey told her that she had drawn up the necessary syringes. But then, as Casey regularly did, she postponed. She found excuses and put off Megan. And so they agreed to Monday, August 12th. On Monday morning, August 12th, Casey saw her uncle, Mark Farnsworth. You'll hear from him. And they had a good conversation. There was nothing unusual about it, didn't raise anything concerning in Mark's eyes. He just had a nice regular conversation with Casey and then went about his day. He worked from home, from the upstairs part of the home. Casey, like I said, lived in the basement apartment there. Mark noticed Megan arrive. That was at about 9:54 a.m. And then again, didn't pay much attention. He figured one of Casey's friends was there and they were going to do something, and he went on about his day. When Megan got there, or as she was approaching, she texted Casey, "Do you want to take some promethazine when I get there so that you are asleep when this is happening?" Somewhere around 9 p.m., Mark, so almost 11 hours later, Mark got concerned because he hadn't heard any sounds or signs of Casey that entire day. And the vehicle, Megan's vehicle, was still there. Casey's grandfather had actually been trying to call Casey and wasn't getting an answer. So Mark went to check on her in the basement. When he went into Casey's room, he saw her lying on her bed, struggling to breathe, unconscious, or at that point in a coma, and Megan sitting there watching her. Megan's parents were also there. They had arrived about an hour earlier. Megan had called them to come and give her a blessing of release, make her die faster. None of them called 911. Megan claimed she didn't know what was happening. She was well aware of what was happening. They found a glucose monitor in Casey's room that showed that her blood sugar had been tested 19 times over 10 hours. That began at 9:18 a.m. That was probably, most likely, because Megan wasn't there yet, Casey testing her own blood sugar to see what was normal for her. And it was normal. It was at about 87. That's a regular, perfectly good blood sugar level for a non-diabetic. Her blood sugar was tested 8 times as it dropped from 87 when she tested it to 64 by 1:19 p.m. Less than half an hour later, at 1:43, the monitor showed a level of 43. Casey would very likely have been unconscious at that point. Your body requires blood or sugar in the blood to function. It's the food for everything that your body does, and she didn't have enough, and her body was shutting down. After Casey was unconscious, her blood was tested 10 more times, and the only person that could have done that was the only other person in the room that was conscious, and that is Megan Sunwall. for at least 7 solid hours. Megan was there watching Casey descend from confusion to unconsciousness to a coma, repeatedly checking her blood sugar to make sure it continued to drop. It did. Megan did exactly what she had promised Casey she would do, which was when she said, I'll come and help you and give it to you regularly and see if it works. Well, it worked. By the time Casey got to the hospital, her blood glucose level was 14. She was in a coma from which she never emerged, and she was removed from life support on August 15th. Was life insurance enough? Well, 1.5 or $1 million is pretty hefty incentive for a lot of people, but Megan also happened to be in financial distress, and that was another topic of conversation between the two of them. Since the beginning of the year in January 2024, Megan had lost her job. She had run over something on the road and caused $4,000 worth of damage to her car. The car ended up being totaled. Her husband had doubled his child support requirements from a prior marriage. They owed on taxes. And then the car that they did have kept overheating. But she was stressed financially. She expressed in February of 2024 to Casey, Casey expressed to Megan, I wish I could just pass so you could get out of this mess. And Megan's response was, if you dying would get me out of this mess and darkness I am in, I would take it. When police got there and realized that Megan had been there and had left with her parents without waiting for EMS to arrive, without telling them what to look for to try to correct for Casey, they instigated an investigation. Megan was pretty cooperative. She talked to them a number of times. During an interview on August 15th, police asked her for her phone so they could look at the text messages that she had been describing, telling them that Casey was suicidal. Megan agreed. She didn't hand over the phone right then and there, but she did bring it to them on August 19th. When police went through that phone and compared Casey's phone text messages with the text messages on Megan's phone, they found that 283 of them had been deleted from Megan's phone. When police asked her about that, she told them that she did it so she wouldn't look like she had done what Kylie was accusing her of, which was murdering Megan, or Casey, sorry. For deleting those messages, Megan Sunwall is charged with obstruction of justice. That is simply, I want to make sure I'm saying it right, when someone alters or destroys anything, such as the text messages, with the intent to hinder, delay, or prevent a criminal investigation. That one's the easy charge. The other one is aggravated murder. Aggravated murder happens when somebody intentionally or knowingly causes the death of another and does so with aggravating circumstances. The aggravating circumstances that are alleged in this case are that she did it for pecuniary or financial gain, or that she did it by means, again, I want to make sure I give you the right language, causing death by means of a substance administered in a lethal amount. So the question that you will be probably spending most of your time on is cause. What does it mean to cause someone's death? Cause does not mean in the law in Utah that she had to be the sole cause. Megan did not have to be the only reason that Casey died. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that Casey would not have died but for the actions of Megan, that is sufficient. I expect that my friend over here is going to argue in a minute that Casey was suicidal and that she did everything she did herself. I also expect that he's probably going to spend a lot of time talking to you about reasonable doubt. And that's a hard concept to define. It's something that people struggle with quite regularly, at least in our field. It is reasonable doubt. It is not beyond all doubt or with no doubt, because we can't know anything in life. We don't even know for sure if the sun's going to come up tomorrow. There is, okay, not a lot, but there's probably doubt about that. So you don't have to be convinced beyond all doubt. But if you find from all of the information that's available to you that you are firmly convinced what the state has alleged happened, then that is enough. We talked earlier about the concept of pointillism and how all of those little points form a big picture. And the little points, just so you know who is coming, that are contributory to this picture will include Casey's sister Kylie and her uncle Mark, her best friend Michelle Tingey, her ex-husband Casey, the family calls him Boy Casey, Casey Tanner, a friend, Christian Clements, Casey's employer, Mike Larson. You will hear from Megan's parents who were there for some of that incident that night on August 12th, Leroy and Renee Randall. Additional information will come from her doctors, Dr. Masteller, the doctor who performed her knee surgery, Dr. West. There is a nurse that communicated regularly with Casey. Her name is Amber Ludvigsen. There's a nurse practitioner who took care of Casey while she was comatose. Her name is Diane Allred. You'll hear from her. You will hear from one of the first emergency responders to arrive at the house that night. That is Lone Peak Police Officer Norman Robinson. Believed at the time the call came in was that they were responding to just an overdose or possibly a suicide, and treated it accordingly. You will hear from the investigating officers, Melissa Farney, Lone Peak Police Department detective, and Richard Hales, who has a really long title of Special Agent with the Utah County Attorney's Office Investigations Bureau. I spit it out. You will hear from the medical examiner that was in this case, operated in this case, or conducted an autopsy, Dr. Ben Murray. Also the toxicologist, Scott Larson. You will hear from also the special agent from the Utah County Attorney's Office that did the phone downloads, Justin Seitzinger. You will also hear from another medical examiner who didn't do the autopsy, but has experience with insulin overdose cases to provide some additional information to you, and also an endocrinologist who has specialty in the effect of insulin on the human body, on a system. And she will be testifying. Her name is Dr. Kelsey DeSalvo. So those witnesses will give you all those bits and pieces. Like I said, some of them are massive, some of them are tiny, but they all form that big picture. That overall picture is, I believe you will find that Casey neither wanted nor intended to die on August 12th. Even though she pretended she did want to, in an increasingly desperate attempt to keep Megan's attention and affection. The evidence tends to establish that Casey thought she could handle Megan, but she didn't count on Megan's determination. Megan was there. Megan was in control. Megan had the means and the knowledge and the understanding. And Megan stood to gain from Casey's death. Megan wanted Casey to die to relieve her from the stress of her financial situation. And that plan worked. Casey died from an overdose of insulin. At the end of this trial, after you hear from all those people, we will again stand before you and ask that you find Megan Sundwall guilty of having done so, guilty of aggravated murder, and guilty of obstruction of justice. Thank you.
So watch, this judge kind of scolds this guy. Watch for the microphone. Watch.
PowerPoint, which might surprise you. Excuse me. Given the gray in my beard. But when you see me use a PowerPoint, you'll see that I still don't know how to do it very well. And I'm not doing it to impress you, that's for sure.
It'll warm up. Mr. Williams, if you're going to be walking around, I need you to get that wireless mic on.
Judge, I have never had a problem with that. I'm not often accused of being too quiet. And can I ask that Brooke let me know if it's not working? Is that okay, Judge?
As long as you're near a mic.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Otherwise, we can't pick up everything.
I'll stay here. One juror trying to reach Cole's attention to see if.
I don't know if the TV can go a little higher.
I don't know that it can. We can work on that.
Yeah, this one's kind of maybe on the break.
Yeah. We'll try and do it on the break.
This one's stuck. So.
Like I said, this PowerPoint may not be that important, may be helping me more than you anyway. I'm not going to stand up, as my colleague said, and tell you what I believe. That's not what opening statements are even allowed for. What I believe is not what I'm going to be talking to you about. I'm not going to argue. I'm not allowed to argue here. This is to be a conversation about what a trial is about and for, what applies in the way of important principles that you then will keep in your mind, keep with you, keep in your heart as you take in evidence. Evidence that must prove a murder. Not little dots that might make one out of an argument. Not going to argue. I'd like to talk more about the importance and solemnity, first of all, of what we're doing here. Not because I think you need me to, but I'm going to anyway. We're not at the water cooler. We're not at a home conversation. We're not in a TV show. We're in the most solemn place in our society. We're in the four corners of a courtroom, and we are applying in this case, you are applying in this case, we all are, principles, right, that our country's built on, that the blood of men and women in our service has been spilled on foreign soil to support. And I ask you to make those live every minute of this trial with every witness that is speaking to you and bringing information to you in light of the government's burden according to those principles. to bring proof, not argument, proof of murder, that Megan murdered her best friend. And you've already had the level of proof read to you. It's in your instructions. What proof beyond a reasonable doubt means. Real possibility. It'll be whether there's a real possibility that that didn't happen, that it's not proven. And yeah, it's got to be murder for money. You will hear about suicide because that's not murder for money. Although it will be illegal, and you'll learn this at the end, you can't do something. You can't act in this state in aid of someone who is, according to what you believe, committing suicide. And quite frankly, that applies to if this person, in this case, Casey Terry, doesn't intend to commit suicide. In fact, it's just faking it and overdoing it to her demise. And so the single question I submit, or the largest question, not a dot, but a question under the principles that apply, is, will the state prove by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, with no real possibility to the contrary, that something happened in that room that Casey Terry could not have done to herself? I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on the evidence that I expect you to see. I asked you to keep in mind that it's because the state has this burden that they go first. And witnesses are witnesses, I submit to you. They're not the state's witnesses, although of course you'll see, and it will be obvious, the biases that state's witnesses have. They know what team they're on. But they're still just witnesses. And when I ask questions, I ask you to pay attention, of course, to those answers and how they're answered, keeping these principles in mind as well. There will, however, also be evidence that you would expect in a case.
What about you, Rock? What do you miss most about home?
Just stop your crying.
Forensic testing.
Actually, I was about to fast forward that commercial and it looked good, but then it ended. So, anyways, here we go. I'll find the other streams that don't have. They added the commercials to the video. That's not my thing. Okay, sorry, guys.
Medical information, testing, and those sorts of things as well. And there'll be an investigation spoken of by Detective Farney and by Richard Hales, who worked in tandem, although as you'll learn, Richard Hales works for the prosecutor's office. And I'm going to be critical of that. I'll get to that in a moment. I'll tell you why I think that effort isn't going to have been fair to you in your decision making in terms of the burdens of proof. Casey Terry Megan, I'm going to put that up. Sunwall. I don't think it's going to be disagreed or become the closest friends that you could imagine. And how it became that way, I think the evidence will show, is extraordinarily important. Because you will find that Casey Terry is exhausting in the attention that she seeks from Megan. Exhausting. And the way that she seeks that attention and engages in this friendship is just to bombard Megan with her complete misery with being on this planet. And constantly telling Megan that Megan is the only one that she can have a secret, confident relationship in about wanting to pass. And I think it will be clear, and certainly in Megan's mind, spiritually relieved by passing from this earth. Now, the way she gains that, part of the friendship, the evidence will show, is not only to just bombard and constantly talk to Megan about how Casey wants to die and wants Megan to be part of that. We're going to talk in a minute about Lee and Renee, Megan's parents, who were there because they had been asked by Casey Terry repeatedly to give blessings to Casey as she was going to die, and had gone to do that before, based on what Casey was claiming. Casey Terry absolutely planted beans that were going to grow. I might toggle back on and forth on this a little bit. Sure, you heard, excuse me. You heard Ms. Thomas mention that Casey Terry was a liar, and that is extraordinarily important in this case. Certainly, we all probably know people we think are liars, and it affects their lives one way or another, depending on the importance and the nature and severity and their ability to get us to believe. It's extraordinary, you will see in the evidence, Casey Terry's ability to make people believe these lies. Not just the lies themselves being extraordinary, the extent to which she could make people believe them. Casey Terry lied about this cancer, for instance. She perpetuated and maintained the lie that she had terminal cancer. She described it to one person as blood, she described it to another as leukemia of some sort. She would describe that she had terminal cancer. You will see from the evidence that, of course, that is planting a bean to get attention. And you'll see that she split the way she lied this to different people who would give her different sorts of different attention in different ways and have a different ability to fool. That is what she used, that lie, among others, but that lie to constantly get the response from Megan of sympathy, confederacy, privacy, closeness, spirituality. And this is fueled by Casey Terry to seek attention. But she's so good at this lie, not only, I don't know if the state's gonna ultimately ask you to believe that Megan didn't believe it, but her own family, Casey Terry's, the evidence will be her own family believed it. A family that before her death, she lived with for years. in the same house. A good family, a very good family. Mark Farnsworth, when you hear what that poor man has been through and his intelligence, and notwithstanding that, you would take her to the hospital for visits that were fake at midnight all the time. She would make these people take her around to fake treatments. For years. And it's because they believed her. They learned she didn't have any cancer. They learned she didn't have these other ailments. She would talk about kidney disease. They learned she was healthy when she died, according to the doctors. They learned it from the doctors at the hospital. The being that continued to grow, the evidence is going to show, and I say this in light of the question about whether Casey Terry was suicidal like she claimed 4 years and claimed it that night. There's a script for this night. I'm going to get to that. I mean, there's a script, literally, in text messages. She did this for years, as the evidence is going to show, and as I mentioned, but things were escalating. She was calling the doctor more and more towards the end. She was talking about anxiety, depression. She talked to the doctor, mentioned suicide. You're going to hear that. She talked about suicide to some people. She certainly ramped up her supposed misery level. It's not just opiate use and opiate abuse and opiate addiction that was going on with Casey Terry. Casey Terry was buying, selling, exchanging drugs with other people. It was ramping up. Another thing that was ramping up, Casey Terry was stealing from her grandparents that she was living with. Grandparents that her role in that house was to take care of. In the house where Mark lived, and then Mark's parents, Casey's grandparents, who her grandmother was suffering from mental health disease, dementia, and her grandfather was old and trying to take care of mom, but Mark knew that they needed help, and then Mark believed that Casey needed help. Now, Casey was hopefully going to contribute to this household by helping her grandparents. Well, what she was doing is stealing from them. And towards August 12th, it really ramped up. It ramped up, her use was getting the money with these people she was involved in with the drug interactions, and it came to a head. There was some mention, roughly, I think we're going to hear from Mark about a week before Casey died, that Mark had some concerns about the billings that later you're going to hear were found to have been repeatedly and constantly intercepted by Casey to hide her stealing, and the use of the credit cards, and that Casey was probably present, probably over her debt, probably knew, and frankly was asked to cancel the credit card, which she never did. So as you contemplate the state's position that it's somehow ludicrous to believe that Casey Terry was actually maybe going to take the off-ramp that she had created, the evidence will show, you'll be able to contemplate whether the being had grown out of control. And she knew that life as she knew it, as a liar, had finally hit the critical breaking point, and it was going to come out. Now, MEGGAN, one SUNDWALL you'll hear about, was an easy mark for Casey Terry. The evidence will show, and it will show through the very communications that are going to be introduced. I submit to you, cherry-picked to the extent out of 28,000 text messages that go on. Of course, there's phone calls, they have meetings, these people are friends. At one point, as you heard, they lived together. MEGGAN and Mitch let Casey live with them. That she never called her on it, is what you just heard. The evidence is going to show. MEGGAN wouldn't call her on it. When Casey would tell her stuff that was ridiculous. 74 degree temperature. You're going to see and hear that happened all the time. MEGGAN offered unconditional love to Casey Terry. She didn't call her out on things. You're going to hear that even her doctor didn't call her out on some stuff when Casey Terry, as her doctor, I expect, is going to agree and testify, use the medical service process to gain attention by coming up with false maladies. You're going to learn, there's going to be Kyle Hancock. He's a psychologist. He's clinical work and he's done expert work. And he can help you understand, even from an expert standpoint, not only about someone like Casey and someone like MEGGAN, but what that means in terms of those two types of people having a relationship and the dynamics of that. So as the government suggests that MEGGAN should have called her on it, stop being an unconditional friend, I think you'll be able to look from the evidence as to why that would be, to the extent that it's not already obvious. And quite frankly, throughout their relationship and throughout conversations and throughout constant and exhausting pleas from Casey for MEGGAN to unconditionally accept what she said, unconditionally show love, and promise to see her through the end with blessings from her father and being present in a form of helping her by being present when she died. They were even referenced spiritually. Freedom from the pain that Casey was claiming in the form of a spiritual release. This is the room where Casey Terry essentially died. She went to the hospital and was taken off support, but I think the evidence is going to show she was never going to live after paramedics took her from this room. I blew that up. You can see on the left, up next to her bed in a frame, are Casey and MEGGAN. The closest thing to Casey when she essentially passed. This is the room that is the scene of what the supposed murder was. Whether or suicide. What MEGGAN believed to be a suicide, it looked like a suicide. It's another fake that Casey overdid. The events. Yes, you're going to hear again about all of these communications, and some will be picked out that sound pretty bad if you don't know them in context, like I just described. But I think the evidence will show full context. Discussion about, if you're so desperate, I hope you just do it. I hope you just commit suicide. I'll help you if I could. Megan says she's being bombarded by Casey begging to go. And by the way, this is an insulin overdose now. It's not a new topic in their relationship. You will see from the evidence that talking about dying by insulin in this always in terms of a suicide, a way to pass, had been talked to them, between them, for years and years. When she lived there, you'll see texts that show that because of that, Megan would even bring it and have it in the house. They're not diabetics. There's no diabetics that live there. Casey's not a diabetic. Insulin isn't some suddenly nefarious factor in this case that showed up on the 12th. Talk a little bit in a minute about what you're going to hear about, quite frankly, insulin when she moves in to Mark's house, her grandparents' house, is everywhere, all the time, unaccounted for, all sorts of them, because Mark's a diabetic, mom's a diabetic, sister's a diabetic, and his brother Kyle's a diabetic who unfortunately died in January of 24. So 7 months before what we're talking about here. So insulin's talked about as a method of suicide with Megan in these texts. I think there's going to be witnesses that say they've seen it. And you're going to see that Casey is begging her to help her be able to have access to that and saying she's going to use insulin to kill herself. Well, apparently you're going to hear that she's telling her sister, Megan's trying to kill me. Manipulating her sister at one point, to move her out of the house, where she's got to freeload in the basement of Mark's house. And that's basically nothing except deal with getting and using opiates and other drugs of abuse. The events were scripted out in Texas, you'll see. They planned for Megan to go be over there. And once again, that Casey would use insulin to engage in an overdose. And again, it's uncontroverted. She had the ability to get insulin anywhere she wanted in that house, and no one would even know. Same for syringes. Now, this port is different. You don't need a syringe for a port. You can inject something into a port through just a plunger type syringe that doesn't have a needle. You'll hear evidence that probably wouldn't have been used. It caused the death here because of the different way it would act if you just put it right into a port versus subcutaneously. So there was a script. She was going to come over, and Casey would be there. Megan would be there, and Casey would engage in an overdose. Suicide. When Megan gets over there, Casey's already got a glucose reading instrument there and ready. I think you're going to find out the police didn't even realize that she'd already taken a test result. And you can draw inferences as you go through this trial when you hear that about why Terry's already checking her blood before Megan ever gets there. This glucometer, ultimately they find, was used to take a whole bunch of readings. In a minute, I'm going to show you, thank goodness for Megan, that this was used. Then throughout the day, eventually, because the glucometer tells us what Casey's condition was. And ultimately it deteriorates to the point that Megan, who when she went over there, didn't know whether it was going to work, didn't know what was going to happen there, didn't know whether this was just yet another where Casey would say, I guess it didn't work. She had plans for an anniversary dinner with her parents that night, and then she worked at night as part of a second job, and had expected that she would be going to work. And when it was clear from the use of the glucometer that, and what she could observe, that Casey probably was done from her cancer and or the insulin overdose, she was not going to live. And so Megan called her parents. And her parents left the dinner, or I can't remember, I'm sorry if they'd already started, but they abandoned their dinner plans and came over. Lee and Renee went in there. No, I think the evidence will show that neither Casey, despite all these years, nor Megan was ever going to tell anyone that that's how Casey was going to pass. Part of the confidentiality, part of the sanctity of their relationship. And as we're talking about in a minute, probably something that, quite frankly, even though she was willing to be present for, even encourage in terms of her release, not consistent with, she could get in trouble with work, her license, etc. Isn't letting her parents know what had been happening during that day. Just that she was dying. And that Megan had stayed with her. But what happens is, by the way, you're going to hear and see in the some text message evidence that all through this time, Casey had constantly told Megan she had to do not resuscitate a DNR. She had constantly told Megan that Megan was going to be power of attorney. She had gone to burial plots to talk about the places she was planning on being buried. She had told Casey.
Call Me Alexander's The Crossover is the book I always recommend, and it's perfect to kick off this year's NEA's.
Bella, by the way, is, I think, a sister or brother to Megan's dog, too. Came out of St. Litter.
When they do that, they're not pausing, at least. They're putting those in the video, but they're not pausing. So I'll definitely find the other stream. Sorry, guys. Doesn't seem very bad, though, but I'll definitely find another stream after.
She had told everyone else the evidence is going to show the opposite, that Megan was some sort of awful person, that she was afraid of Megan, that she thought Megan was going to hurt her or kill her. What happens when Mark, the uncle, comes down from his office upstairs at 9? And by the way, I'll let the evidence play out on that day. I'm not sure what Mark's going to say from the stand. You may hear that some testimony has been given in various places in this lawsuit, and recorded interviews were given with witnesses, and so sometimes that may be needed to be used to refresh their recollection. The best I can tell you is what I expect, and you'll see it happen. But when Mark comes down, he calls Kylie because of the distress, obvious distress, that Casey's in, and Kylie loses it. She says, call the paramedics. Megan is killing her. Immediate accusation. And sounds like, based on what I think that you'll find were lies by Casey to Kylie. Megan calls Kylie. And Kylie lays into Megan, get out of the house. You're killing her. I'm going to get you put away or take you out or something to that effect. And is screaming at Megan accusations. The importance of that is for you to consider what Megan does end up doing, which in a lot of ways made it look pretty bad. she now knows that someone's going to actively go after this. She ultimately on this subject speaks, she has this worried response. She does speak to the police, but she also, I think the evidence will show, realizing she's going to be accused, realizing she was there, maybe suicide will come up, it's on everyone's phones, deletes like 280 messages about insulin. I think the evidence would be over the course of all of this communicating time, there's probably 5,000 messages with insulin in them. These are close in time and proximate to that date. Sure thing, I think the evidence is going to show that Megan would have preferred not to have anyone know she was present when her friend passed. But does the evidence prove she did something? You can't do something to help someone in a suicide. And no one here is, I mean, we all know you can't kill them. In her interviews, she doesn't tell the story. She explains what she did. She's not asked much. I think they're going to play the interviews. She doesn't tell what happened in there. They used a glucometer in case he was committing suicide. And she deletes these texts. Can't do that. For worst reason is to make you look pretty bad. Police say that as they're finding out about the deletions of texts and stuff, the police are telling her, doesn't look good for you. The text does not look good for you. Being there with these texts to talk about insulin on an insulin overdose does not look good for you. But in one interview, Richard Hales, now Special Agent Hales, I'm going to work hard to get it right. My understanding is it's new, it's a special agent title, and so I've been referring to him, and everyone deserves their title. Detective, Special Agent Rich Hales. He explains what the principles we're applying in this court mean. Dead on. Does not look good for you. So we're doing other things. DNA, forensics, medical. You're saying you didn't do anything. When he asked her the blunt question, did you do something? Did you do something in that room in relation to Casey's overdose on insulin? You said no, that's great, but if there's evidence to prove otherwise, we have a problem. Meaning Megan. Fair enough? Megan says, yep. And if there's not, I will ride off into the sunset. There wasn't. All the efforts that were made with DNA, with serology, with toxicology, with medicine, with FBI labs, everything that was tried, and unfortunately some very poor police work compromised the ability to get results in some cases that we can rely on. Failed to prove in a court of law, failed to be evidence and proof that Megan did something in that room. And the reason is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias occurs when an officer believes in or searches for evidence to support a favored theory while ignoring or excusing contrary evidence and is disinclined to change the belief. It's normal. We all have confirmation bias. But in police work, we can all imagine and agree we need to pay attention to the evidence of how it could have affected the proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Whether it makes Megan look guilty. If you think at the end of the trial, of course, that she did it, you'll have to acquit, because it has to be proven, or proof that Megan's guilty with no real possibility otherwise. That's in your instruction. So what was the evidence? In the room, the paramedics come. Yes, Megan and her family are told to get out, and they do. They leave. Although Megan's mother, who also believed in the DNR that Casey said she had, and Casey desired not to be resuscitated and to go to where she wanted to go, was pretty mad. She was pretty hot. She said, Megan is her best friend. You're doing the wrong thing by calling the paramedics. And then they're ushered out, told to get out. Mark calls them, the paramedics come. They do what they need to do. It's always tough on a scene. We're going to call it a crime scene. That's the state's theory, is that it's a crime scene. Because they need to do what they need to do, and sometimes it can affect, obviously, the integrity of the crime scene. They leave, and here's what is ultimately in that room. Syringes. 2 syringes are found. There's some of the plunger type that you could use for the port. 2 syringes at least. Turns out there's 3. I'll get to that in a minute. That are insulin syringes. In other words, the means for Casey Terry to utilize them to inject insulin into her body. And like I said, the evidence is that that's not surprising, since they're all over the house and available to her at any time. They send these syringes. Let me be clear about the 2 syringes, because I just misspoke. There's a syringe that is found over by where Casey Terry is. I think the evidence exhibit's going to be 2, or not exhibit for you, but police item number. The one found in the room. What happens is Mark, ultimately, about 3 or 4 days later, is out cleaning up some things outside in the patio area where Casey would go meet friends, smoke cigarettes and such, and had a garbage can for this Fanta box up in the upper left-hand corner. That Fanta box he was going to crush to throw away. That's, by the way, Fanta is what Casey drank. Fanta orange. There's Fanta orange cans in the room. You'll see the evidence, you'll see the body camera. And as he manipulated the box before he crushed it, he could tell something was in it. So he pulled it out, and it was a rag, a black rag. You can see it in the right part of that picture. And a syringe, a box that SUNDWALL-INSULIN could be in. And a piece of paper that would come from the box. In other words, evidence. So he called Detective Varney. Detective Varney said, "Oh, take some pictures of it. I'll pick it up later." But in that, there's a syringe. So we have 1 syringe from the room at that point. We have another syringe. And then when Detective Varney came over to pick up the Fanta box evidence, Mark told her, "Hey, I had to rip out the carpet and strip down the room." The reason is because the day after this happened, believe it or not, a massive hailstorm occurred and it flooded Casey's room. But when Mark says, "Oh, while I was doing that," this is the 19th now, when they've come to pick up the evidence. "When I was doing that, I found another syringe in the room." Here it is. And that's the one on the far right, still in the evidence bag. Those 3 syringes were available, in other words, within days. And the police sent them to the crime lab to get tested for the sort of evidence that Chales was talking about. DNA, fingerprints, and such. Didn't turn out to be good candidates for getting fingerprints. And DNA-wise, they found some DNA. I think you'll hear that with regard to one of the syringes, the DNA wasn't capable of being compared to Megan, Mark, Casey. Those standards were used. Those are the people, the DNA that are trying to find. With the other syringe, it was possible to get enough DNA to find out the following. Mark's DNA was on it. Casey's DNA was on it. Megan is excluded from any DNA on it. By the way, as you're going to hear, they arrested Megan in March of 25, March 20th. The results that I just described you hadn't even come back yet. No DNA from Megan, no fingerprints from Megan. And one of the other things you're going to learn is that it turns out that Farney, Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales never collected the Fanta box or the rag. I think the evidence will be that there's probably not a better item to get DNA off of than a rag. And not a better item to get fingerprints off of than a smooth surface of a Fanta box. Mark hadn't put those in the bag. Detective Farney said, toss the stuff in a bag and I'll come get it. Although, incredibly, when they went over to pick up the bag, Mark showed him he still had the Fanta box in the rag. They just let him toss it back in the trash. We know so that's the state of that evidence. We have syringes now with Mark saying he found one when he ripped up the carpet the next day. 2 in the room, 1 in a Fanta box, a vial with some missing that Mark will testify to be enough to kill a non-diabetic, in his opinion. Let's talk about the glucometer. Thank goodness. Now, granted, you're going to hear that Megan didn't tell him what happened to him that day. Didn't tell him about a glucometer, about an insulin overdose, about Casey's plan. This glucometer was used, and it was used by Megan. That'll be the evidence, because right around 43, which was at 1:43 p.m., a reading of 43, you're close to, if not unconscious. It's not clear. Definitely at 30. That's 2:00 p.m. This shows that Casey would have been unconscious, and it shows that she would have never regained consciousness. So it gives a timeline. My understanding is all these experts and all of this medical testimony, and taking this evidence for what it's worth, there is no medical way to find that after Casey's blood sugar was 43, more insulin went into her. Submit the evidence you're going to hear from any expert that comes to that end is going to be, sorry, I touched my computer and messed it up. It's going to be that whatever time insulin went into Casey Terry, she would have been able to do it to herself. In fact, the timing of that could have been before Megan even got there. That's the best that medicine and the experts can tell us. So the glucometer, thank goodness, gives us a timeline that demonstrates that exogenous insulin could have been administered by Casey Terry to herself. And no evidence shows that anything would have been injected after she couldn't do it to herself. I showed you some other syringes. A couple months later, it sounds like Mark actually also found more syringes in his brother Kyle's room, which is right down the hall, the next bedroom from Casey's. Some of them, one of them at least, was preloaded. Kyle was a diabetic, and would preload syringes and put them next to in his bedside stand or something. By the way, this room was never searched by the police. Mark happens to, he was gonna move in there, and Mark happens to find those empty syringes and one that was preloaded in the room right there next to where Casey's room was. And he saves them to his credit. Apparently not really connecting the dots on their evidentiary value right when he found them, but he sticks them in the fridge. And as recently as December of last year, 3 months ago, they come to light and the police now have 4 syringes, four more syringes, one loaded, presumably with insulin. He sent those to the lab for fingerprints only, and surprisingly, they don't come back with fingerprints. So the point is that the scene, the evidence, the forensics of this case will show you that they're absolutely consistent with Casey Terry doing whatever caused her death to herself, and let alone a real possibility. They're absolutely consistent, but the police don't fault the evidence. The prosecution is involved in this case from the start, you'll hear, and whose own investigator is doing the work. Despite this evidence, despite not even having medical records, despite the medical examiner's report you're going to hear, the medical examiner is going to say, then and now, this manner of death is undetermined. Their expert medical examiner, based on what I have heard so far, is all I can tell you what I expect, is going to agree. The manner of death is undetermined, and it's not because we don't know that it's insulin. It's because we don't know whether Casey did it to herself. But this case is going forward anyway. The police went and arrested Megan before most of these results were in, before medical records were back. That confirmation bias will drive all the way into this courtroom. I ask you to pay attention to that notion, pay attention to the responsibilities by these principals in relation to that. Everybody, frankly, their evidence is their minds are blown about how they got fooled by Casey Terry in so many ways. Megan, after that relationship, learning. But the evidence, regardless of all this cherry-picked texting we're going to hear about, absolutely will not prove, according to the principles that apply here, Megan some murderer or even some helper in suicide, other than a confidant and a best friend who watched her friend die but got charged with murder. For that reason, we'll be returning a verdict not guilty. Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a recess right now. give you a little break. Might I remind you that you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
All rise for the jury.
I will fast forward any second now, just to make sure they don't say anything. The jury's got to leave. Stand up for young Shibby. Stand up, you guys. Stand now. Respect the Shibby. Oh, you can see. You can get seated.
Is the state going to be ready with your first witness after the recess? And is there anything we need to cover before we begin?
Yes, Judge, the state will be, sorry, excuse me, the state will be ready for its first witness. I do want to make a record, and we can talk about remedy for this, maybe later or now, whatever's convenient for the court. But in Mr. Williams' opening PowerPoint that he refused to show us before showing it to the jury, he had in there that the government has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Casey could not have done it herself. That is in direct contradiction to this court's order issued last Friday about the burden shifting on whether the government has to disprove suicide. It could not be more directly contradictory than what this court ordered. It misstates the law. It misleads the jury. It's, again, completely different than what this court ordered that we treat.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. Celebrate
Whoa.
spring savings at Harbor
They jumped
Freight.
in with that.
Not finalized.
Whoa.
Closing
They don't even
instructions,
pause.
but I think a curative instruction is going to be needed.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
I will get another channel, I think.
The legal issues were whether or not the lesser included, which the state has agreed, is it going to be a lesser included when offered by the defense of aiding suicide, is not an affirmative defense. The crux of our issue, our legal issue, which you ruled on Friday, was that the sorts of things that apply to affirmative defenses are not part of this case and these legal issues. In other words, they do not have to prove that Ms. Sunwall, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Ms. Sunwall didn't believe the committed or attempted committed murder. That's what the affirmative defense circumstance is. The elements of aiding a suicide require an act by the other, an aiding. And there's the definitions. And causation and intent are required for murder and for aiding suicide. They do have to prove that she aided in suicide, or they have to prove that she murdered her. That's all I said, unless I misspoke. And if I did, I'm human. But my intent is to point out that I did not say they have to disprove that she believed it. That's what the affirmative defense part would have been. I would have been entitled to an instruction, just like self-defense, that the state has to disprove that Johnny had a reasonable belief that he was in fear of death or serious bodily injury, right? We're all familiar with self-defense and imperfect self-defense. They have to be disproven. The ruling was that is not the state of this case. They do have to prove for the lesser an act of aiding that is intentional. So they have to disprove that Casey Terry did it to herself. Or they have to prove that Megan acted. And I think the inverse or corollary to that is, of course, that Casey didn't do it to herself. It's the same thing. That's what I meant by that. then if it needs to be cured, fine, there'll be jury instructions, but they have to prove that she died because of an act that Megan did, meaning not an act she did herself. And that was my point. I don't remember exactly what he said. I don't have a brain like that. I gave my opening and I sat down. But I think that's the law. And then the instructions will be what they are.
Thank you. I've already made my ruling that aided suicide manslaughter is not an affirmative defense, and the state is not required to disprove aided suicide. I think we are going to need a curative instruction. If we need to talk more about this later, we will. But I think the ruling was pretty clear on the requirements of the parties. I will note that opening statements are not evidence, but I don't want there to be any question about what the burdens are regarding the charges in this case. So if we need to talk more about it later, we will need to talk about a curative instruction, I believe. I'll think about it some more. Let's take a recess. Everybody we'll get a little break. Let's come back. We'll give the jury some time. Let's come back at 5 after. And we'll get started with the first witness and we'll work up till lunch. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes, make
Yes,
sure.
sure.
Thank you, Council.
Is that okay with everybody? Oh, got a silver fox here too. Hey, what's your name? Oh, the seal of Utah Judiciary. Oh, let me just fast forward. I'll get us. Stand by, folks. We're having a break. You guys having fun? I actually I didn't enjoy the Dale Warner trial as much as this one already this early. So, and I really like the Dale Warner one. So I have a feeling this is going to get interesting. Not to make light of it, but there'll be some drama with this victim. I feel horrible, but it sounds like she was doing some lying and shit. Wow. So is everyone okay? I'm trying to find it. I'm just clicking ahead here. And the next person is coming up. Oh, here we go. They're not speaking yet. They're muted, but it will be the uncle of her. I'm going to probably start with this person. Mark Farnsworth, which would be Casey's uncle, is the first witness. And then afterwards is a doctor, Casey's orthopedic surgeon doctor will be after this uncle. Alrighty. So there's Megan Sundwell. I don't know. Like, I guess she's done some stuff, but she was really lied to, and I don't know. I mean, obviously, oh, I hear it, I think.
Access to sugar.
Here it is. I'll be quiet. Oh, I hope you guys are all feeling better. Judy, feeling better. Abby's here, and oh my God, yucking it up. Dewey, you can spell my name any way you want. As long as you're smiling, call me anything you want. If you smile, I will enjoy it and smile.
We're going to go back on the record on case 25140 on 132 State of Utah versus Megan Sundwall. Ms. Hunt.
Yes, Judge, I just wanted to make the court aware, and maybe we could do something in advance, but our Mark Farnsworth, our first witness, he has a recent injury to his leg, and if it starts hurting him, he might want to prop it up on a chair. And if it was possible for us to kind of just maybe stash a chair somewhere there, or
yeah,
just
get him
so
a
we
good
don't
chair for crying
kind
out
of
loud.
interrupt the flow of
The
testimony,
jury's got
or
no
if
chair.
that's
Just in case.
Get him a fucking recliner.
We can work
A
around
lazy boy. For
okay.
I'll sit right up there.
And then also,
recline.
as the court remembers, he is diabetic, and so he may need to snack on
Eat a
something.
If he wants to bring those up
Okay.
A fruit roll up, some gummy bears.
with him, he certainly can.
And
Abby,
then
get him one of your gummy bears.
expect him to be a longer witness, particularly with cross. So maybe we go, I don't know what time the court was thinking about lunch.
We're going to work up till noon,
Okay.
and then we'll take our lunch break and come back and get started with him again.
Okay.
I know that's not optimal, but
No, that works great.
It's better for the jury to have
Yeah.
those kind of breaks.
Yeah, of course.
Anything else? Anybody?
No, you're all right.
All right. Let's bring them in.
Come on down. He'll be limping. He'll probably take a second or two. I'll speed it up because they're going to swear him in and all that stuff. I'll just put 2x speed. Nobody's tripping out here. 2x speed. I'll turn it down after they swear him in and he gets seated because it sounds like they're going to mess around with his chair and stuff. So this young man has a leg problem of some type, diabetic. Uncle Mark Farnsworth, Casey's uncle, the Victor and Casey uncle. Here we go. You may be seated. You're sworn in. You duly noted to not lie. Something like that. Tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Till death do us part. Here goes. Do you swear?
Welcome back.
To tell the truth.
We are going to work up until the noon hour, and then we're going to have a lunch break.
Yes,
And
we'll
at that
do
point
the
in time, I'll
same.
tell you when we're going to come back.
Mm-hmm.
Stay ready with your first witness.
I'm ready,
Clear,
bro.
Judge. The state calls Mark Farnsworth.
Please come forward, sir. We'll get you sworn in.
Oh, maybe I'll fast forward this part because I think they're going to fart around with this chair. Mess around. Excuse me.
Please raise your
2x
right hand.
speed.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case
Maybe
now
not.
before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you, sir. Come on up here and have a seat.
Come on down. Where are you going? Way over there. This guy's whole man purse and everything. This guy's ready.
We appreciate you being here. If you can make a point to keep that mic in front of you at all times, we'll all be able to hear and we'll be able to make a good record. Thank you.
I hear you.
Counsel.
Good afternoon. If you could please state your name for the record.
Mark Farnsworth.
Not your exact address, but where do you currently live? I guess what city? That was a bad question.
My permanent address, I guess, is 6608 West Stevens Lane, Highland, Utah, 84003. But I'm in another temporary place right now,
Where are you living temporarily now?
American Fork,
How long have you been living in American Fork?
since about July.
And before that, you mentioned, sorry, what city is your permanent address in again?
Highland.
Highland. And sorry, before we dive into questions, you, just for the record, you have a little backpack with you, is that right?
Yep.
You're diabetic.
Yep.
What's
Yes.
what's the point of your backpack?
Hit the
I guess, why
like
do you
for
carry that
Holly
with you?
and Chippy. Hi, Holly.
Just to be prepared for anything that happens. If my blood sugar goes low, I've got stuff to take care of that. If it goes high, I've got stuff to take care of that.
Happy getting with Gummy Bear.
So, and just for the record, if you need a snack or something happens medically that you need to focus on, just let us know and we're happy to accommodate that. Okay.
Okay.
Happy's THC
All right. So going
gummies.
back to
Come
when you
on.
lived in Highland, how long did you live in Highland for?
Off and on for, I think, about 4 or 5 years. I was in and out different times.
Okay. We'll get to that in a bit, but did you know Casey Terry?
I did.
How do you know her? Or how did you
She's
know
my
her?
niece.
On what side of the family is she your niece? How is she related directly?
My younger sister, Michelle, was her mother.
And is your sister Michelle still with us or has she passed away?
She passed away.
When did that happen?
I think 1983, somewhere in there.
Do you remember how old Casey would have been at the time?
About 3.
Does Casey have any siblings?
Say that again?
Does Casey have any siblings?
Yeah, one sister, Kylie.
What's their age difference, if you know?
I think about 3 years.
Who's older?
Kylie.
So you said Casey was about 3 when your sister, her mother, Michelle, passed.
Yeah,
That would have made Kylie around 7-ish.
yeah.
When Casey and Kylie were children, where did they live? What state?
Utah.
Were you living in Utah at the time?
No,
Where were you living?
Georgia.
How long did you live in Georgia?
14 years.
You remember what year you moved out to Georgia?
1990.
I'm not great at math. How old was Casey born yet when you moved to Georgia?
Yeah.
How old was she, if you remember?
She would have been probably, I don't know, 4 or 5. Can't remember.
So did you move to Georgia after Michelle passed away?
Yeah.
Did Casey, I guess, was Casey's father around during her younger years?
Yeah.
Is he still with us?
No.
When did he pass away?
10 years ago, somewhere in that neighborhood, I think.
I want to ask you a little bit about kind of family dynamics, understanding that you were probably in Georgia for part of this, but what were the family dynamics like for Casey and Kylie when they were younger?
They lived with their dad, but you know, him being a single parent with 2 little girls, they spent a lot of time with my parents, and my mom, I think, played a pretty influential role in their lives. And you know, we used to go on hunting trips together and do a lot of family activities together with Casey and Kylie and their dad.
Fair to say they were a close family at that time?
Yeah.
How did Michelle die?
Diabetic complications.
And then you said about 10 years ago, Casey's father died. Do you know how he died?
I think it was cardiac and respiratory problems.
You said you moved to Georgia in about 1990. I'm sorry, I already forgot how long you said you lived there. Do you remember when you moved back to Utah?
2004.
What was the point of moving back to Utah?
I had been through a divorce, and my job brought me back.
What city did you move to when you moved back to Utah in 2004?
Island.
And what was your living situation at the time?
I was living in Highland with my parents because I was commuting a lot with my job, and actually ended up commuting back to Georgia every week. And I was down there about 25 days every month. So when I would come home on the weekends, you know, I just had a place in the basement of my parents' house.
Understanding we're kind of talking about a large chunk of time here. You moved back to Utah in 2004. What were your parents' conditions health-wise at the time?
My mom is also type 1 diabetic. My dad, who is about to turn 89, very healthy. My mom for the last 5 years has been in cognitive decline, and it's gotten to the point where it's, pretty advanced.
What was your mom's health condition in 2024 before Casey died?
She's brittle diabetic, and so she requires constant monitoring by my dad, and then my younger brother also has passed away due to diabetic complications, and that's the reason I ended up moving back in there to help my dad, because he has had to take care of my mom, my brother, and Casey. And
Okay.
I'm the backup plan if he goes down with a stress stroke or something.
Okay, I want to ask a little more about that. So you mentioned you moved back from Georgia in part because of a divorce, but also to help take care of some of your family members. Is that fair?
Yeah.
You mentioned a brother. What's his name?
Kyle,
And when did he pass away?
January of 2024.
And did you say he was also diabetic?
Yep.
What was the reason for his death?
Just 50 years of diabetic complications. He had 2 kidney transplants.
You said your mom, I believe, was brittle diabetic. What does that term mean?
Really hard to control, drastic swings in blood sugar levels.
Is that a separate diagnosis, or is that a term
It's
that
a
you're...
term that people use to describe the level of severity.
And you said she was type 1?
Yep,
Is everybody that we're going to be talking about here that's diabetic type 1?
yep.
How does that differ from type 2?
Type 1 is the more serious. You can't control type 1 with metformin or some pill. Insulin dependent is what type 1 is.
When you say insulin dependent, what does that mean exactly?
You either take injections or have an insulin pump.
Is your father diabetic?
No.
So starting in 2004, I want to walk through the timeline. When you moved back, sounds like maybe just on some weekends because you were still commuting out to Georgia quite a bit. Who was living at your parents' home?
My mother and father and Kyle.
Was Kyle a brittle diabetic as well?
Yeah.
So you helped your father care for Kyle and your mother, is that fair?
Yeah, for the first several years that I was back, he wasn't, he could live a fairly normal life. But after the second kidney transplant, and eventually that started to fail, his health just declined.
When we talk about understanding this may differ, but let's use Kyle as an example. When you make reference to living a normal life as a diabetic, what does that typically look like?
It depends on how disciplined you are. If I use my situation as an example, I would say being type 1 diabetic has not affected me or the way I live my life in any way, but I've always been willing to, if I needed to take 10 shots a day, but I've always eaten whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted. Physical activity, I've always been hyperactive. That's the reason I'm in this boot right now.
Got a little too hyperactive, got an injury?
Yeah.
Just to educate the jury a little bit, I'm not sure everybody's familiarity with diabetes. I guess let's talk about type 1. What does that mean generally? You said that you're insulin dependent. What?
Okay, so right now I use what they call a continuous glucose monitor. So I've got this sensor in my arm, and then I've got a reader, and I set a range for my blood sugar, and if it goes low, the reader notifies me so I can get some sugar into me. If it goes high, the reader notifies me so I can get some insulin into me.
And what types of things affect your blood sugar level at any given time in the day?
The schedule and dosage that I take of insulin, whatever I eat, when I eat, and then my activity level, exercise.
You mentioned before that it depends on how disciplined someone is, how normal of a life they can live with diabetes. What was Kyle like when he was alive in managing his diabetes?
Well, he was diagnosed when he was 18 months old, and they just didn't have the technology back then in the early and mid 60s to take care of it the way they do now. So from his early years on, he was always out of control, out of balance, and that over time does damage to your heart and kidneys and eyes. And so that's over time, it just wore him out.
So when you moved back and were living with your parents and Kyle in Highland, what kind of care was he requiring from you?
At that time in 2004, he didn't require any care or help from me, because at that time he was still able to be fairly active, and he could control, or he's the one that managed his situation. My mom and dad didn't have to do anything for him, but over time, that disease just wears you down.
Do you remember about maybe just a ballpark of a year that Kyle started requiring more of your help?
About 2017, he had gotten really pretty sick by then, and then that's when my mom was declining cognitively, and she needed to be monitored all the time. So Kyle's the one that came to me and asked me to move back in to help my dad, because he was taking care of everybody.
So let's talk about 2017, that time frame. Do you know where Casey was living at that time?
I'm not sure if she had moved in. I think she had moved in with my mom and dad by then.
And to your knowledge, what was the reason that she moved in with your parents?
She just needed help. She didn't have a driver's license, a car, and she had the medical condition and issues. And I'm the one that at some point kind of took over her, helping her. So I'd say on average, we probably were at the emergency room in the hospital in the middle of the night, at least once a month, sometimes twice a month, doing transfusions and things like that. And we got to the point where she'd text me in the middle of the night, and I'd take her down to the hospital, and we got kind of a routine where I'd say, any idea how long you're going to be? Text me when you're done. And 3, 4, 5 hours later, she'd text me and I'd go get her.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that, but let me go back to, so you said in 2017 you believe that Casey was living with your parents. Do you remember when she would have moved in?
No.
You mentioned that she needed help. You mentioned she didn't have a driver's license or a car. And then you mentioned some medical issues. What at the time did you believe was medically wrong with Casey?
Well, she was doing in-home IV, and in the refrigerator, there were different vials of whatever medicine she was taking. We thought it was cancer
Why did you think it was cancer?
because I think that's what we were told.
When you said we were told, do you remember who told you that?
Probably Casey.
Do you remember what type of cancer she told you she had?
No.
Do you remember about what year she would have told you she had cancer?
I don't.
You talked about taking Casey to the ER pretty regularly, and I'm going to come back to that in a second. But other than things like that, trips like that, and again, I'll come back to what medicine or whatever she was taking at home. What was her kind of day-to-day life like? What was her physical condition like at the time?
She wasn't very healthy. She had 2 bad knees, and she had one replaced and was planning on having the other replaced.
And sorry, let me stop you there. So, and this is my bad, I'm kind of jumping all over in the timeline. Let's go back to like 2019 time period. What was her health like then?
She was doing in-home IVs, and they had and I think it was Select Health Insurance would deliver a big box of stuff every week. And, she had all of the equipment in the house there to be able to do that.
When you say equipment, what kinds of things are you talking
Well, the
about?
thing that you hang the IV bag on and all of the tubing and one of the issues that she really struggled with a lot is she had a port and that would get blocked or infected a lot. And I think that was a lot of the reason we were in the emergency room at the hospital quite often.
Do you know why she had a port?
For the IV.
What was your belief at the time around 2019-ish of why she needed IVs?
I thought she was doing like an in-home chemo treatment.
Are you aware if Casey was born with any medical conditions?
She was born with 1 kidney.
If you know, what kind of treatment did that require?
I don't know. Again, when she was growing up, I was in Georgia. I don't know if that created any kind of a need for any kind of special additional treatment.
So your understanding around 2019 was that the port was necessary for chemotherapy?
That's what I thought it was for.
Did you think it had anything to do with the kidney issue?
No.
You mentioned that Casey wasn't terribly healthy around 2019. Was she mobile? Was she able to do things?
She had a hard time getting up and down stairs because of her knees.
You mentioned that she had a knee replacement. Do you know when that was?
It was probably 6 months to a year before the time she passed.
And that's just you basing it on your memory?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I know that she was planning on getting the other knee replaced.
Okay, I'll come back to that again here in a second. If we're talking about 2020 timeframe, you're helping care for your mom and your brother Kyle. Was Casey helping you with that at all?
She was. Casey was actually a big help for my mom and dad. She, because of her previous work experience, she was real familiar with medications, and my mom was on so many medications that she would manage that for her. And you know, if that was left up to my dad, my mom would have been dead 10 years ago. So Casey's the one that oversaw that.
Was Casey diabetic?
No.
But it sounds like Casey would have been a big part in helping manage your mom's diabetes. Is that fair?
Yep.
You referred to your mom as being brittle diabetic, which you said she could have drastic swings either way throughout the day. Is that right?
Yeah.
How might Casey need to have been prepared to handle something like that?
Casey got to the point where she recognized when the signs of you know, somebody's blood sugar going down or going up, and she would know with my mom what to do. And then also, when my mom got the continuous glucose system like I've got, it was linked to Casey's phone.
So she would get notifications if there was an issue with your mom?
Yeah, and the same thing with my brother. You know, Kyle was really bad, and Casey would be the one that if his blood sugar crashed or went way up, it would notify her on her phone.
You mentioned that Casey would know what to do if there was a blood sugar issue. What things might those have been?
Well, if your blood sugar crashes, goes way down, you've got to get sugar. And so in the fridge downstairs by Kyle's bedroom, there was bottles of Coke. And so she'd get him that. If his blood sugar was going way up, then she would know based on how high his blood sugar was, how much insulin he needed.
So according to your observation of Casey helping care for both your mom and your brother, she understood how insulin worked.
Yep.
Doses of insulin that those two individuals required.
Yep.
And it sounds like signs of high or low blood sugar.
Yep.
Still talking about 2020-ish time frame here. Did Casey have a job?
She did. She actually, I got her a job with my company. I'm a health insurance broker. And at certain times of the year, every year, for companies that we work with, insurance companies, we do surveys for them. And we hired Casey to do those surveys. And then the plan was that when she had the second knee replacement, my boss had actually asked her if she was interested in getting her license as an insurance agent and coming to work full-time for the company. And she wanted to do that. So that was the plan, that she was going to get licensed after she had recovered from the second knee replacement and then go to work as an agent.
You mentioned getting her a job at your same company. Do you remember when that would have been? Ballpark of a year is fine.
Probably 2022 maybe.
Did she have to go into an office to do that job, or how did that work?
Occasionally, but I worked from home, and so she would go into the office occasionally, but she worked from home also.
So you said you think around 2022 is when you got her that job?
Yeah.
So let's jump to that time frame. Who's living in the home in 2022?
My parents, Kyle, Casey, and then by that time I was moved back in there.
Were you still commuting to Georgia?
No.
When did you more permanently move to Highland and stop the Georgia commute? Sorry, I know I'm asking to recall a lot of dates.
I think I've had a couple of different jobs since then, and I think I was done commuting 2012, 2013, somewhere in that.
Okay, so by 2022, you had lived permanently in Utah for a while.
Yeah.
Was Kylie living in the state at the time in 2022?
Yeah.
What were family dynamics like with Kylie, Casey, and your parents and brother?
Yeah, we were all pretty close. Kylie had, young kids, and my mom and dad liked to be involved with them and support Kylie's and Jim's kids in their activities, and so.
Was Casey a part of that? Was she close with the family?
Yeah.
What kinds of things would you guys all do together?
Regular dinners together. Kylie's son Cooper has been a competitive shooter for a lot of years, and my mom and dad would go when they could, as often as they could. They'd go to his competitions. Cooper would go duck hunting with my father.
And would Casey sometimes be a part of those activities?
Not the shooting or the hunting.
And why not, if you know?
I don't think she could walk out into the marsh at Farmington Bay very well, so.
But otherwise, family dinners, things like that, Casey was part of?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 1. You have a screen up there by you. It should pop up. Let me know when you see that. Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
What is this?
That's my parents' home.
And what view of the home is it?
Up above, looking straight down on it.
State moves to admit States Exhibit 1.
No objection.
And if we can publish that to the jury.
Thank you. Court receives States Exhibit 1. It may be published.
All right, you said that this is an aerial view of the home.
Yeah.
I'll come back to that in a second. I'm going to also show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 26. Let me know when you see that.
I see it.
You know what that is?
That's the front view of their home, the front of their home.
State moves to admit Exhibit 26.
No objection.
Thank you. Court will receive States Exhibit 26. Wish to publish?
Yes, thank you. So that's a fairly nice home. Who did kind of yard work and care for the home generally?
My father, and then when I was there, I did most of the heavy lifting there.
I'll get to the basement in a second, but describe the inside of the home. Let's start with the top floor. Or I don't know, how many floors does the home have? Two. Let's start with the top floor. Describe kind of the layout there.
Okay, so the front, if you were to go in the front door, immediately to the left is a living room. To the right, those three bigger windows is where the office is. That was my office. To the right of that is a bedroom.
And who would have been in that bedroom?
That's where I was until about 3 or 4 months after my brother died.
Okay. Where did your parents sleep?
Their bedroom is over on the left corner there where the living room was. If you go straight behind that, that's where their bedroom is.
Kitchen upstairs?
Yeah. So the kitchen would be from where the three big windows where the office was, straight to the west behind that.
And I'm assuming there's like a living space, family room area upstairs?
Yeah.
Where is that?
Yeah, great room. It's as you walk in the front door, if you keep walking straight, you walk right into the great room.
Okay, we're going to talk about the basement. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sorry, I'm a little technologically challenged. All right, I'm handing you an iPad that you can draw on. There's a little, I don't know what you call it, stylus pencil tool up there.
I need somebody with fingernails to get that out of there.
Have the ability either, sorry. Thanks for your patience. All right, and for the record, we're going to call this State's Exhibit 3. And what I want you to do, and Judge, well, I guess I'm hoping to publish it to the jury as he's drawing it. I'm hoping to have him diagram the basement. Mr. Williams, I don't know if you have any issue with that.
No, be done on a whiteboard. If you can figure out how to do it on this device, he's a better man than I.
We can publish it.
All right, so once we see the screen up there so the jury can follow along, draw for me the basement. So the layout, where the rooms were, if there's a kitchen area. All right, and let me just briefly stop you here. What have you drawn so far? This kind of bigger L
So
box at the bottom, what's that?
It's not lined up with what I'm looking at on my screen.
Yeah, sorry, we'll work through this together. Let me know if you want to start over, what's easiest for you.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to twist that counterclockwise one turn.
We might need to start over if I don't know that we can flip it.
Okay, so on the iPad here, these little symbols at the bottom, okay, now that's, okay. What do I do to erase this? Let's start over.
If I may approach.
You may.
I don't even know what they're looking at. What is this? It's so bright. We can't see what. There's probably something here we can't see.
Blank one, let's see if that
Or if it's a
works a
screenshot or
little
an app.
better.
Got a lot of tabs open. Look at this. That's them.
Now it's not
Oh.
even writing.
Or is that their bookmarks? Oh, that's bookmarks. That's Firefox. I use the same browser. It's an exhibit. Inside Farnsworth Home.
This is where Casey was a big help. She was good with technology. I'm a moron.
I kind of am too. All right, are you able to draw now?
Yep.
All right. And as you draw, I guess identify what you're drawing.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
It's like that game where you have the two little
All
circles
right,
and you make
so
lines.
This
and
is the downstairs patio. And these are the stairs that would go to the patio.
Mhm.
This is the door into the kitchen. And
They should have a picture of this and you can just point at it. This is weird. Never seen this before. Drawing on the stand. The witness testimony drawing on the stand. Doing pretty good.
that's the garage.
Yeah. Just one cabin, one bed, one big pot of stew, and do your set, right, bro? Etch-a-sketch. Thanks, Gretch. That's exactly it. The Etch-a-sketch. Remember those? The two little wheels, and you'd have to draw, and you could shake it up. Etch-a-sketch. Like a light bright. I fucking love those.
All right, so you've drawn a room to the top left labeled den.
Why would
Yeah.
they do this? This is weird. They don't have this in trial. Like they don't have a diagram looking down of the house. Like this is weird. Pictionary. No, Etch-a-Sketch. You ever heard of Etch-a-Sketch? It had two little round white
And
dials.
then
And it was
just
a
for the
red.
record, below the den is Casey's bedroom.
Yep.
This is weird. You could have
That's
a
a
diagram.
bathroom. And then the hall. So these stairs by the little green thing there,
So the stairs at the bottom of the screen.
yeah, come down from the kitchen upstairs. And then this is the downstairs kitchen. The refrigerator is right there, and then there's sink here.
Okay,
And-
so these aren't, now that we're talking about the kitchen, you're actually putting in appliances. These aren't separate rooms.
Right.
So you've, the sink, you've drawn a sink, and then the little square with the F is the refrigerator.
Yep.
Hmm.
And then what's this
That's weird.
box that you've just drawn?
That's a
Why would they do
bar
this? Bar.
with,
Don't
you
they
know,
have
there
a
are
fucking-
4 bar stools there.
Uh-oh.
Is there another bedroom in the basement?
Yeah, this is my brother's bedroom. And this is where I ended up moving into until I moved out.
Okay, and we'll get to that here in a bit. Is there a living room space other than the den down there where like a TV is, or?
No, the kitchen's just really big, and it's big enough that if you wanted to create like a TV room or something, you could do that.
But at the time, so we're talking 2022 to 2024, was there any kind of TV room in there?
No.
So you labeled the patio, and then there are stairs from the patio. Where do those lead? Do those go up?
They go up to, got a thing here that's blocking me from being able to write. I don't know how to get rid of that.
Oh, sorry. Just explain it for us. Where do those stairs go up to?
Okay, the stairs go up to the backyard, and the backyard is really big. My parents' lot is probably close to 1.5 acres, and
Let's pull up. Well, actually, we'll do that in a second. So when Casey and Kyle, when they were both alive and living in the basement, did they share the bathroom in the basement?
no, there's a bathroom in Kyle's bedroom, and then that just below Casey's bedroom, next to Casey's bedroom, is a bathroom.
So would Casey have had her own bathroom then, fair to say?
Yeah.
You mentioned 3 people at the time that were diabetic in the home, yourself, Kyle, and your mom. How is insulin kept and stored generally?
My mom had hers in the upstairs fridge, and then Kyle and I had ours in the downstairs fridge, and we had separate shelves. He kept his on one, I kept mine on another.
So insulin needs to be refrigerated?
Yep.
Do you know the reason for that?
It just breaks down and becomes ineffective if you don't.
Are there different types of insulin?
Yeah.
What are the types? And so let me differentiate. Certainly there are different brands of insulin, is that right?
Yeah.
Are there also different like actual types of insulin?
Yeah, basically there's fast acting insulin and long lasting. So insulin that's like a extended release over time.
Do you use both types?
I use both types. Well, yeah, my mom and Kyle also use both types.
If you know, is it normal for a type 1 diabetic to rely on both types?
Yeah.
When, sorry, and Judge, did I admit Exhibit 3?
You have, and are you offering it?
Yes.
No objection.
Court receipt Exhibit 3, you need to make sure that the clerk gets a copy of this.
Okay.
So we have a record. And we're getting close to the noon hour.
Okay, do we want to, it
Is this
might
a
be
good time for you to?
Sure, yeah, we can take a
stop?
break.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you. We're going to take our lunch break right now. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you could be back here at 1:15. 1:15, Cole will show you out and we'll get started up and we'll go for the rest of the afternoon. Be advised, we will have breaks during the afternoon. Before you are excused for lunch, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Have a good lunch.
All right.
timing.
Perfect timing.
And I'll see what happens. I'll get us through the breaks if there's any. Don't you worry. It looks like there is. I'll just put it in 2x speed, but I'll just skip ahead here. In case he says something, I'll leave it in case he says something because they're going to go to break. And I'll.
Please be seated.
Everyone can be
Council,
seated.
anything else we need to cover before we take our lunch break?
No, that's sure.
Anything from the state? All right, 1:15. We'll reconvene. I appreciate everybody's efforts so far. We'll be in recess.
Okay, we're taking a recess. Look, I'm scanning ahead. I'll get you guys there. Look at this. All you guys have to do is sit back and relax. I'll get you there. I'll get you there. There she is, wearing a dress, no jumpsuit. Does she get to go out for lunch or something? No? Looks like they're just taking her. Oh, that's probably cops, but they're not undercovers or whatever. They're probably like the security. They're plain clothes. That was decent. Or like the, what are those guys? The jailers, like the guards, right? Or cops. They must have been. They just walked her out. So here we go. I'm just going to fast forward. It looks like they start up here. They've got it muted. The guy comes back up. So the uncle's coming back up any second now. They get this looks very relaxed, these people. They've got to be the jerk. Like, look at them. No uniforms, no jumpsuits or nothing, eh? There's people there. Did you see that? Those two were the cops or whatever. Watch. What are they called again? The guards, like the prison guards or something. She's the first one in a uniform I've seen. These two walked her out. They've got it muted, so when it kicks in, I sort of heard it, but when it kicks in, I'll be quiet. These two are like guards, plain clothes, or cops. Watch, just sit there probably. There. She stays there. They're not in uniforms. She gets to wear her dress. Seems very relaxed. Everyone's yucking it up. I wish that camera angle was. They should have the camera like, I don't know, here, so that like in front of the jurors, so we can see what the jurors are looking at. You know, they should put a cam and never have it turn around. Just have it here, pointing at this podium would be great, because they're all talking to the jury, right? So that would be really great. And also, their screens are exposed. Like I've been looking at their screens. I'm surprised they do this. I saw some pictures on his screen earlier. But I don't know if he wanted to show. It might have been the jury or something. Because he might have camera angles that we don't get to see. They got monitors here too. But I think if they just put a camera in front of the jurors. This is Megan Sunwell here. I got to figure out the backup attorneys' names. I want to get it right. Pretty sure. Oh, yeah, 300 feet, Dewey. Did you see that? She flew 300 feet and only got a broken leg. She was in her chair. Yes. That was wild, eh? Man. So the two cops, the two pilots died, and she was in there sitting in the cockpit with them, behind them in like a chair. She's probably the head stewardess, probably sits there and, helps them, as soon as they land, then she goes out and tells her, so she's in communication with them, and she's sitting there watching them land. Imagine crashing. They're just, would have been in an instant crash. They're dead and gone. There's a big hole and you're sliding. She must have slid down the runway or rolled in a chair. I don't know. Hopefully it just slid. I don't know. That was wild. Yeah, the chair. It must have been like on the back, and like kind of slid on like because it couldn't have tumbled. Oh my God, 300 feet is pretty far. 300 feet, 330 feet. Wow, yeah, definitely like a kid in a child seat being ejected from a car or something. But I mean, wow. I should fast forward. I thought they were going to kick in sooner. I'll go in quicker speed. Sorry. I thought they were going to kick in. So I'm at 2x speed. Don't mind if everyone looks trippy. 2x speed now. As soon as 2x speed. It's not a bunch of people tripping out on drugs. 2x. I feel obligated to tell you. Because you'd be like, look at these people. They're jumpy. Everyone's jumpy. 2X. Here they come. Oh. So next, I have the people. It's going to be the. Oh, he's coming back up. Right. I'll go a bit further just because they don't have to swear him in and all that stuff. So we need to wait for the judge to come in anyway. So I guess. Yeah. I didn't see the judge there. So they'll probably all have to stand up again when he comes in. All rise. Honorable Judge Wapner from the People's Court from in session soon. 2X speed, guys. Just so you know. 2X speed. Come on, Judge. Stand up. All rise. The judge soon. Or the jury's got to come back in first. I don't know how the process. The jury's got to come back in too, I guess. Yeah. The whole seat, Dewey. The whole seat. Damn. It's an ejector seat. Thank God she was in a. Must be like a whole, almost like a little pilot, like a one of those jet pilot seats where they're like, they got head protection, like a NASCAR. Man, it's wild.
All right, Judge.
The judge is coming in. Judge Peterson, his name, Stephen or Scott. The judge's name's on the front of the thing. I keep forgetting.
Thank you. Please be seated.
2X speed, and I'm going 1X. 1X.
We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus MEGGAN Sundwall. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, hope you had a good lunch. Thanks for coming back. Mr. Farnsworth, I'll remind you that you are still under oath. Ms. Hunt.
Thank you, Judge. All right, before lunch, I believe we were talking about the different types of insulin that there are. You mentioned that there's long-acting and short-acting. What is long-acting?
Long-acting is something like Lantus or Levemir, which is like extended release. And in our family, we would take that, like for me personally, I take some of that in the morning and it kind of helps keep things level throughout the day. And then the fast acting, something like Humalog or Novolog, is something that you take either, before a meal, or if your blood sugar spikes and goes high and you need to bring it down real fast, then you take the fast acting.
So would it be normal for you in a day to use both long and short acting?
Yeah.
As far as you know, is that normal for anybody with type 1 diabetes?
Yeah.
You mentioned a couple different, I'm assuming brand names, Novolog, Humalog. Those are short acting, is that right?
Yeah.
And then Lantus and Levemir are long acting.
Yeah.
How do you decide what brand you're using?
Whatever the insurance covers.
So at different times, have you used all of the brands that we've listed? I think we talked about before that you said that your mom's insulin and syringes were stored upstairs in a refrigerator and yours and Kyle's were downstairs in the refrigerator. Is that right?
Yes.
Why did you keep yours downstairs if your bedroom was upstairs at the time?
Well, just an issue of space in the refrigerator.
When you are, I guess, how much do you have on hand at any given time? And let's stick with the household as it was in around 2022 to 2024. 3 diabetics in the home. How much insulin is present?
For me, I go through a lot, so maybe 3 vials of the fast acting in a month. And sometimes I'd be able to get like home delivery, 3 months supply. So most, I would have like 9 vials, but then over the 3-month period of time, it'd work its way down to 1 or 2. After Kyle died, he had a lot of insulin that we just kept in the fridge for backup.
And why do you do that? Why did you, after Kyle died, keep his insulin around?
It's good to have it just because insulin, for the most part, is produced in China. And if something went sideways with China and we couldn't get it, even though it might have expired, it's still better than not having anything. It's not like insulin hits the expiration date and then it just goes bad. It takes years after the expiration date for it to, it slowly breaks down. So whatever you can have is good to have on hand.
So your, I guess, kind of method with insulin is if you have it, even if it's expired, you're keeping it. Is that fair?
Yep.
Do you ever discard insulin even if it's expired?
No.
You mentioned that the brands that you used at any given time is dependent on what insurance would cover, and that at some point you had all different brands that we've talked about. Is that true of your mom and Kyle as well?
Yeah.
Would you differentiate between, so when Kyle was alive and I guess let's just stick with Kyle because you stored it in the same fridge. Would you know, okay, Kyle is using Novolog and I'm using Humalog, and differentiate that way?
Yeah.
Is there a meaningful difference? Novolog and Humalog are both fast acting, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a meaningful difference in how those brands work? Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, they're the same. They're pretty much interchangeable.
You said when Kyle died that he left a lot of insulin and you kept that?
Yep.
Did you still keep that separate from what you were still receiving?
Yeah.
Did you inventory it?
No.
So at any given time, were you able to say, I should have X amount of bottles and this is what I do have?
No, I mean, with mine I could because, every once in a while, the tile in the downstairs kitchen is, it's hard. And, there have been a couple of times that I've dropped a vial on that tile and it's cracked. So, so I have a regular schedule that they ship it to me, but if I drop one and it cracks, then I'm going to be short before they ship it again. And so that's another reason that I don't ever throw anything away.
I think you mentioned that you, and correct me if I'm wrong, I have enough memory of what you just said, you go through 3 vials of short acting in a month. Does that sound right?
Yeah, and that varies. So recently, since this accident,
With your leg?
yeah, I've got a titanium rod in my shin, but without being able to have the activity level that I have, and then anytime you have an injury, your body automatically adjusts to where your blood sugar runs high. So I can adjust I go to the doctor and the doctor will adjust, my prescription for insulin. So it goes up and down a little bit. So right now it's pretty, the prescription calls for more insulin just because of this injury.
That makes sense. I want to talk about doses, understanding that it can vary based on things like you just said, activity level, what you're eating, I would imagine. but what's like a normal dose of short acting for you?
Before a meal, 5 units.
Units is how insulin is measured. How many units are in a vial typically?
I think it's about 1,000. If I can look here.
And sorry, for the record, you're digging into a little backpack that you have with you. What is that?
This is just the insulin that I carry with me.
I want to go through that. So, and sorry, I'm going to talk through things because everything's being recorded and we're keeping a record. So you have a little backpack and you've pulled out what?
That's a vial of short or fast acting. So this is the same thing as Humalog. They changed the name, aspartame or something. I can't even pronounce it. And then that is long lasting.
So
this is Lantus.
Okay. You mentioned before that insulin needs to be refrigerated. How do you keep it cool when it's in this backpack? Do you have an ice pack?
Yep.
And before you pulled out each individual vial, what are the vials kept in your backpack?
Just this plastic bag.
So like a little sandwich baggie?
Yep.
Is that how you've always stored your insulin when you're actively using a vial?
Yeah, I keep it in this and I just throw that in the fridge.
So, sorry, let me make sure I understand. When insulin is delivered to you, it's in a vial. How do you know if a vial is open or has been used before or
It
closed?
comes in a box and the box is sealed. You have to rip the lid off the box to get to it. And then it has a cap on the top of the vial that you have to flip off.
What color is that cap?
Orange.
Once you flip the cap off, do you put the cap back on?
No.
So you can tell if a vial is one that you've taken the cap off and you're actively using it. Is that fair?
Yep.
And once you've taken the cap off, you store it in this baggie that you've shown us?
Yeah, in the refrigerator.
And if you're on the move, then it's in your backpack that has an ice pack with it.
Yep.
So is it fair to say if there's a vial that has the orange cap off that's been opened, would you know if it was missing? Does that make sense?
If it was mine, yes. My brother would have sometimes 3 or 4 of them because he would pre-fill syringes at nighttime and have on his nightstand, and sometimes he'd have a couple of different vials with the caps off, one in the fridge, one on his nightstand, something like that.
And remind me again when Kyle passed away.
January of 2024.
You said that you would know if one of yours was missing if the cap had been opened. Why is that? How would you know?
I just keep track of it.
Because it would be in the baggie like you've shown us?
Yeah.
After Kyle passed away, you said he left a lot of insulin. Did you keep any of his insulin that had caps off?
No.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. Number one, if he's been drawing insulin out of that with a needle that he's been using, I don't want to put it in me. And that's the reason.
So any opened cap off vials of Kyle's would have been discarded after his death?
Yep.
We've talked about where insulin was stored. Where did you keep syringes?
I kept mine in a box in one of my dresser drawers. Kyle had his, I'm not sure where he used to keep his syringes. And my mom's were upstairs in a kitchen cupboard.
Are these single use? You just use them one time and then you get a new one, or how does that work?
It's supposed to be, but I use one a day.
And sounds like you make sure not to share needles with another person,
Right.
but if it's yours, you use one a day and you feel fine about that.
Yep.
Are syringes delivered to you at the same frequency as insulin?
Not as often. I don't go through them as fast as I go through insulin.
So are there syringes around the home?
Yeah, and there's different sizes of needles. And so, for example, my mom uses a real small one. I use one that's pretty big.
What difference does that make? Why do people use different sizes of needles for insulin?
For me, I like the longer ones because you can see when you give yourself an injection, the needles aren't straight. They're always on an angle. And for me, it's easier to get the right angle so I can, when I put it in my arm, it's not going in at a weird angle and hurting. Plus, I've always just thought that if I can get the insulin into a muscle deeper, it works faster.
So
But that's just me. I don't.
you don't know if that's medically backed up, but that's your sense.
Yeah.
You said your mom uses thinner. What's I don't know the correct term, thinner?
Length and gauge. And I don't even pay attention to the different sizes.
Does your mom store her syringes with her insulin upstairs?
Yeah.
And then where would Kyle's have been stored?
Probably somewhere in his bedroom. I'm thinking probably in, they come in boxes. So a pack of syringes has 10 syringes in it. And you buy a box that's about like that, that's got 10 packs in it. And and I've always just kept those boxes, and I'll have 2 or 3 at a time in a dresser drawer. And I think that's what Kyle did too.
Did you inventory your syringes? Is that a no?
No.
Sorry, we're being recorded, so gotta make sure the record gets headlines. There's been reference to, and we'll hear more about it, but in opening, there's been reference to a vial of Novolog that was found outside. Remember that?
Yep.
I'll come back to how and when that was found in a minute, but is that ever a place that you would have thrown insulin away?
No.
Why not?
No reason to go out on the outside patio to the garbage can out there to throw it away. Just.
If you had an open cap off vial of short acting that you were using, and let's say 100 units is missing, is there ever a reason that you would throw that away?
No.
Is that patio trash can ever a place that your mom would throw any insulin away?
She can't even get down the stairs on her own, so no.
When Kyle was living, is that a place where he would have ever thrown it away?
No.
Why not?
There's just too many other places in the house, in his bedroom, under the kitchen sink where the main garbage can is.
When Kyle was living, was he like you, where he kept insulin around in case, something happened, or it's better to have it on hand than not have it at all?
Yep.
I want to talk more about units of insulin. Understanding that it can vary from person to person and kind of, like you said, depending on activity and what you've eaten. But what would 100 units do to you?
Probably kill me.
What's the most amount of insulin that you need to give yourself at any given time?
My standard dosage before a meal is 5 units. If my blood sugar spiked to the point where it's like 300 and normal is about 100, I would take maybe 7 units to bring that down.
Your mom, is she like similar? How many, what's
No.
the most amount of
No.
units she might be given?
If my mom's blood sugar was normal and you gave her 3 units, it might kill her.
So 100, what would 100 units do to your mom?
Kill her.
Would you expect, is it 100 units, would that be a normal dose for any diabetic person?
No.
I understand that insurance covers some or all of your insulin, but do you know like the street value of insulin?
Yeah, there's been a couple of times where I haven't had insurance, and depending on long-lasting or fast-acting, 300 to 380 a vial.
Does that factor into whether you would ever throw away a nearly full vial of insulin?
No, I mean, if it was 5 cents a vial, I wouldn't throw it away unless it was already opened.
We've talked about how Casey helped manage your mom's diabetes and insulin. Would you expect her to have knowledge of how much insulin costs?
Yep.
Would you expect her to have knowledge of what a typical dose looks like for your mom, for instance?
Yep.
We talked about how after Kyle passed, you would have discarded any opened vials, but kept any closed vials, even if they were expired. Is that fair?
Yep.
How did you go about cleaning up, or I don't know, managing Kyle's insulin after his death?
I think I probably just gathered it up, looked at expiration dates, and probably, I'd get a plastic bag, and so if he's got X number of vials with a certain range of expiration dates, and then I'd with marker, put the expiration date on the bag. So I might have 3 or 4 different bags with different date ranges.
And then that would have been in the downstairs refrigerator?
Yeah.
But any uncapped ones would have been discarded?
Yep.
There was reference in opening to recently, in the last few months, did you find more of Kyle's insulin somewhere? Does that ring a bell?
Yeah. I started cleaning out, our grandfather had this desk that's kind of an antique, been in the family, and that was down in Kyle's room. And then after a few months, I was going through that desk and found some in there.
When you say after a few months, do you mean after Kyle's passing?
Yeah.
Was Casey still alive at this time?
I don't remember.
Do you remember calling the detective and letting her know that you had found more
Yeah.
insulin? Do you remember when that happened?
No,
Does December of this last year ring a bell?
could have been, yeah.
Why did you call the detective to let her know about whatever insulin you had found?
Just thought she might want to know.
And you believe you found that where?
In Kyle's desk, in that desk drawer.
Do you remember if that was uncapped, opened insulin, or what the state of that was?
Yeah, I don't remember.
All right, I want to backtrack. I'm sorry, I'm kind of jumping all over the timeline, but back to when Casey was alive, what was your day-to-day relationship like with her when you were both living at your parents' house?
My work day usually started at about 7, but I worked on the East Coast a lot, and my phone started ringing sometimes at 6 in the morning. So quite often I was in the office at 6 in the morning. And then there were times that I was working on something that had me in the office until 10 at night. So I probably average about 10 hours a day at work.
Meaning that you're in that upstairs office that you pointed out in one of the exhibits.
Yeah.
So how often would you see Casey during the day on a regular work day?
Kind of rarely. If she was home and I had to go downstairs or something, I might run into her then. A lot of times in the morning, if I wasn't in the office at 6, if I was in the office at like 8 or something, I'd usually see her down in the downstairs kitchen in the morning.
What was your rapport like with her? Did you get along with her?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did Casey have a lot of friends?
Yeah.
Did you know any of them?
Not really. I knew Michelle, kinda, but other than that, none of them.
Would Casey have friends over to the house a lot?
Yeah.
And sorry, a lot is big. What does that mean? How often might she have friends over?
Somebody just about every day.
Do you know what types of things they would do if somebody was coming over?
No, they'd sit out on the downstairs patio and talk and smoke.
Did Casey have any pets?
Yeah, she had a dog,
Do you remember the dog's name?
Bella.
How did Casey feel about her dog, if you know?
Bella was the most important being on the planet to Casey.
How do you know that?
Just watching her, and
Did Casey take good care of her dog?
yeah.
You mentioned at some point that Casey, when she first moved into your parents' house, she didn't have a car. She needed help getting around. At some point, did that change?
It did. Not sure exactly when, but she was able to get driver's license, and then shortly after that, with help from family, she was able to get a car.
You don't know exactly when. Could you ballpark it a year?
Yeah, probably roughly a year before she died, I'm guessing.
What kind of car did she get? Do you remember?
A red one.
How?
Just like a sedan.
Yeah.
You mentioned before that you believed Casey had cancer. Is that right?
Yeah.
You talked about taking her to the ER pretty regularly. I want to talk about that. What was the time frame that those visits would have been? I guess what years would you have taken Casey to the ER?
Probably, I'd say, 2022, maybe 2021 through when she died.
Do you remember the last time you took her to the ER before she died?
I don't.
Did you ballpark about how long before she died you remember doing that?
I'm guessing it would have been within a month, maybe a couple of weeks.
We just talked about how she had a car at that time. Why would you have been the one to take her still?
Well, sometimes she would get so sick that she just was almost incapacitated. She couldn't have safely made the drive.
What did that look like when she got so sick? Are these things that she was telling you or things that you're observing or some combination?
Well, yeah, she would tell, my mom and dad and me, and but also you could, when she was really sick, you could just being around her tell.
You mentioned that her port would often get infected, and that was one of the reasons that she may have needed to go to the ER. Tell me about that. How would you know if that was going on?
Well, she would know, and she would tell me, and she'd be sick, and, I don't know, and I didn't see it, but if it was blocked or something, so she wasn't getting whatever it was she was taking in the IVs, or if it got like red and hot, but whenever she needed to go, I would take her.
How frequently would you ballpark that was happening in a month?
With the port, I don't know, but, other reasons that she was going for transfusions once in a while, even with her knee problems. So there were a variety of reasons that she would be needing to go down to the hospital.
You mentioned transfusions. Are you getting this information from what Casey is telling you, or do you actually go into the ER with her and see how they're treating her?
Well, the first couple of times that I took her, I went in with her because I had no idea what to expect or if I should wait there or what. But after that, I would ask her, so how long do you think you're going to be? And then call me when they're releasing you, and I'll come and get you.
And understanding it may vary, but do you have a general time frame that she would be at the ER on any given time?
Probably 3-4 hours.
And sorry, I may have already asked this, but in say a month time frame, was this happening so frequently that you would expect to be taking her multiple times a month, or is it once every few months?
Once a month. Sometimes she'd get really sick to the point where it was a couple of times a month, but and there may have been stretches of time where it was every other month once.
Was your understanding that we talked about if her port was infected, but other times, was it your understanding that she was sick because of cancer or other things? You mentioned her knee surgery. You couldn't quite remember when that was done. Did you take her to have that surgery?
I did. That was done at LDS Hospital up in Salt Lake, and I took her to that.
Did you wait there while the surgery, do you remember how long that took?
It took a day. So I had her there in the morning, and then late afternoon, early evening, I went back and picked her up.
Do you know what a DNR is?
Yeah.
Now, what does that mean to you?
Do not resuscitate.
Are you aware if Casey had a DNR?
No, I never, if she had one, she had never told me. Nobody in our family said anything about her ever having one.
Would you expect to have been told since you were taking her to the ER hospital pretty frequently?
Yeah.
Do you know what a medical power of attorney is?
Yeah,
Are you aware if Casey had one of those?
I'm not aware of one.
Would you expect to know if she had one since you were, again, taking her to the hospital?
If she would have had one, it would have been Kylie, and I don't know that I'd have been in the loop on that.
Did you ever talk to Casey about her having life insurance?
Yeah,
When was the first time you remember learning that she may have had life insurance?
I don't remember. I don't have any idea even on the time frame.
Did she ever tell you who the beneficiary was?
Yeah.
Who did she tell you that was?
Well, she said at first it was MEGGAN, and then over time she said that changed and she took MEGGAN off. And, you know, a few months before she died, I asked her about it, and I asked her how she was making the premium payments because she didn't have any income, and she said her boyfriend Mike had made a couple for her. But then after that, we didn't talk about it again, and I doubted that it was still in force. I would guess, and this is just a guess on my part, but that it was canceled for non-payment.
You had doubts about whether she had life insurance while she was still alive?
Yeah.
Other than her not having much of an income, or were there other reasons to doubt that?
I can't remember if she just told me that she stopped making payments, and so I assumed that she didn't have it anymore. I can't remember, but I just had the sense that she didn't have it any longer.
Do you remember how much that life insurance policy was supposed to be for?
I had heard $1 million.
You said that at some point she told you that MEGGAN was the beneficiary, but she had removed her. Do you remember why?
I don't remember why.
I asked you a little bit about the friends of Casey's that you knew. You said you knew Michelle. Did you know MEGGAN before
No,
August 12th, 2024?
no,
Had you heard about MEGGAN?
yeah,
All right, we're gonna go to August 12th, 2024. Do you remember that day?
yeah,
Do you remember what day of the week that was?
I don't.
Do you remember if you were working that day?
I was.
Did you interact with Casey that morning? Let's start with the morning.
Yes.
What happened?
I have this morning routine at breakfast time where I make this protein shake, so I'm always in the kitchen, and she,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is this the kitchen downstairs or?
yeah, the kitchen downstairs. And so she had a bunch of dishes in the sink, and so I hollered at her to come in and do the dishes. So we were talking while I was making my breakfast shake, and she was doing the dishes, and we were talking about her recovery from her knee replacement. And she said, as soon as I'm a couple more weeks recovered, I'm gonna schedule my other knee to be done.
So when I asked you before how long before her death she had her knee replaced, you said maybe 6 months to a year. does this refresh your recollection of when in time that knee replacement would have happened if she's still talking about her recovery on August 12th?
Yeah, it doesn't.
But she had plans to get her second knee done.
Yep.
If you know, did Casey have other future plans going on that she talked about with you?
Yeah, we talk regularly about getting her insurance license and her becoming an insurance agent and going to work for my company.
What's the time frame like on that process? I imagine there are tests or something you need to, or certifications. Do you know what that looks like?
Yeah, I mean, nowadays you can do licensing online.
Like in a day, or does it take like?
You could probably do it in a couple of weeks if you're putting a lot of time online, and then you do a final test with the state.
And you said she had plans or ambitions to do that?
Yeah.
What was her demeanor like the morning of August 12th?
To me, she seemed better, more upbeat, and hopeful than I'd seen her in quite a while.
You said you had a good rapport with her. Would you guys like joke around and talk about life events?
Yeah, I used to tease her about her dog and, you know, how much more she loved her dog than me.
Did you engage in any behavior similar to that on the morning of August 12th that you remember?
I don't specifically recall that.
You said that the most important thing to Casey from your perspective was her dog Bella. Did she mention any plans for Bella if she was going to be gone?
If she did, she didn't say anything to me.
Did Casey ever leave the house for like a day and need someone else in the household to help take care of Bella, let her out or feed her?
Yeah, just, you know, if she's in the hospital. And until my brother died, he would do that. My brother and Bella got along good.
Who helped with Bella after Kyle passed?
My dad.
Do you remember Casey saying anything about needing help with Bella on August 12th?
No.
You said that she seemed better than you had seen her in a long time. Did she seem lethargic or loopy at all?
No, she and Kyle had gone in together and bought a new little mini treadmill. And so we talked about, you know, her getting her other knee done and then her being able to get on, start working out on that treadmill and just becoming more active. And
You had a conversation about that on the morning of the 12th?
yeah.
Do you know if Casey had plans to live with your parents for an extended amount of time? Did you know if she had plans?
Well, she would have stayed there if I would have moved out, because my dad would have needed help with Kyle. But after Kyle died, the workload for my dad went way down. And so if Casey would have been healthy enough to get a job, have income, move out, get out into a place where she could get on her own. You know, my dad is taking care of my mom now. He's down to one person that he takes care of instead of three. So, but if we could have gotten, from a health standpoint, Casey up on her feet and a job where she could afford to move out, I think she would have wanted to do that.
Was there any indication to you the morning of August 12th that Casey was suicidal?
No.
If we can pull up State's Exhibit 1. We talked before about in the State's Exhibit 3 where you drew the basement, you were trying to describe where the patio stairs went up to. Can you point out on this map where that would be? And I guess just describe, sorry, it's not going to be the iPad, but can you describe where the patio comes up on this?
Okay, so on the back of the house, you can see that white, that's the cement sidewalk going to the stairs that go to the downstairs patio.
Okay. Where would people typically park? So you're living there, your parents are living there. After Kyle's passed and Casey's living there, how many vehicles were being used at the household?
Guess it's this one, 6608. It looks like. Yeah. Have
Did
to
you
be
say after
considered.
Kyle passed?
Yeah.
I'm talking about back
Three.
here.
And where were people parking typically?
It's a 3-car garage, so all of them were in the garage.
Oh wow! Look at they got a
Did
whole
Casey have
driveway.
friends over or
Oh yeah, look at
visitors?
3-car
Do
garage.
you know where they may have typically parked?
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
if
great.
you look at
Holy
the
fuck, that's
driveway
awesome, 'cause you got-
there on the right
you can
side
drop-
of the driveway, you can
That's
see
awesome.
those
Fuck, I
trees
love that.
with a
Love it.
shade on the concrete.
Beautiful property. That's perfect.
They park along that edge of the driveway in the shade usually.
Yeah, all
So
on the
you
right
have a
side.
fairly
Probably.
big driveway, and then there's also
It's
this
huge.
kind of loopy driveway in
Yeah,
the front.
Yeah.
Drop off. That's
Was it
perfect.
ever typical of anyone to park there?
Sure, I bet. Why not? Stop there.
Not
for long.
really.
You got all this
Unless,
other-
there were multiple
There's
friends
tons of
there
room
at the
here.
same time.
Yeah, I can see them packing this place for
Morning of
reunions. And,
August 12th, when you
Fuck,
had
that's
a
awesome.
conversation with Casey,
Great
do you
idea.
remember what time we're talking about?
3-car
I think it was
garage.
probably around 8
I'd be happy
o'clock,
with
maybe
one.
7:30.
2 cars.
What did you do
Corvette
after
and a
this
Camaro.
conversation?
Went to the office.
In State's Exhibit 26, we can pull that up, please. You said before that, I believe the office is this one with the 3 windows, is that right?
Yep.
When you're working in that office, how are you situated? Are you able to see out the window?
I am.
Do you remember anything that you saw out the window on August 12th, 2024?
Yeah, I saw a white Dodge Ram pickup truck pull up on the Circle Parkway there or driveway and park.
Do you remember what time of day that was?
Roughly 10 o'clock in the morning.
Probably had a team of landscapers taking care of this
At
area. It
the
looks
time,
so
did you know who owned this
perfect.
vehicle or why they were there?
No.
looks like a golf course on there. This little strip here.
Casey-
Golf course.
She had physical therapists coming, she had nurses coming, friends. So there was quite a bit of traffic that we were unfamiliar with.
You said around 10 a.m. you saw that truck pull up. Do you remember seeing anyone get out of it or?
No.
Based on how you're situated in that office, would you have seen if whoever got out of that truck went in the front door to the home?
Yeah.
Did they?
No.
Yeah, dude, it's like a whole day thing for him because they had like 2 hours or so, an hour,
And
and
when
he's
you're
at
working in the
lunch.
office, do you ever have
He's
a
on
need
for
to
another-
go down to the basement during the day?
Yeah. So if I needed to get an
He's on for
insulin
another
shot or
50 minutes,
use the bathroom,
45,
On August
50
12th,
minutes.
Do you remember specifically if you went down to the basement?
not specifically, but in a normal day, during the course of the day, I'd probably make 2 trips down there.
Do you remember on August 12th, if you saw, I mean, in those 2 trips that you would have made on a normal day, did you see Casey down there?
Didn't see anything, anybody, and the way my office desk is situated, I can't see that long driveway on the side of the house, and anybody going in and out of that driveway or leaving the garage and going out, I wouldn't be able to see or know. And so, you know, if I don't remember if I made trips down to the basement that day and didn't see anybody, that wouldn't have been unusual because, you know, once Casey got her car, she'd be gone often and I would never even know about it.
So she wasn't like a homebody where she just sits in her room all day long every day. She had
Yeah, once she got the car, then, yeah, she'd get out and get around a little bit.
Did you think Casey was home on August 12th, if you remember?
I started thinking it was a little strange that that truck was still there, but I had just assumed that it was one of Casey's friends and they'd gone somewhere in her car.
You said you started thinking it was weird the truck was still there. Do you remember what time you would have thought that might have been odd?
Probably late afternoon into the evening.
And based on your normal habits, would you have likely gone downstairs by that point?
Yeah,
And you didn't see anybody?
no,
Did you hear anybody?
no,
Did Casey have a TV in her bedroom?
yes,
Did she watch TV a lot?
yeah, she had a recliner in there that, you know, she had the stand that she would hang her IV stuff on, and so while she was doing the IV, she'd be in that recliner watching TV.
If Casey's TV was on, is that something that you would have heard if you were to come down and get your insulin or go to the bathroom?
Possibly or probably.
Did you hear anything in the basement that day?
No,
Any pounding on a door or yelling or talking?
no,
Okay, turning to August 12th, later in the evening, did you go back down to the basement at some point?
yeah, at about 9 o'clock, my dad came into the office. He said, I've been trying to get a hold of Casey. She's not calling me back. I haven't seen her all day.
I'm
So,
stop you there, sorry. Is it normal for your dad to have tried to call Casey rather than just walk downstairs and see if she was there himself?
yeah,
Why is that normal?
well, you know, if he just didn't usually go downstairs because if she was sleeping or doing an IV or whatever, my dad hardly ever goes downstairs. The only reason he goes downstairs is to go to his den. He's got a big TV in there, and
But that's not very typical at the time. Would it be normal for your mom to ever go downstairs?
no,
And why not?
too hard for her to get up and down the stairs.
So sorry, I sidetracked you. You said around 9 p.m. your dad said that he could not get a hold of Casey. What happened next?
I went downstairs to see if she was there.
Was it, I guess, what was the situation of the basement? Was it dark? Were there lights on?
no lights, it was dark. And I turned the hall light on and walked down the hall and then opened the door. There's no light coming under the door. Opened the door, and so the hall light shone into the bedroom. And when you walk into the door, the first thing you see is Casey's bed. And
Sorry, I'm gonna stop you there. I'm gonna show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 4. Let me know when you see that on your screen.
Yep.
Do you recognize that?
Yep.
What is that?
Casey's bedroom with her bed.
State moves to admit Exhibit 4.
No objection. Thank you. Court will receive States Exhibit 4. Wish to publish?
Yes, thank you. Is this viewpoint from the door to her room?
Yeah.
What did you see when you opened the door?
It was pretty dark, just the hall light. And so the hall light shone right on Casey's bed. And I could see Casey on the bed. And I could tell she was in distress. Sounded to me like she was drowning, really struggling to breathe.
Did she appear conscious?
No,
Had you ever seen her in this state before?
no.
How did you feel when you observed this?
Alarmed,
Why is that?
because this was abnormal. I'd never seen anything like it before. She was on her stomach and then rolling over to her side and then back onto her stomach, struggling to breathe.
You said she wasn't conscious, so how was she rolling? Describe that for us.
She's just almost like thrashing around.
Was anyone else in the room?
Yeah, Megan was sitting in that recliner, which you see in the picture.
On the left of the bed?
Yeah. And then toward the right, behind that door, is Casey's work chair. You can see her workstation there, the computer monitor, and that chair is, what she used it when she was working. And Megan's mother was sitting in that chair and her father was standing behind her.
You said that you had maybe heard of Megan before, but you had never met her before this night. How did you know that this was Megan?
I didn't until I asked her who she was.
So when did that happen? You come in and you see the state of Casey. What happened next?
I asked how long Casey had been like that.
Did anyone respond?
Yeah, and I can't remember exactly, but I had the impression it was a long time. I said, I can't remember if I just said, I don't think I asked if they called an ambulance. I said, I'm going to call an ambulance.
Why did you say that?
Because I could see Casey was in a bad way.
Do you recognize Megan here in the courtroom today?
I do.
If you could point her out and briefly describe what she's wearing for the record.
Purple dress.
If record could reflect identification of the defendant.
Thank you.
When you said that you were going to call 911, what was the reaction, if any?
Panic.
From who?
Megan.
What do you mean by panic?
She, in a raised voice, said, Casey does not want to go to the hospital. She has a DNR.
What were her parents, or I guess, how did you know that they were her parents?
She told me.
Was that before or after you said you were calling 911?
I think before.
Did her parents have any kind of reaction to you saying you were calling
Well,
911?
it's dark in there, and again, I was focused on Casey. I have no idea.
When Megan said, panicked, that Casey does not want to go to the hospital, she has a DNR, what was your reaction to that?
Well, I questioned that, and that's when I called Kylie. Because if Casey would have had a DNR, Kylie would have known about it.
You said you walked in and Casey sounds like she's drowning and she's thrashing around. You said Megan was sitting in the recliner, and I think you said Megan's mom was in the chair. Where was Megan's dad?
Standing behind the chair, behind Megan's mom.
Were any of them doing anything to Casey?
No.
Did you call Kylie?
I did.
What did you tell her?
I told her that Casey's in trouble and I feel like I need to call the paramedics. Does she have a DNR? And Kylie said no. And then I didn't even know who Megan was at that time. I told her there's somebody here. And then I asked Megan who she was, and that's when she told me.
Did you relate that to Kylie, that Megan was there?
I did.
What did Kylie say?
Get her out of there.
Did she say why?
She's there to kill Casey.
Were you still in the room when you called Kylie?
Yes.
Was she on speakerphone or were you talking to her?
I wasn't on speakerphone.
Do you know if Megan became aware of what Kylie said?
I'm not sure. Kylie's response was pretty loud, so.
I guess what happened next after you called Kylie?
I called 911 and I left the room, and because there's 3 entryways into the basement. So I went out the garage, up to the garage, out that door, opened the door, and then waited out on the driveway for the paramedics to get there so I could guide them in the right door.
While you're doing all of this, are you aware of what Megan and her parents are doing?
No.
Did you go back to the basement?
When the paramedics got there, I took them down to the basement, and as we were coming down the hall toward Casey's bedroom, Megan and her parents were leaving.
What way out of the basement were they leaving?
I don't know. I was taking the paramedics into the basement. I don't know what door they left out of.
Did they say anything to you?
Her mother told me I should be ashamed of myself, that Megan was the best friend that Casey ever had.
Do you know why her mom may have said that at that time?
No.
If we could pull up what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6, and this is going to be an audio clip. I just want to play a few seconds of it and see if you recognize it.
$12, $2,000, $24, $21, $13, $33.
What's the address of your emergency?
5608 West.
You can pause it. Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
What is this?
That's me calling the 911.
State was to admit Exhibit 6.
No objection. Court receive State's Exhibit 6.
We can publish that for the jury.
Go ahead.
$12, $2,000, $24, $21, $13, 32, 33.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
6608 West Stevens Lane, Highland, Utah.
Okay, can I have you just repeat that for verification?
6608 West Stevens Lane, Highland, Utah.
Okay, what's the phone number you're calling in from?
My cell number is 801-592-4083.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
Okay, my niece lives here. This is my parents' home, and she lives with my parents. She's got major health issues, and she's unconscious, and she's been taking Lasix for fluid on her lungs, but it sounds like she's drowning. And I don't know if she's overdosed on something.
Okay, I'm getting all started that way. Stand on the line for me. I'm going to have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
And are you with her now?
Well, she's downstairs in her bedroom. I'm upstairs.
Okay, and then how old is she?
Mom, how old is Stacy? How old is Stacy? Yeah. She's like 37 or somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. And is she awake?
No.
Is she breathing?
No. Well, did you say breathing or breathing?
Breathing.
Yes, she's breathing, but it's really labored and it sounds like she's got a lot of fluid in her lungs.
Okay, is she still unconscious?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to check her breathing together to make sure it's all right. When I say go, I want you to watch her closely and tell me each time her chest rises. So if you need to
go downstairs.
Okay, yeah, let me know when you're right there next to it.
I can hold the phone up and let you listen to her.
I'm going to have you tell me every time her chest rises, okay?
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
All right, ready? Go.
Rise, 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 rise.
Okay. So I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'm going to tell you exactly what to do next. If there is a defibrillator available, send somebody to get it now in case we need it later.
Okay, I don't think there is one here.
Okay. And then from now on, don't want her to have anything to eat or drink. It might make her sick or cause further problems. Just let her rest in a comfortable position waiting for help to arrive.
Okay.
And I'll stay on with you now as long as I can. I want you to watch her very closely and look for any changes. If she becomes less awake or starts getting worse, tell me immediately.
Okay. I'm gonna go back upstairs for the ambulance.
Okay, she is in the basement, correct? You said she was in the basement, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and is the center the best access for my paramedics?
Front door is gonna be the best access. Well, no, I'm gonna open the garage door, tell them to pull up to the end of the driveway, and I'm gonna open the garage door.
Okay, then tell me when the paramedics are right there ready. then you said she also possibly has taken medication today?
Yeah, we've got an issue here. Her friend has been here all day. And her friend, seems to be the beneficiary on her life insurance policy.
Okay, and then moving quickly, was accidental or intentional for the possible overdose?
We don't know. We don't know if the friend has been given her anything or not. The friend was here when I came down here. Her parents were here. And when I told them I was calling for the ambulance, they all got upset.
Okay.
And so we're not sure if they find some chemical in her system. We're going to look at the trend. If she thinks she's still the beneficiary of my niece's life insurance, and I don't think she is. I think my niece took her off of it.
Okay. And is there any Narcan available?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. And then what is your name for the report?
Mark Barneswood.
Mark. And what's your niece's name?
Casey, and it's K-A-C-E-E. So let them in the front go up. They're going to come up to the back here. I can hear the sirens.
Okay.
I got to move my truck out of the way so they can get to the garage.
Okay, and there are paramedics there with you now?
Coming in, my dad's out there fighting them with trying to get these.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go now since they're there with you, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
I'm going to ask that we pull up State's Exhibit 1. In that call, you're describing where the ambulance is going to come in and where you're going to direct them to come in. Can you point that out on this exhibit?
Okay, so you see the straight driveway. The garage is that part of the house on the upper right. And so I opened the garage door and they brought the gurney in through the garage door and then down the steps in the garage that go down into the basement.
And you said that at some point Megan and her parents were leaving. You didn't remember what exit they took?
Never saw.
Would you have seen if they came out the garage way?
No, I passed them in the hallway and I didn't see if they went out through the garage or out the kitchen door, over the patio and up those stairs.
When you passed them in the hallway, had EMS already responded? Were they with you?
Yeah.
Do you remember if any of them were carrying anything when they left?
Yeah, there were, I think, 4 of them there.
Sorry,
So
let me clarify, not EMS, Megan and her parents.
Oh, I don't remember.
So you say you think 4 EMS were there. How long were they there, I guess at some point, did they take Casey?
Yeah,
Do you know how long they were there working on Casey before they took her?
probably about 15 minutes.
Had Megan or her parents told you what happened to cause Casey to be in this state at any time?
I don't recall if they did.
If they had told you, do you think that's something you would have relayed to the paramedics?
Yeah.
So after about 15 minutes when they took Casey, what happened to her room? Anything?
After, we went down to the hospital after they took Casey. And then that was the night that there was a major hailstorm and the basement flooded. Several homes on the street there had the same issue, flooding in their basements.
Let me stop you there. You said that we went to the hospital. Who's we?
So it would have been, I went, and then my parents went, and then we would have called my sister, who lives in Saratoga Springs. She came to the hospital.
But from your household, you and your parents?
Yeah.
Did police arrive with EMS or?
Yeah.
Did you see them arrive?
Yes.
Do you know what, if anything, they were doing at the home?
I didn't pay a lot of attention to what they were doing. I was kind of focused on Casey, and I think the paramedics had some questions for me, while they were administering to Casey. So I didn't pay a lot of attention at first to what the police were doing, but then they had me do a report.
Okay.
So I sat in on the kitchen bar with one of the officers and filled out the report.
Was that before or after you went to the hospital?
Before.
You said that paramedics had some questions for you. Do you remember what types of questions?
No,
Were you able to give, do you remember any answers you were able to give?
just basically what I've said here.
Did you have any idea what was going on with Casey?
No.
You mentioned the flood. You said it happened the night of the 12th?
Yeah.
What did you do in response to that flood?
Well, we were all at the hospital while that was happening. And then Officer Farney and I went back from the hospital back to the house. That's when we discovered that the basement was flooded. And there was water on the floor. And I took my phone, I set my phone on the bed to make sure it stayed out of the water. And then Casey's workstation was flooded, and that computer has got the personal health information of thousands of people on it. And so I was concerned about that, but the flood destroyed the computer.
Okay.
But I wanted to make sure that that was safe.
But you said it was damaged.
Yeah.
What, if anything, did the flood do to the flooring in Casey's room?
It ruined the carpet.
What?
And, the homeowner's insurance paid to have a lot of the sheetrock and the window casing replaced, and they painted everything and replaced the carpet.
Were you involved in that cleanup? Did you pull up any carpet or anything like
Yeah.
that? When would that have happened?
Probably 4 or 5 days later. When it started, the carpet started to stink.
Did you find anything when you pulled up the carpet?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember letting Detective Farney know that you found a syringe?
Yeah, vaguely, and I don't remember a lot about that, but
Do you have any memory of where that syringe was found?
seems like it was on the floor over close to where that recliner was.
Is it something that you had to pull up the carpet to find?
No,
Are you aware of, I guess, do you know how many syringes total were found in Casey's room?
no,
How many did you personally find?
would have been that one only.
And you found it when you were pulling up the carpet?
Yeah, I can't remember for sure. I don't think I went back in the bedroom until I got the okay from the detective to go back in.
Okay, so.
In fact, I know I wouldn't have.
Okay, so, at some point, police said, don't go in the room, and you needed an okay to get back in the room. Is that fair?
Yeah, after the detective got what she needed out of there and she sealed the room. And then I forgot that I left my phone in there, so I called her and she said, cut the tape and get your phone, don't touch anything else.
Okay, was this before or after you pulled up the carpet and found the syringe?
Before.
So at that point, had police searched the room?
Yeah.
And did you give them permission to do that, or did they get a search warrant, or both? Do you know?
I don't recall specifically giving them permission, but I'm the one that called and said, we got a problem, so if I would have asked for it, I'd said, yeah.
So at the time you would have found the syringe in dealing with the carpet, it would have been after police had sealed up the room and searched it. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
We talked about this trash can on the patio, the back patio. Do you remember finding anything there?
Yeah, a few days later, I was cleaning up back there and there was an orange Fanta soda box and that was Casey's favorite drink. And so it was in the garbage can. I pulled it out of the garbage can to smash it down, to step on it and flatten it out. And when I did that, there was something in the box. And so I pulled that out, and that's where I found the vial of insulin, and there was a rag in there.
Let me stop you there. You said a few days later. Do you remember when this would have been?
Probably 3 or 4 days after the 12th.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 7. Do you recognize that?
Yep.
What is this?
Now that's the soda box that I found, and then the rag that was in it, and the SUNDWALL-INSULin and the syringe.
State moves to admit Exhibit 7.
No objection.
Thank you. Court received State's Exhibit 7, wish to publish.
Yes, thank you. Did you take this photo? Do you know?
I don't remember doing it, but I don't know who else would have.
I guess, what did you do when you found these items?
Called Detective Farney.
Did she instruct you to do anything particular with the items?
I can't remember if she told me to not touch anything or put it in a plastic bag. I don't remember.
At some point, did she come collect those items at least?
Yeah, she did.
We see here a Novolog box and vial. That's short-acting insulin, is that right?
Yeah, the fast-acting insulin.
Fast-acting, sorry.
Yeah.
Do you have memory of whether there was anything in the vial?
Yeah, there was insulin in it.
Is that something that you would have thrown away?
At that point, yeah, because that little orange cap was off the top of it.
Would you have ever thrown away insulin in the patio garbage can?
Normally, I would.
Is this something that you threw away?
No,
How do you know that?
because I would never throw something like that in the garbage can and or out on the patio. So normally, if I was throwing that stuff away right there, first thing I'd do would be break the needle off of the syringe, and then put everything back in that box and then throw it away, throw it in a garbage can.
What garbage would you have used to throw it away?
Depending on where I found it, the closest one to where I found it. So if it would have been in the kitchen downstairs, there's a trash can in the kitchen there, I'd have thrown it in that.
How are you confident that you didn't throw these items away that we see in Exhibit 7?
100%.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 24. Let me know when you see that.
I see it.
What is this?
Like a life insurance policy.
Do you recognize it as something you've seen before?
I have never seen it before.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize this?
Never seen it before.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8. Do you recognize this?
No, never seen that before.
Did, at any time, did you go through documents or boxes in Casey's room looking for particular documents?
Yeah, after Casey passed, and we could get back in the room, my sister and I went through her closet. My brother, a few years ago, had made her a wooden box that she kept important paperwork in, that she kept up on the shelf in the closet. So we got that out and went through that.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
May have been looking for life insurance information. And at that point, we had probably discovered the issues with my mom and dad's credit card. And
I'm going to get to that in just a second. Sorry to cut in. Why may you have been looking for life insurance documents at that time?
well, you know, we were looking just to see what was in there. A lot of pictures and things like that were in there, and just going through to see what was in there.
If you had found anything of note, anything about life insurance or anything like that, would you have contacted the detective?
Yeah.
You mentioned issues with your mom's credit card. Tell me a little bit about what you thought was going on there, or what
Well,
at the time what you thought was going on.
we, my mom and dad had started having some financial issues, and my sister and I couldn't figure it out. It didn't make sense. And And Casey had been kind of managing, making sure their bills got paid on time and things like that. And they had a number of credit cards, and so we told Casey to cancel some of the credit cards so that there was just one that my mom and dad used. And we found out later after Casey passed that.
Let me stop you there, because I want to go in order. Before Casey passed, what, if anything, did you know about anything unusual about your parents' finances?
We didn't know anything, we didn't know what was going on until after she passed. But
And sorry to cut you off again. Do you remember, did you have any, I guess, recognizing that something odd is happening or unusual?
yeah, we couldn't figure out why they were having a hard time paying their bills.
Do you remember what the timing of that concern was?
Yeah. So my sister and I said, sat down together and said, we got to figure this out. And nothing was making any sense. So I said, I'm gonna go down to the bank tomorrow and have Kelly's a VP at the bank and she's a family friend. I said, I'm gonna have Kelly run off a year's worth of bank statements, credit card statements and stuff like that.
You said you were having this conversation with your sister.
Yeah.
Do you remember when that was?
It would have been a day or two before Casey died.
So Casey was still alive when this conversation happened?
Yep.
Was she present for this conversation?
Yeah.
Did she react in any way?
No, if she did, I didn't notice. We were in the upstairs kitchen sitting at the bar and Casey was at the kitchen sink, so I didn't notice anything.
Did you end up going to the bank?
I did.
At what point?
It would have been maybe the 12th or 13th,
So
a day or two after.
After the conversation?
Yeah.
So if Casey, the stuff with the base, I won't say the day she died because that's not true, but the day we're talking about is August 12th. Do you remember what day Casey ended up dying?
I think she's in the hospital 2 or 3 days before she died.
Were you and your family, you said you all went to the hospital initially. Did you stay and monitor Casey? How were people behaving when she was still alive and being treated?
Yeah. My mom and dad stayed and my sister Kaylin stayed. I left with Detective Farney to go back to seal up Casey's room.
And then it sounds like you were dealing with the flood issues.
Yeah.
So does that help place in time when you would have gone to the bank?
From a timing standpoint, the only thing I can think is if I would have been aware of what was going on with the credit card, the bank issue, the morning of the 12th when Casey and I were talking in the basement, our conversation would have been different.
What does that mean?
If I would have been aware at that point that there were some problems banking, we would have been talking about it rather than having the conversation about her getting her insurance license and knee replacement and that stuff.
You would have confronted Casey about it?
Yep.
And the fact that that was not how your conversation went on the 12th, does that mean that you had not yet discovered what was going on?
Right.
Did you confront her about anything afoot with your parents' finances before she died?
No.
Had you found out while she was still alive that maybe she was taking money from your parents, would you have called the police?
I would have had a conversation with her especially if I would have known the details. I say, okay, I would have said, you've got a choice here. You can work to get your insurance license and start generating income and pay grandma and grandpa back, or we'll call the police.
Would you have wanted to see her get charged or go to jail or anything for that?
No, I wouldn't have wanted to do that, but if we couldn't have figured out a way to get that money paid back to my parents, then.
But it sounds like you would have tried to work on a way to accomplish that before involving any authorities.
Yeah, I would have had that conversation with her and my sister, and we'd have brought Kylie in on that conversation too. And, you know, I mean, our family, we love Casey, and we would have done whatever we could to help her get on track and in a position that she could move forward and have a little bit of a life.
Are you confident that this confronting about any finances had not happened at the time she died?
Yeah, we hadn't had that conversation.
Do you know what priesthood blessings are?
I do.
What does that phrase mean to you?
You know, in the faith system that I belong to, we believe that there is power and authority from God given to men. And with that authority, blessings can be given.
Did Casey ever ask you to give her a blessing?
Yeah.
Are there specific, like designated reasons for blessings? For
Yeah.
certain, like, different protocols that you follow for different purposes?
Yeah.
What purposes did Casey ask for a blessing?
For comfort, for healing. Those would have been the two that she would have asked me about.
Did she ever ask you for a blessing of release?
No.
And sorry, I'm backtracking a little bit. Going back to, you referenced insulin that you found in Kyle's room after he passed in the desk. Do you remember that? Do you remember exactly, or I guess, do you remember if any syringes were found at that time?
I don't remember.
And then what did you do with whatever insulin was found in that desk?
Put it in the fridge until I notified Detective Farney. And I can't remember if she had me save it for her or if I ended up throwing it away. I need to pull this chair up and get my leg in the air.
I think now would be the time for a good break anyway. We've been going an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, and yep, in fact, I think I can be done.
We'll still reserve the right if you want to ask more questions. Once you guys do that. But let's take our mid-afternoon break. We've been going for a bit. A little bit of a rest. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a break. You are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of trial. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon. The case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties. attorneys for claims.
All right, jury.
I'll fast forward in a second. If you can make sure.
Please be seated. Council, let's come back. Let's come back at 20 after and we'll go until 5 unless we need to take a break sometime. Come back at 20 after.
All rise.
This is interesting, TJ. Watch. Who takes her away? They're like plain clothes cops. Leather, plain clothes. Just walking her out. Is it going to be the guard or a cop? Never seen that before.
I was like an idiot. No, actually, it's not tested.
I just fast forwarded. It's probably going to be muted. Yeah, it's muted. So did you see that, TJ? Those like plain clothes. Like the guards are like plain clothes. Never saw it before. There's like watch this guy and the girl, and up next is her orthopedic surgeon, doctor something. I'll put him up. I got it all ready to paste it. Gotta copy and paste it. Shit, I thought I had it ready. Oh damn! Or didn't I saved it. It's her orthopedic surgeon, doctor something. No, I didn't make one. I got to remake it. Sorry. Oh, here I have Dr. Christopher West, Casey's orthopedic surgeon. Still day one.
I'm going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Council, anything we need to cover?
Yes, Judge. I apologize. I know this is not ideal, but we have a witness, Dr. West, who is only available today. We are a lot behind what we anticipated scheduling wise. And so Mr. Williams has agreed to let us put him, if Your Honor is agreeable, let us put on Dr. West before the cross of Mark. Mark may, I'm not sure how long Mr. Williams has for him, but he may bleed a little bit to tomorrow, but Dr. West is unavailable any other day.
Certainly, Mr. Williams, are you okay with that?
Yes, Your Honor, we're happy to come.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate the lines of communication staying open as far as witnesses and making things happen and trying to stay on schedule. So
We're trying.
yeah, that's just fine. Is he here right now?
He is, yeah.
Okay, let's bring the jury in then.
All rise, jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, welcome back. We're going going to take things a little bit out of order right now. The state's going to call a new witness, and we're going to have that witness testify just based on scheduling, and these things happen in trial. It really doesn't matter what order witnesses are called. So we're going to hear from a new witness right now. And after that, then Mr. Williams will have a chance to cross-examine Mr. Farnsworth. Call your witness.
The state calls Dr. Christopher West.
Please come forward, sir. Come on up here near the clerk. We'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Come on up here and have a seat. Appreciate you being here. The only thing I ask is you keep that mic in front of you so we can all hear and we can make a good record.
Okay.
If you start to wander, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel.
Thank you. If you could please state your name for the record.
Christopher Reed West,
What's your occupation?
orthopedic surgeon,
How long have you been an orthopedic surgeon?
5 years.
I want to go through briefly your education and training to become an orthopedic surgeon. What does that process look like?
After undergraduate, do 4 years of medical school, followed by a 5-year residency, followed by an optional year fellowship, with which most orthopedic surgeons do.
Did you do that?
Yes.
So if my math is right, that's 6 years training total?
6 years plus an additional year of a traveling fellowship abroad.
Okay, so 7 years total. Do you perform knee replacement surgeries as part of your practice?
Yes.
Where do you practice?
I practice at UTAH, the Orthopedic Specialty Hospital, and LDS Hospital.
Were you the orthopedic surgeon for Casey Terry?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first began treating her?
Yes.
When was that?
That was at, I believe it was at the end of 2024 when I saw her in clinic for the first time.
The end, are we talking December or?
I believe it was late fall that we saw her for the first time.
Late fall. Did you end up performing a knee replacement on her?
Yes.
Do you remember when that happened?
That happened in the summer of 2025.
If I tell you that she died in August of 2024, does that help refresh your recollection of when that surgery would have been performed?
It does. I remember that it was around 2 months after we performed the surgery that I heard about her passing.
So that would put the surgery in the summer of 2024. Does that sound right?
No, the summer of 2025, I believe.
So I'm sorry, if I tell you that she died in August of 2024.
That would make sense. That would be 2024.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Do you remember exactly when the knee surgery was, or the knee replacement was performed?
I apologize. I'll need a refresher on the date.
Would July 23rd, 2024 make sense to you?
That does make sense, yes. And so I would have met her initially, at the end of the previous year.
Okay.
So 2023.
What's typical? How far in advance do you meet with a patient? And I know it might differ, but before you elect to perform a surgery?
Typically, if I'm seeing a new patient for the very first time, it depends on if they've undergone previous treatments for their knee arthritis most often. And if they already have undergone all previous non-operative therapies and it really feels to everyone like surgery is the next step, then usually that's going to be scheduled about 2 months in advance, as long as there are no other extenuating circumstances.
Do you remember what, if any, condition Casey had affecting her knees?
Casey had end-stage osteoarthritis of the knee.
Do you remember how old she was when you met with her?
I believe she was 37 or 38.
Is that typical for a 37 or 38-year-old?
No, I would say of the population that I perform knee replacements on, it's probably less than 5% that are in that age category.
How do you diagnose this? Is this her telling you about pain, or is this something that you independently verify through other means?
Pain tips us off to a deeper investigation, which starts with x-rays, and that's how we make the diagnosis of the source of her pain.
So in her situation, her x-rays were consistent with, sorry, what did you say?
Osteoarthritis.
Osteoarthritis. Was that present in both knees?
It was.
Were they about the same level of that condition, or was one worse than the other?
One was worse than the other. The one that we treated was definitely a few steps along and was down to the bone-on-bone stage.
What does that mean if it's down to the bone-on-bone stage? You mentioned non-surgical treatment options may be something that you explore with the patient. Is that something you'd consider if it's bone-on-bone?
Yes. I would say the decision to proceed with surgery is based mostly on symptoms and failure of conservative means. Bone-on-bone refers to complete degradation of the cartilage. Arthritis is a disease of cartilage, and when that's completely worn down so there's no cartilage left, that colloquially gets referred to as bone-on-bone.
And that was the condition of one of Casey's knees?
Yes.
Do you remember the condition of the other knee?
We rate severity of osteoarthritis on a scale, Kilgren-Lawrence, 1 to 4. I would have rated the treated knee that we performed surgery on as a grade 4. So that's why I say end stage. I would have said that her other knee was grade 2 to 3.
Are grades 4 and then 2 to 3 on the other knee, are those something that surgery may be appropriate for?
We generally, I mean, if we're just looking at x-rays, which the decision is based on more than just x-ray findings, but if we're typically looking at x-rays, often 1 to 2 grade is able to be treated non-operatively, where the symptoms are able to be controlled with non-operative means and often can avoid surgery. Grades 3 to 4 often cannot avoid surgery entirely, and we're often not able to achieve adequate pain relief without surgery.
And at least one of her knees was grade 4?
Yes.
And the other was 2 to 3?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what knee was replaced?
I believe it was her left knee that we replaced.
If I told you that it was the right?
If you told me it was the right, yeah, you may be correct. So I apologize.
No, you're okay. What's your process like when you meet with a patient to determine if they're a good candidate for knee replacement?
It typically involves a face-to-face conversation. I talk about their pain with them, how long they've had the pain, the characteristics of their pain, what other treatments they have tried to help with their pain up to that point, including physical therapy, injections, medications. We review their x-rays together with them. And then I also review some social characteristics. I talk to them about where they live, who they live with, if they have a stable living situation, other aspects of their social health, smoking history, other substance abuse, other medical conditions that might affect recovery or safety of the surgery itself. And then we have a conversation about all the options that are available.
Okay. Do you remember having such a consultation with Casey?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had cancer?
No.
Did she tell you that she was born with only one kidney?
Yes.
Is that something that you would have been able to independently verify as part of your process?
Independently, without some direction from her, I probably would have picked that up in a review of her medical records prior to surgery. However, in the initial consultation, it likely would not have come up if she had not brought it up.
Is that something that you did verify, though, that she was only born with one kidney?
Yes.
Does that affect how you may go about your surgery with a knee replacement?
Not the surgery itself, but some of the medications that we prescribed post-surgery would have been scaled back a little bit. Not so much in light of her single kidney, but the fact that she had a history of chronic kidney disease. And so that warranted more caution with some of the medications, specifically nonsteroidal anti-inflammatory medications.
Okay, I'm going to get back to that in a second. You mentioned that in a consultation about whether a knee replacement is appropriate, you go through, I forget what you termed it, social aspects of a patient. You mentioned finding out who they live with, support system, things like that. Why is that important to determine before electing to perform a surgery?
I think during recovery after knee replacement, we're trying to make sure that the patient is going to be able to keep themselves clean, that they're going to be able to avoid falls. I think that necessitates a certain amount of minimal support. They're able to be fairly independent getting up and getting around the house, but making sure that they have family or friends or a support network that can respond to them if needed is important. And then for cleanliness, for infection prevention as well.
Did Casey appear to have the needed support network to be an appropriate candidate for surgery?
Based on her description of her contacts that surrounded her, it sounded like she did have a stable enough support network to have a successful recovery.
As part of social issues that you talk about with the patient considering knee replacement, do you talk about mental health issues?
Yes.
Why is that important?
I think that can affect mostly patients' recovery process and their perception of pain and their ability to cope and do the necessary work together with physical therapy to get their motion back after a knee replacement. I think that depression and anxiety can often amplify the pain that patients can experience.
If somebody has severe depression or anxiety, does that affect whether you elect to perform surgery on them and something as serious as a knee replacement?
Sometimes. I would say most of the time, patients who I speak with depression and anxiety are already undergoing some form of treatment or counseling, and it is in a controlled enough state that it's safe to proceed. However, in extreme cases, I would refer to somebody to a behavioral health specialist prior to proceeding with scheduling the surgery. And I did not think that her case at the time meeting her warranted that type of a delay.
What types of things would you need to observe or hear about depression or anxiety that would give you pause about performing surgery? Like you said, that you may need to refer them to get that under control before surgery is appropriate.
I think that if I was witnessing an active mental health problem that clearly was not controlled, patient had emotional reactions to the conversation we were having that were out of proportion to the conversation, or if there was significant concern that they might be, that their safety might be in jeopardy due to self-harm, that would be a concern. Or if somebody was clearly actively hallucinating or having other mental health manifestations, then that would be a reason.
Did you see any of these problems with Casey?
No.
What's recovery like for a knee replacement?
Typically, it's an outpatient surgery, which can mean either discharging the same day from surgery or discharging the next day within a 23-hour period. Typically, people are full weight bearing as tolerated, typically require crutches or a walker for balance in the first week or two, often getting away from that by the time that we see them at their 2-week appointment to check the wound, make sure the wound is healing well. It involves pretty rigorous physical therapy, especially in that first month, where we want to see significant progress week by week and getting the motion back as the pain starts to get more under control and the swelling goes down. Usually by a month, things are feeling very under control and the motion is on track.
So when you're analyzing somebody's mental state before surgery, their motivation and ability to engage in physical therapy is a huge part of what you're assessing?
It is.
And why is that?
Because if they're not motivated or able or in a stable situation where they can participate with that physical therapy, then they probably will not get their motion back. And if that persists for a few months, then sometimes that can become a problem that will not resolve with time, and sometimes is a reason for consideration of revision surgeries in the future.
Did Casey talk to you about having depression or anxiety in the past?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She said that she told me that it had been an issue that she had dealt with for a very long time. but that she felt that it was in a stable state of control at that time, and that she was feeling like she was ready to get her life together in other ways as well. And that's why she was considering getting the knee taken care of.
Do you just rely on what a patient tells you about their own mental health, or do you make, I guess, other observations about how they're functioning?
We make other observations about how they're functioning. Compliance with non-operative treatments is a part of that, and I think that's a good clue as to whether their mental health is sufficient for them to follow the instructions that they'll be given post-operatively. And from what she told me in our initial discussion, it seemed that she had trialed all those non-operative means from a technical standpoint successfully, although it didn't yield the outcome that she had been looking for up to that point.
Did she present as stable and appropriate for surgery?
Yes.
Are you also taking into account just how a patient presents? You said that somebody having like active hallucinations obviously would not be a good candidate. What other things do you observe about them personally, if anything?
Overall cleanliness. I typically am observing their dentition as we're talking, and sometimes have them smile, like, we're assessing infection risk and from that standpoint. So lots of physical characteristics. I always do a physical exam of the knee. I think smell, as a marker of personal hygiene as well, is something that factors into it a little bit. These are things that are not necessarily, well, they're very subjective tests, obviously, but they raise suspicion of markers of instability or lack of self-care. And then appropriate responses to questions as we move through the conversation.
Anything concerning about your discussions or meeting with Casey in that regard?
Not in particular.
You found her appropriate for a knee replacement?
I did.
And I reminded you that happened on July 23rd, 2024. Does that sound right?
That does sound correct.
You mentioned that you can be outpatient usually. Do you remember if she had to stay longer than is typical?
She didn't stay longer than typical. She did, if I recall correctly, I believe that she did leave that same day, that evening. So she did well with physical, which means that she did well with physical therapy. She passed all their tests and she was able to discharge within that outpatient window.
You kind of referenced the typical recovery process. I think that you talked about some follow-up appointments. What are the date markers of when you want to see a patient back after a knee replacement?
I see patients back at the 2-week mark and then at the 6-week mark. If they're doing very well at the 6-week mark, then we may spread out the follow-ups till 1 year post-surgery. If there are still some things that we need to keep an eye on, then we'll see them at the 3-month mark as well.
Do you remember discussing with Casey whether surgery on the second knee was considered or appropriate?
We did discuss it. It was, we decided to proceed with the first knee and see how the recovery went. And again, I think that her history of depression, even though it seems stable to me, was part of that consideration. We wanted to just make sure that the first recovery went well before we proceeded with the other side.
So you said that you like to see patients at the 2-week mark. Do you remember if you saw Casey again after her surgery on July 23rd?
We did. My physician's assistant saw her and discussed her case with me, and I reviewed her x-rays.
Do you remember what day that would have been?
That would have been 2 weeks after the surgery.
If I tell you July 31st, does that sound about right?
That does sound right.
How was she? You reviewed her x-rays at the 2-week mark. How was she progressing?
She was progressing well. From a knee standpoint, there didn't appear to be any complications. The wound was healing well, no signs of infection. Her motion was starting off on the right foot. She was getting at least 0 to 90 degrees of motion, which for the 2-week mark was kind of the minimum that we wanted to see. So she was showing the progress that we felt was needed. The only concerning thing that we saw at her 2-week appointment was that I believe there was an ER visit in the interim between her discharge and her follow-up with us, but that was more related to her fluid status and kidneys than something specific to her knee.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that in a second, but at the 2-week mark, other than the ER visit that happened in between, you said that she was progressing as was expected or sufficient. What does that mean about what she must have been doing at home in recovery?
It means that she was motivated to do her home exercise program as was instructed to her by physical therapy before she discharged from the hospital. So it's generally a good sign that our feeling that she was an appropriate candidate was bearing out as time went on.
What does that home physical therapy regimen look like?
It typically involves making sure that you're getting up and walking every hour. And 5-10 minutes of walking is sufficient to the bathroom, to the kitchen. Make sure you're getting the blood pumping so you're preventing blood clots. Make sure you're breathing well so you're not having developing pneumonias. And then typically the range of motion exercises that physical therapy teaches them are pretty gentle in the first couple weeks, but typically patients are instructed to do that about 4 or 5 times per day.
Anything about Casey's presentation at the 2-week follow-up appointment that made you concerned that she was not doing all of that correctly or appropriately?
No.
Her other knee, I think you said, was in the scale or grade a 2 to 3.
Mm-hmm.
She had expressed interest in replacing the other knee.
Yes.
And I believe you said that you were going to see how she was doing with healing at the 6-week mark before talking about that more seriously.
Correct.
If she had been progressing as normal at the 6-week mark, would you have deemed her a good candidate for that second knee replacement?
If she was showing if she was continuing to show good progress in her recovery and she was feeling that she was ready to proceed with that, then I would have agreed to putting her on the schedule.
What medications do you typically, well, that might be a bad question. What medications did you prescribe to Casey after this surgery?
We prescribed what we typically prescribe, which is aspirin for blood clot prevention, typically 81 milligrams twice a day. We prescribe a stool softener to be taken as long as there's any narcotics on board, which we prescribed her 5 milligrams of oxycodone, which is what we typically prescribe to be taken every 4 to 6 hours as needed. We understood that that was on top of what she had already been taking. She had been working with, I can't remember if it was her PCP or a pain specialist that was prescribing it, but I think she was taking 10 milligrams of oxycodone per day for chronic pain. And so we're a little judicious on what we prescribe from an opioid standpoint, but felt it was safe to up that to 15 milligrams total.
And sorry to interrupt,
You're
do you up that because patients develop a tolerance for that, or what's the reason for that?
There is a tolerance that's developed, and typically people who are on chronic opioid dosing going into surgery will respond well to our typical dosing schedule on top of their baseline. And typically we prescribe that for the first 2 to 4 weeks, and then we hand that pain management back over to their pain specialist. So to finish your other question, so those are the medications that we prescribe, along with scheduled Tylenol, 1,000 milligrams every 6 hours.
Do you prescribe anything for nausea?
As needed.
Do you remember if you gave Casey anything for nausea?
Not to my recollection.
Did you limit her ability to get refills on the oxycodone?
I don't recall ever, if she did request a refill, I don't recall saying no. We typically will prescribe 20 tablets. And about half of our patients at 2 weeks are not requesting a refill. And if they do, then that's something that we will do without too many barriers, if we feel like that's safe.
You don't remember either way whether Casey requested that?
I don't remember if she requested a refill.
You mentioned an ER visit that happened in between surgery on the 23rd and her follow-up on the 31st. Were you made aware of why she went to the ER?
I believe she was having some fluid overload symptoms. I believe her swelling was a part of that. And she had concern of whether her excessive swelling had anything to do with her kidney function.
Could the two be related? I guess, could the knee replacement have led to fluid retention or I guess that's that question. What did you say she went to the ER for? Something about fluids?
When I reviewed the records, I believe that the ER had said that she was presenting with a chief complaint of fluid management, fluid overload. Because if the kidneys aren't working, then sometimes you can retain fluid inappropriately. They didn't find anything too concerning in the ER visit, and she was able to discharge home from there. And my interpretation of their testing and results, because her labs were all reviewed, were that she was probably experiencing normal postoperative swelling,
Okay.
which can be surprising for some people.
Are you aware if she was prescribed anything for nausea at the ER?
When I reviewed the records, I do believe Phenergan was on the list of what they administered to her. I don't know if they prescribed her anything to go home with, but I do know they administered Phenergan.
Does Phenergan have another name?
Reglan.
What's promethazine?
Promethazine is a generic form of that, yes.
You expected to see her back at the 6-week mark, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Did that happen?
No, it did not.
Why not?
At the time, I didn't know. Some people have scheduling conflicts, and if they see us at 7 weeks, 8 weeks after surgery, that's not atypical. We do like there to be at least one check-in. I learned through our own system of reporting of a death that occurred on one of my patients within 90 days, and that's how I learned of her death.
So that's something that your system tracks automatically?
Yes.
Were you surprised that a death had occurred in this case?
Yes.
Why were you surprised?
Death within 90 days is a metric that's followed nationally, and as it should be, it's extremely rare.
When you heard that a death happened here, what did you do, if anything?
I reached out to contact numbers that were within her chart. I got a hold of her sister, and I wanted to talk to somebody primarily to offer my condolences. I had no idea what the cause of death was at that point, and I felt like it was appropriate to ask at that point what happened, and it sounded like there was still not a clear-cut answer, but I was made aware at that point that there was an investigation that was opening pertaining to her cause of death.
Were you made aware that suicide was being, I guess, considered at the time as a potential cause of death?
I was aware that that was probably going to be one of the potential causes explored.
How did you feel about that pertaining to Casey?
It would be a very sobering realization to realize that one of my patients committed suicide so close to her surgery, and it would have made us go back and look with much scrutiny on our own decision-making process regarding the stability of her situation.
Did you do that here?
Yes.
Find anything that you should have raised your eyebrows that you had missed?
No.
Have you treated patients with suicidal ideation before?
Surgically?
Yes.
Not with active suicidal ideation, no.
Have you treated them not surgically, just as patients?
Yes.
And I guess what signs do they exhibit that you might be looking for in somebody that is looking to be a candidate for surgery?
Objection is when I want to see foundation on this subject.
I guess in what setting have you worked with or treated patients with suicidal ideation?
In the clinic, treating osteoarthritis of the hip and knee.
And is that something that I think we've talked about that, you try to rule that out before you elect to perform surgery on these patients. Is that fair?
Yes, I'd say that our questioning doesn't often specifically go there unless we have other things in the conversation that make us think that there's some instability from a mental health standpoint.
This might sound like a silly and obvious question, but what is the purpose of a knee replacement surgery?
To improve the quality of life?
Is knee arthritis a terminal condition?
No.
Would you operate on somebody that you had determined to be medically unstable or near death?
No.
Would you operate on somebody that you considered to be suicidal?
No.
I don't have anything further.
Good afternoon. I don't know why I have to remind myself at this time of the day, but ask a few questions, obviously on the same subject. My name's Scott Williams. We've never met, right?
No.
Doctor, how much time total do you think you spent with in person with Casey Terry?
I probably spent about 45 minutes with her in her initial consultation.
And then the rest of the time, well, there was another time that you were with her. She was unconscious because you performed surgery on her knee, right?
I met her on the day of surgery prior to the surgery, and we probably had a 10-minute conversation at that time as well.
But, and it looked, don't think you put an L or you put a marker on the knee you're supposed to do the surgery on, right?
Yes.
And talk to him about, you okay? We're ready to go under.
Yes.
Tell him I had some surgery. So 45 minutes before you operated on her knee, and you never talked to her again afterwards, right?
Until the day of surgery, no. I did not. My team did.
Well, she came back for one post-op visit that a PA conducted, right?
Yes.
You did not see Casey Terry.
Not after the surgery, no.
So by the time that you learned of her death, and as you had indicated, references to suicide and things like that, that I think you said you looked back over the protocol. I'll get to that in a minute. But at the time you learned that she had died, you had spent 45 minutes, maybe, with Casey Terry.
I believe I spent 45 minutes, yes.
Well, is there some record that you ever made about the interview you did with her?
There's our clinical notes that records our conversation.
Have you reviewed those?
Yes.
So do you have them here?
No.
When did you last review them? I mean, we were off by a year on the knee surgery and we got that wrong knee. Well, when did you last look at your records?
I last looked at them last week.
Okay. And so in this 45 minutes that you're trying to assess Casey Terry, among the things you did acknowledge was that it includes learning about maybe some mental health issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Sorry, I needed audible. I'm not badgering you when I do that. What you learned from Casey Terry, you learned what was basically, according to her, right, subjective.
Yes.
You never looked at any other records.
We did look at other records.
Did you have Dr. Masteller's records available to you, her primary care physician?
Yes, I did. So I did not review those personally, but my team, my clinical nurse and my physician's assistant did review the primary care physician's records and did not see any contraindications to surgery at that time.
Well, let's talk about, we don't know what they saw, and in a court, we can't say what they said they saw, but someone else looked into records that included her primary care physician's records. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So what no one told you about suicidal ideation that she had made to Dr. Masteller?
Correct.
Would that have been interesting to you?
It would have been.
To learn that she had been referred out for mental health services because of suicidal ideation expressed to her primary care physician?
It definitely would have been concerning if that had been within the last few months. Yes.
Okay. Also, it sounds like you did know that she was being prescribed in what seems like an extraordinary amount of pain medication. She was being prescribed oxycodone, right? By Dr. Masteller.
She was being prescribed oxycodone by her primary care physician. I don't know if I agree that that's an extraordinary amount based on
How long
what I
was
typically see.
How long was she on that with Dr. Mesta or that pain medication plan?
From my understanding, it had been years.
And were you privy to the actual amount that was being prescribed to her?
Based on my review of the records and my team's review of the records, it was about 10 milligrams, I believe.
180 counts. Did you know that?
180 milligrams?
180 counts, 180 pills.
Oh, tablets.
Tablets.
I was not aware of what the quantities of tablets that were prescribed in a given fill of the medication.
Now, of course, a medication fill recommends what somebody should take, right?
How many are you saying
That's
that?
how much? What it recommends a regimen with the medication.
Yes.
Of course, that can be abused, right?
Correct.
Abused in opiate users, right?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had been in any therapeutic circumstance seeking to address substance abuse?
In recent history, when I was talking to her, not to my recollection.
Did she tell you that she used benzodiazepines?
My recollection, not on a regular basis.
She wasn't prescribed, as far as you could see, benzodiazepines, right?
If I had been aware that she had been prescribed benzodiazepines and she was taking that simultaneously with narcotics, I would have voiced significant concern with that.
And you certainly ask what a medical, what kind of regimen your patient is on in terms of medication, right?
Yes.
You also have the ability to look at their charts to find out, right?
Yes.
But other than the charts, it's up to them to tell you what their medications are if they're not on the prescription, right?
In fact, in many cases, the patient's reports of the medications that they are actually taking often bears more truth than the actual medical chart sometimes, which can be littered with not updated information.
And if she'd have told you she was using benzodiazepine, which Xanax is a benzodiazepine, right?
Yes.
Otherwise known as alprazolam,
Yes.
you would not have given her the opiates that you prescribed. Is that right?
I would not have recommended that she take those at the same time post-operatively, correct?
And when Casey Terry came in and you spoke with her and you relied on what she told you, she still told you that she had anxiety, depression, a history of PTSD, current opioid use, right?
Yes.
Did you ask her about smoking?
Yes.
She tell you about smoking?
She told me that she smoked 2 to 3 cigarettes per day.
When you stated, let me skip to this subject about the knee replacement because, well, let's not, because you made a phone call to learn about her death and you spoke to what you understood to be her sister Kylie, right?
That was my understanding, yes.
Do you know when you made that call?
I don't remember exactly. I believe it was about 2 months after her surgery.
Okay, so you were interviewed at one point by the police, right?
Yes.
Remember, it was 2 officers?
Yes.
And where did that occur?
In my office.
Do you remember the date?
Not exactly.
Tell you it's January 27th, 2025.
Okay.
That would be after you talked to Kylie.
Several months after, yes.
In between, did you get any information about what happened to Casey Terry from anybody except for Kylie?
I wouldn't say that I received much information from Kylie about what happened, and I didn't receive any information from anywhere else either.
So then when you had the interview with the police on the subject, they didn't talk to you about what Kylie had told you, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, you didn't have a discussion with the police about what you had learned from Kylie.
I think I reported to them that I had made a phone call to her, and I relayed to them what I have relayed to you guys so far here, that there was that she had passed away. I offered my condolences and that there was an investigation pursuing the cause of her death.
Right. Did you know that the meeting that you had with the police officers was recorded?
I believe they did say that.
Have you ever seen a copy of a transcript or heard a copy of the recorded?
No.
Touching on, to be clear, there was no plan for a second knee replacement for Casey, right?
There was not an immediate plan. She was not on the schedule for that second knee replacement.
It had been discussed.
It had been discussed, yes.
Let me ask you this about something you said at the end. You said after talking to her sister, you conducted some sort of review. Is that what you said?
I would have gone back and looked at the chart and reviewed our records and seen if there was anything that I thought we had missed that might have put her at risk for some complication that might have resulted in her death.
Well, you knew that her death wasn't related to your surgery, right?
I mean, at the time, I didn't know anything. I had simply seen a report that there was a death within 90 days after my surgery, and that would be my natural response in any of those cases, would be to go back and review the details of the chart.
Okay, and so you reviewed the chart that you had already created in the course of your treatment with her.
Yes.
You didn't do any other investigation.
No.
You didn't try to see whether, in fact, the things that she told you in that chart in the 45 minutes you met with her maybe weren't true.
I didn't go digging further, no.
You weren't asked to.
No.
One moment, if I could, Judge. Ever known anyone who died by suicide?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever known anyone who died by suicide that you were close to?
I have.
You're aware, with whatever training you've had, that it's extraordinarily hard to know ahead of time sometimes that someone's suicidal. Can we agree on that?
It is.
Sometimes they commit suicide when nobody had any idea whatsoever that they were thinking about it, right?
Absolutely.
People commit suicide that have plans for the future, trips planned, right?
Yes.
That have
that is a
children.
possibility. Yes.
That shock the family when they learn that their loved one has committed suicide because they never saw it coming, right?
Yes.
That they act normal so they'll not be interdicted in their suicide efforts, right?
That is possible.
Thank you. I don't have any further.
Any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor, this witness can be released.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
You're free to go.
Okay.
We have Mr. Farnsworth available.
Yes.
And does the state have any additional questions for Mr. Farnsworth?
No, I think we can turn him over for cross.
Thank you.
Can I just reorient these for a second?
Of course.
Since I agreed to be out of order and get myself in order.
Mr. Farnsworth, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. We'll give counsel just a minute to get things sorted.
Hello, Mr. Farnsworth. It's nice to see you. We have had some discussions, but those have been formal because of you being a witness and me speaking to you that capacity, right? And otherwise, we haven't spoken person to person, so to speak, right?
No.
But you know that I have, in the course of my role in this case, been able to watch and review and see a lot of the interactions you've had with police, right?
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking that, in fairness, you've been called up and you get asked questions, and those questions calling you to remember things, and it's been a while, right?
Yeah.
If I may use, especially if it's okay with you, some materials to refresh your recollection if you would like, or if I feel like I need to, okay?
Yep.
Because you really worked this situation in this case with Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales regularly since Casey died, right?
Yes.
I mean, is it fair to say that for your household, excluding Kylie, but for your household and the things where the people that live there and what happened there, getting access to your household, that you've been the contact point, right?
Correct.
And that's caused you to be in contact in a variety of ways here. You, first of all, are the first person to alert anyone else as to Casey's condition, right?
Yes.
And so we've got you coming down, as you said. We're going to plot through some of these things again. I'll try not to be repetitive, but maybe some of them have a different angle or a little bit of different information I'd like the jury to understand, okay? Then you went to the hospital, right?
Yes.
Do you remember communicating? Is that where you met Detective Farney?
I think it is.
For the first time, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And then didn't you go from there to the police station and have an interview with your sister and Kylie and you in a room with Detective Farney?
Yeah, it wasn't that same night, but at some point.
You don't recall that it was that same night? It was before you went back?
I don't recall it being the same night.
We may use some material to help in that regard. Because do you recall when you talked to, let's focus on that interview. Is that the first time you felt like you had a formal interview, which was the time that you were at the police station?
I would say yes, probably.
But when you had that, like I said, it was you and it was your sister Kaylee Lynn, right?
Uh-huh.
And then Kylie, all together being asked questions by the police officer, right?
Yes.
Now, then you could talk to each other about the answers, you three, right? I'm not saying you decided to do it this way, but that was the circumstance that you were first in terms of a police interview. Is that fair?
Yeah. I don't recall any conversations that Detective Farney and I would have had at the hospital. But, we determined that we needed to go back to Casey's bedroom.
We heard a 911 call already. Some more material and recordings, but you mentioned right in that 911 call suspicions, right?
Yeah.
And let me see if I can help refresh some timing, because when you went down and saw Casey in the condition that you saw her, the first thing you did actually was call Kylie. Do you remember that?
Yeah, she would be the first one that I would have contacted. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm going to try hard not to. If you have more to say on that, you can.
No, I'm done.
So I want to be clear, you called Kylie and it's Kylie that asked you to call 911, right?
Yeah, but I was sure that, you know, after seeing Casey's condition, that even if Kylie wouldn't have said, I would have said, I'm calling 911.
That's fair. I just want to clear up some testimony. Is that earlier testimony, as I heard it, and it's up to the jury ultimately to decide, but as I heard it, that you were saying you had called 911 first. The point is that Kylie also immediately told you that Megan was killing Casey, right?
Yeah.
She was very worked up right away, Kylie was, right?
Yeah.
And then said, call 911, right?
Yeah.
And you did. I'm not saying you wouldn't have. All I'm saying is getting the order and what was known and who was saying, okay? Fair?
Yeah.
And then you could hear from where you were and see that Kylie ended up on a phone call with Megan, right?
I don't recall that. You know, it's possible that, well, when I called Kylie, I don't know if I put Kylie on the phone with Megan at that time. That's possible, but I don't recall for sure.
You're not sure as you sit here today, remembering whether and how Kylie and Megan spoke and how that went. But Kylie told you to get her out of the house, right?
Yeah.
And told you her suspicions of, pretty strong words, that Megan's trying to kill her, right?
Yeah.
And that's why you said that on the 911 call.
Yes.
Then, like we established, you were at the hospital, you had the interview in the police room with your sister and Kylie, and then you also had an occasion to go to the house, right?
Yes.
When you went, in your conversation at the police station, there's discussion about the contents of the blue box. Do you recall that?
I don't recall details, but I know we talked about it.
And the contents of the blue box, right?
Yes.
Now, this is the blue box that you had said your brother made for Casey, where she kept all of her important or private or special things. Is that fair characterization? But that, at the point that you're talking to Detective Barney in that interview, somebody's gone through the blue box already, right?
I don't know. I had never until then looked in the blue box. I had no idea what was in there, so I had no idea if something was removed or no idea.
If they're talking about, Kylie is talking about items in the blue box, you certainly didn't remove the items in the blue box, right?
Right.
You didn't manipulate that blue box before you went with Detective Barney to the now soaked bedroom.
No.
To close it off, right?
Right.
Now I will say this off, right?
Right.
Now I will say this. When the police come, the first after you called, the EMTs come and police officers came, right?
Yes.
And you talked to them about any questions they had.
Yes.
Right? At the end of that, when the police were finished with that initial investigation, they told you don't let anyone go into that room, right?
Right.
Now, do you recall whether you passed that along to anyone else?
I don't recall.
So it's possible that others, including Kylie, didn't know that the police had made that command.
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't recall telling anybody that. But.
All right. And then you, as you continued to be involved, the next time you had contact after the sealing of the room and the unsealing it to get your phone, were you present there for the search of the room by Detective Barney and other police officers? Is there that day?
I don't think I was.
So you didn't interact and they weren't able to ask you questions about the results of their search of the room?
Not that I recall.
After that search occurred on what I believe is the 14th of the room, then was it your understanding that you could go in there and do what you needed to do with it?
Yeah.
Then at some point you are in contact about the fact that you found that Fanta box and the insulin and a needle, everything else, right?
Right.
The next day, I think it is, Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales come over with a few others, I think, or at least one other person. And among the things they do is pick that and get the Fanta box evidence that they asked you to collect, right?
Yeah.
You call, so walking around the house and speaking with them for about 2 hours.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was the same day, but they came back, I think after there was some, after lab work on Casey had been done, and if I recall, they found arsenic in her blood. So
that was yet a different day. Remember, they came back to ask you about. Did you learn eventually from there that was just some abnormality that came out of some medical chart that there's never been any arsenic involved in the case?
No, I never.
They never told you?
No.
All right. And then there's been some contacts as late as April to look at lot numbers in your fridge.
Yeah.
Remember that? And then they only made a phone call to you about having found Kyle's preloaded syringes and empty syringes in his room, right?
Yeah.
All right, there. Let me go back, having established sort of the times and you've spoken to the police and what you've spoken to them about. One overall theme was already discussed with you right off the bat, and that is Casey was able to fool you and your family and those that were taking care of her and helping her completely on the issue of whether she had cancer, right?
Right.
She was able to lie to you about that and convince you and your family for years, right?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, she was good enough at that. You changed your life in relation to her claims of cancer and other maladies, right?
Yep.
When you came back to live in the house, you even passed by a very lucrative and good opportunity for work, right?
Yeah.
Now you knew you needed to take care of your parents.
Right.
Kyle was bad off, but a big part of that decision forgo that part of your career and that income was Casey's lies about being sick, right?
Yes.
Casey was able to get you to do a lot. Visits to the ER, right?
Yep.
You thought they were about cancer she lied about, right?
Well, she had so many medical issues. It could have been about a lot of different things.
Medical issues that she told you about, right?
Yeah, but she had the port that I knew she had. And she was getting medical supplies delivered every week.
I remember, and you were talking about thinking those must be related to chemo treatments, right?
Yeah.
You thought she had chemo because she told you she had chemo. She was
Yeah,
taking
she had said she had cancer.
and that she was treating it with chemo, right?
Yeah, I don't specifically recall her saying it was chemo, but I just assumed the vials that were in the fridge were for treating cancer.
Then when I think you said a lot of times the trips that you took her on were also to the pharmacy.
Yeah, usually when she'd go to the emergency room and then I'd go back and pick her up, the pharmacy was right next to the hospital, and so we'd stop there and she'd fill a prescription.
Did you know that she was filling massive prescriptions of opioids?
I didn't know what the medications were.
Did you know that she took Xanax, alprazolam, even though she wasn't prescribed?
I didn't know that.
When you guys first learned, your family first learned that, assume was a gut punch, about Casey's lies. In fact, the reality is this hospital that she went to, where she died, said she was, quote, healthy. You remember that?
Well, when they came back with the report, I wasn't there, but I was told by either Kylie or my sister and that was surprising to say the least.
Not only because this cancer lie, but you had said she seemed so out of it at times, that you would get up in the middle of the night and drive her for her own safety. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, if she needed to go to the emergency room.
Where you didn't know what was happening inside.
Right.
And is next to the pharmacy, right?
Yep.
I mean, you saw her when the night she was taken by the EMTs, you went into her room. Remember that?
Yeah.
And you hadn't really ever been in her room much while she lived there, right?
Just when she had questions about what she was doing at work for our company.
And I think you previously described that even on those occasions, she'd come up to your office to deal with those, right?
Usually.
And when you went into her room on the 12th, there were dozens and dozens and dozens of pain pill bottles, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was dozens of bottles, but I don't know what was in them.
You don't remember talking to the police about oxycodone?
I don't remember specifically, but if I did, that's not surprising.
And then when you were, what I'm getting to, maybe poorly, I'm sorry, on this particular topic, is that she presented to you on these times that you would care for her and take her somewhere as really sick, I think. You said you thought she was really sick, right?
Yeah.
She seemed out of it, and did she seem like slurring and dizzy and genuinely out of it, sick?
In pain is what she seemed like.
And you didn't know at the time that she was abusing opioids, did you?
No.
So you weren't gauging for whether her symptoms that she was putting on or you could have been because of consuming benzodiazepines or opioids, right?
No.
Excuse me. There were, let me turn to a little bit about the, what's going on in the house that you described and sort of the way Casey in particular was around, had access to, had knowledge about insulin and diabetics, okay? She wasn't one. We've already established Casey wasn't a diabetic, right?
Right.
But she's in a house, and I really feel for your house, and I want to tell you, you're an impressive person. I've gone through what you've gone through and your physical circumstances in your family, but it is a house, because of that, just loaded with insulin. Is that fair?
Yep.
Of all kinds.
Yep.
And without any criticism whatsoever, but just factually, so much so that it's not even likely that you would know if some went missing, right?
Right.
And of course, Casey had full access to any and all of this, right?
Yep.
Also, syringes. Casey could get a syringe that is used for insulin injection easily without anyone knowing it, correct?
Correct.
And also, Casey really had a lot of special knowledge about amounts and kinds and administering insulin, didn't she?
Yeah, from her experience growing up in a family of diabetics.
Yeah, and I guess that's what I'm getting at, because I heard your testimony. I mean, so much so that she was able and left to and capable of managing your mother, right?
Yeah.
Who is about as unpredictable and in need of intelligent care, sounds like, as any diabetic, right?
Yeah.
She needs someone taking care of her who understands about doses, understands about blood glucose levels and things like that, right?
Yes.
At the time she's taking care of your mother and living in the household, did she utilize, for instance, a glucometer, glucose monitor? You know?
She knew how to use it. Usually my dad would be the one that would be checking my mother's blood sugar levels.
And then maybe Casey would be called on to help do something about them?
Yeah. Yeah. If my dad has gotten to be pretty good at judging dosages and giving my mom a shot when she needs it. But if Casey would have been, or if my mom would have been low, my dad knows how to handle that also. But with Casey and Kyle and my mom there, Casey took some of the load off of my dad to help my mom.
So again, let me re-ask the question about glucometer. Did you know that Casey used it or would have occasion to use it in connection with what she was doing to help your mother?
Yeah, she would know how to use it, and I'm sure she tested my mom's blood occasionally.
Now, she would have no occasion to use it for herself in relation to insulin, at least, right?
Right.
Did you know that she was reporting and claiming to doctors that complaining of hypoglycemia?
I think she may have mentioned that a little bit, but I didn't take note or pay particular attention to it.
Okay, so nothing where she ever wanted to test herself in relation to maybe suffering hypoglycemia or something like that, right?
Yeah, I don't remember ever thinking about that.
Let's talk about that downstairs level too. Casey's pretty isolated in terms of the household being in that room, correct?
Yeah, she had privacy there.
She could come and go because of that door. Is it to the patio?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to, again, have you help probably, but let me establish something. Did the police ever ask you to diagram your house?
I don't recall. At least initially, I don't think they did, but at some point Detective Farney may have. I don't remember.
Did they ever ask to come take pictures of all the rooms in the house so they would know the layout?
I don't recall them asking me that.
How about just to get floor plans or something so that you wouldn't have to draw it on an iPad a year and a half later?
I don't recall that.
You saw a picture, an overhead aerial view. You didn't create that picture of your house, right?
No.
What about, we saw another picture, it was the front of the house. You didn't take that, right?
No.
Working with what we have, again, on the subject of sort of, the area where Casey was. Let's talk a little bit about the fact that for a period of time, it sounds like maybe a couple years, Casey lived there while Kyle was still alive, right?
Right.
So Kyle did stay downstairs.
Yeah.
Kyle did use that downstairs fridge for syringes and for insulin and all those things, right?
Yes.
And I think you said Kyle was even maybe sounds like a little looser and faster than the way you use the medication. He'd preload syringes, right?
Yep.
Not something that you're fond of doing, I take it.
Yeah, I'm a little more disciplined than Kyle was.
So there could be syringes with insulin in the downstairs area, already filled with insulin, right?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't laying around. Kyle kept those on his nightstand that he would use if his sensor went off at night and he had high blood sugar.
And that's the same downstairs area. And Casey was in a lot of contact with Kyle, right?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you knew that Casey even talked to Kyle about the subject of suicide, remember?
Yeah.
Kyle was sick. He was, I'm sorry. He got really sick. Casey certainly had a lot of contact with him in that area that he lived in right downstairs that you drew, right?
Yeah.
And that's the room and the nightstand that you actually found some pre-filled syringes, or at least one pre-filled syringe of insulin and some empty, apparently used syringes that were insulin syringes, right?
Not in the nightstand, but in the desk.
In the desk. Now, the desk is in Kyle's room, and it's not like it's locked or anything, right?
Right.
So, and that's not even by the nightstand. So somehow some pre-loaded syringes, or at least one pre-loaded syringe, I'm sorry, I think that we're talking about some stuff that was just recently turned over to the police, right?
Yeah.
Last December. But let me clear that up. That was found just a couple months after Casey died, right?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you weren't ultimately really asked about this until last December, but then you did recollect that the reason, because those syringes, empty and full, ended up in the downstairs fridge, right?
Yeah.
You put them there.
Yeah.
So a couple months after, there's syringes that include a syringe with insulin in a drawer in Kyle's room that certainly Casey could have had plenty of access to, right?
Yeah, I mean, the door's not locked but I don't think she'd be in that room going through the desk.
You don't think she would because, I mean, not because she's a straightforward, honest person, right?
I just don't think she would go in there and go through that desk drawer, that whole desk.
All right. Well, whatever she could or couldn't do, those syringes were around apparently at the time she died, located by you a couple months later because you were going to go move down into Kyle's room for a while, right?
Right.
And then you ultimately moved out of the house.
Right.
A couple months later, was it?
Yeah.
All right. That downstairs area, we were talking about it being a little isolated. Maybe you could put up that drawing. It ended up, I think, 3. Seeking to publish States Exhibit.
May,
This diagram, you drew the patio. That patio, that's that doorway that Casey would, if she left her bedroom, walk out that doorway and sit on that patio, right?
Yeah.
There's chairs, there's some lounger type chairs there, right?
Yes.
Is that where that garbage can is?
Yes.
Now, that's not the only way out from the basement, right?
No, that's the only way onto the patio, but there's 2 other ways out of the basement.
And what are those? Are they drawn on there?
Yeah, the lower left-hand corner are stairs that go up to the kitchen upstairs. And then over there, lower right-hand, just above Kyle's bedroom is a door in and stairs to the garage.
Okay. You had, I think, indicated going in and out of the patio area door, there would be a common place for her friends and acquaintances to come in if they had driven there. And come
Yes, yep,
Sorry it took me so long to get to that point. But that's where coming and going happened in Casey's world, right?
yeah,
Not having to go up through the upstairs.
right.
And I think you said she would come and go without folks knowing and would be down there smoking cigarettes with people you didn't know.
Yep.
And that, I don't know if I already asked you this, but that's where that trash can that ultimately involved the Fanta box was.
Yes.
She'd throw her cigarette butts and stuff in there.
Yep.
Does that tend to be where Casey threw trash?
Yes.
Your family didn't go through trash down in there.
No.
You had trash cans in the garage that were easily accessed to the upstairs.
Yep.
Okay. On the 12th, did you know that Casey had taken a glucometer that your mom was using?
No.
You know now, evidence-wise, is the belief that she took a glucometer and used it in that room that day of the 12th, right?
Yes.
You don't have any idea how she got it.
I don't know. And I mean, there's so many glucometers around the house. I don't know that Casey took it. I mean, somebody else could have.
Did you know that there were readings on that glucometer on the 12th before Megan ever arrived? Did you know that?
No.
Okay. I guess I'm asking that. I didn't know there were so many glucometers of that kind around because you asked for that glucometer back after the police took it because you needed it for your mom, right?
Yeah. Glucose test strips expire. And it's easier and less expensive with insurance usually to just get a whole new glucometer and a new prescription for test strips. So, there are 4 or 5 different companies that manufacture those. And between all the members of our family, we probably use a version of every one of them. So there are a number of glucometers in the house, but most of them would have test strips that were expired.
Okay. Did you know, by the way, that Dr. Masteller had sent Casey home with the glucometer once?
No.
Megan arrives. It's time you don't know it's Megan. She arrives on the 12th because you can see it from your room. Excuse me, you're working, and then she's there all day. You indicated you were upstairs in your office, right?
Yeah.
You did go down a couple times during the day.
You know, I don't specifically remember, but in a normal day, I would go down a couple of times just to maybe get insulin or use the bathroom.
Now, it's been a while. But you did get asked questions within a day of all this by Detective Forney in that interview that we talked about, right?
Yeah.
And we agree, can we, that you would have had a much better recollection at that time, what had just happened, recollection of that day, even though it was traumatic.
Yeah.
So you, during your interview, said you had gone down 4 or 5 times during the day just to kind of look around and check on Casey. You would have been telling Detective Farney the truth, right?
Yeah.
And further, that though you recall the door being shut most of those times, there was one time that the door was open, ajar enough that you could look in and you could see Megan there and you could see Casey there on the bed, right?
Yeah, I could see Casey. I don't remember if I could see Megan or not.
You remember telling Detective Forney just a day after this occurred that on one of the occasions the doors cracked open, it was dark, but you could see Casey on the bed and you could see Megan. You didn't know it was Megan at the time.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known it was
The
Megan.
person that you now know is Megan.
Yeah.
And that you didn't know her at the time, but you did see her in the room. You were able to see the two of them. Is that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, if I would have been saying that the day after, then yeah, that.
And otherwise, when you're upstairs, you're working, right?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you're taking phone calls.
Yes.
Is that mostly what you're doing when you're working? Is on the phone, headphones on?
Yep.
When you're up working all the time in your office, you can't hear what's going on downstairs. That's fair, right?
Correct.
However, though you were down that number of times and under those circumstances, you hadn't interacted with Megan or Casey directly, right?
No.
And then it's actually the fact that Casey doesn't answer a call that causes you to go downstairs and find what you found that we've heard described, right?
Correct.
What it turns out, were you there when one of the first things that was found in that room when the EMTs went in was a diabetic syringe right next to where Casey was on her bed?
I don't recall that.
You didn't know if you knew that?
If I knew it, I'd forgotten it.
Okay. I mean, there's some pictures. It was picked up and put on a nightstand and photographed, and I can't remember if those were ever shown to you, or more importantly, whether you remember what happened in terms of that syringe being found. And if you don't, it's fine. There's more witnesses. You're the first one, actually. Then we have this syringe out in the Fanta box situation that I'm going to go into a little more detail. But then you find yet another syringe when you're cleaning up the room because of the damage that's caused by the flood, right?
Yeah.
Now, at the time you find that, it's an insulin syringe, right?
Yeah.
You ended up giving it to Detective Farney at some point, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember, you said it was over, that too was over by where that lounger is, in other words, also where, by the bed where Casey was, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you did with it? Did you hook it up and put it somewhere, or did you just leave it there for the police?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the police even asking you what you did with the syringe in a room with the overdose of insulin?
No.
But you did tell them that you found it, and when you found that insulin syringe in the room, it had been searched pursuant to a search warrant, right?
I guess, yeah, I don't recall. I don't.
Going through the work you did with Detective Farney, you went there, it's flooded, but she wants to seal up, put crime scene tape on the door and stuff, right?
Yep.
And you had gone in to the room first, though, with her, right?
Yeah.
Walked around. You were seeing the flood, showed how there was the table with the computer or the window well that had caused everything to flood, right?
Yep.
And so you're walking around. It's the first time Detective Farney's been in the room, as far as you know, right?
Yep. Yep.
And then you're going to seal her off as a crime scene. So she puts up that tape.
Yep.
And then you call her and say, dang it, I left my phone in the sealed crime scene. She says, let's just cut the tape and then put it back together once you get your phone, right?
Yeah.
Then the next day, this is what I said to you, and I think maybe in fairness, you're saying you're not sure whether you were there. A search warrant is utilized to then search everything pursuant to the warrant. And that room was searched by a team, including Detective Barney. You weren't aware that that full-on search warrant occurred and the search occurred before you went into the room and found another syringe?
Yeah, I don't recall, I mean, the warrant, I don't recall. I just recall Detective Farney saying, well, okay, we're going to come over and search the room.
And then it gets searched, and then you're free to do what you want with it. And then when you go in after the police do a full search, maybe I'm confusing it by saying warrant. I apologize. I mean, it doesn't matter to you what they did to go in the room. But the point is, it was searched, and then you found a syringe, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to fit in a subject that might help us with time that doesn't have media. But tell me, please, Judge, anytime you would like to recess.
We're getting close to 5.
That's why I brought it up.
You have more than 8 minutes worth of cross left.
I do, sir, and frankly, would spend the night streaming it down to the extent I can.
Let's finish up right now.
Okay.
Let's end for the day. I think that's a good time. And we'll come back tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to break for the evening. We're going to reconvene tomorrow at 8:30. Same time, same place as you did this morning, and we'll keep moving. We all appreciate your attentiveness to this case and the efforts that you're putting in. So thank you. Cole will show you out, but before you go, might I remind you that you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Everybody get home safe. Thanks.
All right, jury.
And I think we're just going to go into day 2. There's a minute left. I'll see if he gives any instruction. If he's just going to read the instruction with it, we hear that all the time. Basically, yes. Actually, no, he won't because they're leaving. That's the jurors leaving, right? So I'll stay here because he may say something to them. Sometimes they do stuff
All right,
out
counsel,
of the
anything
jury's
else we
view.
need to cover before we break for the evening and start back up first thing in the morning? Anything from the state?
Not at this time.
All right. Counsel, thank you for
Psych.
your efforts and your professionalism.
Thank
so
you.
Far.
Yeah,
It's
so
helpful.
far so good.
We'll reconvene in the morning. Everybody get
I'll
home
be there.
safe.
I'll be there in 2 minutes. Dee Dee's back. Back again. Yeah, I'll just go to the next one because I have it already queued up in this playlist. So give me one.
Oh, that's the end.
Ooh, they're already. I must have been watching it. I'll double check to make sure I got the right one. My browser feels slow. It's like I got all these windows open, and so 12 days ago, yeah, day 2, trial part 1. Okay, good thing I checked. So there's another. Oh, is there a day 2 part? Ooh, I don't have that. So good I checked. Day 2 trial part 1. Does that mean there's a day 2 part 2? Is this it? Oh my God, I'm so glad. 51 minutes. Oh my God, I'm so glad I checked. There was a part 2 and I missed it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'll put this in the playlist. Good thing I did that. I should double check to make sure. Well, no, part 1 they left and we watched the opening statements, so we didn't miss anything. So boom, it should be on here when I'll refresh just in case. Sorry guys. Wow. I'll have to keep my eyes open for that. It should place it. I'll have to fix it myself. Day 2, part 2. Come on up here. Oh, I can't move it. What? This is my playlist. Come on. How could I not? So I got to change it to oldest, probably. Published oldest, because they should go in order that way. Day 1, 2. Oh, no, it put it in front. So they're playing with me here. So I'll put it in manual now, and I'll move this to after day 2 because this is part 2. Sorry, guys. Boom. There we go. There we go. So we just watch this. We're going to watch this and part 2 if we can. Let's play them all. And I'll get us to day 2. We're about to start. I think if I did that, we would have missed 50 minutes of something. Here it comes. They start around here. And they've got it muted. I will put on the screen who's coming up. Here it is here. Actually, I have it ready. That's why I'm dropping these comments in chat. So if you see these big ass comments from me, just ignore them. And I've got to find this lab tech's name because I can't find it. I just see lab toxicologist or whatever is coming up. So if they say their name, if you catch it and type it in chat. I'm scanning ahead to see. I'll get us because we don't need all this empty space. But to start day 2, look at this. I'm doing it all for you. Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. I'll mute. Day 2, about to start. No shenanigans, shibby. Prosecution will be starting probably March 12th, 2026. Obviously, she was found guilty yesterday, but we're going to catch up. Seems interesting. More interesting than I thought it would be. So coming up with the prosecution, I believe probably the second person, Sandy Ness, and there's a lab toxicologist. I got to find their name, or I should really listen. Actually, what I'll do is I'll put the closed captioning on just for the beginning. If they spell their name out, I'll catch it. How's that? Professional shibby. I'll turn the captioning off. Don't you worry. Now what I'll do is I'll go 2x speed to get this party on the go. Here it comes, rising.
Let me go back on the record. It is March 12th, 2026, case number 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sunwall. Welcome back, everybody. The jury is here and ready to go. Anything we need to cover?
Yes, we just had, I guess, just one issue that we wanted to bring up and have the court to think about. I know it's not ideal. Scheduling wise, we are behind schedule. We're doing our best to work with both counsel are doing our best to try to streamline things and work together. Notwithstanding, we think we might need another day. I don't know how possible that is. I know that you have the judicial conference.
It's not possible.
Is it impossible to take the 23rd? I know that's your law in motion day. I don't know how possible it is to get coverage for yourself on that day if we can. Otherwise, I mean, we'll obviously do our best. But it's looking like, because I believe Mr. Williams originally thought that we had that Monday available because he didn't know that your law motion is on Monday. I obviously did know that. I think we just are behind schedule such that we think another day is maybe going to be necessary, but if it's impossible, we'll obviously do our best to.
The parties asked for 9 days, and that's what we gave you. I don't think there was any question about, and that included jury selection. I don't think there was any question about how much time the parties were going to have.
I think we simply miscalculated. So I don't know that we're gonna do our best to streamline. I think we've cut down, we've cut a witness and we've tried to cut down on timing of witnesses. But I just wanted to flag that for the court. I don't know that it's something we need to decide right now. And obviously we'll do our best to avoid it. I just wanted to see what the possibilities were.
That would be the only option, is to see if I can get coverage for law and motion on that date. I don't know if that's a possibility, but we potentially can. What we are not going to do is give this to the jury on the afternoon of the 24th.
Okay.
That's not going to happen.
Okay.
That's not fair to them.
Agreed.
They are here on the 24th, and that is their last day.
Agreed.
We are not giving it to them that afternoon. In our prior discussions, the hope was that they would have all day, the 24th, to deliberate. If they didn't start Friday, the Friday before, I'll look in to see if I can get that Monday, if I can get coverage.
We're hoping it's not necessary. And like I said, I think both sides are going to do our best to streamline and speed things along. But I just wanted to flag that we are behind schedule.
I'm glad you guys are talking about it, because we've got to work within this time frame. And if we can get an extra day, we'll try and figure that out.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Anything else before we bring the jury in?
Not right now from the state.
All right, let's do it.
All right, the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Appreciate y'all showing up again for day 2 of our trial. We have our witness available for Mr. Williams to continue on cross. Mr. Farnsworth, if you please come forward. You've already been sworn in. You haven't been released, so I will remind you that you are still under oath. Thank you for being here again, sir.
Oh, is that the uncle coming back? Oh my God. Oh, I'll have to change it. Give me 1 second. It is. Oh, I missed that. I thought I read something about that. Oh, 1 sec. I'll fix it. But I guess Scarlett last will be the first. So they carried him over.
And you'll be happy to see, Your Honor, that we followed the court's order to all dress the same. I don't want the jury to think, however, that means we're all on the same side. Morning.
Morning.
It's okay if I call you Mark.
Yep.
I'm going to try to be a little more surgical here. It's morning, a little more awake. Hopefully I haven't had too much coffee. So I'm going to hit some topics. I did want to follow up because we had talked about the various things that Casey, lied to you about and also got you to believe. You'd already talked about cancer and the various maladies, right?
Yes.
And the needs for medications and things like that, right?
Yeah.
But she also led you to believe she was on hospice.
Yes.
Remember? And you did.
Yep.
I want to touch on this subject of insurance in this life insurance stuff. Now, you talked a little bit about it yesterday. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
This issue of life insurance was bantered about by Casey for years, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And you even, as you testified yesterday, it just didn't make sense even to you for reasons that included financial, right?
Yes.
She had once told you, well, I've got some boyfriend who's paying the premiums, correct?
One time.
Oh, paying one premium?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I mean, again, it's Casey telling you, but you didn't have any proof or reason to determine whether that was even correct, right?
Right.
And when Casey used this discussion in that topic, she would often use it divisively, wouldn't she? In other words, she'd sort of say, well, I'm changing the beneficiary to this person, or people are after my life insurance policy and things like that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I mean, one time she even was accusatory against you in relation to trying to get it when there was a discussion with whether Kyle might be a beneficiary, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and I think you expressed, but you can do it again. It must have been pretty frustrating to even have her discussion of this life insurance be divisive as to you and your brother.
Yeah.
But even as recently, as April of 24, before Casey passed, do you remember her even talking about that subject divisively vis-a-vis Megan? I need to show it. Yeah, go ahead and put it up without. In some text messages, do you recall that?
Text messages with me?
Yeah, Casey and you are talking about Casey trying to tell you, hey, Megan just wants my life insurance policy. I've taken her off of it. You shouldn't even let her come to the house. I don't like her, etc. I'm paraphrasing. I'm going to show you the actual words in a minute, okay?
Okay.
But do you recall that you were kind of supportive of saying, okay, I'm here to help if you want me to intervene?
I don't know that I recall specifically that, but that kind of conversation, I would say, yeah, that probably happened.
And I mean, you know now, do you know now? I don't know what the government has shared with you, to be honest, Mark, but do you know now that while she's telling you she wants help getting rid of Casey bugging her and coming over to the house, she's also simultaneously, Megan, coming over to the house, she's simultaneously texting Megan about coming to the house, texting Megan about the same old subjects of being sick. I'm nearly dying. I think I'll try to commit suicide with insulin, all those stuff. Do you know that while she's telling you to sort of splitting you off, asking you not to have communications with Megan, she's inviting Megan over?
No, I didn't know that.
Do you know it now? Or do you? I mean, have they shown you the text messages between you and Casey?
No.
Have they shown you text messages between you between Megan and Casey at the same time that Casey's texting you?
No.
Let me show you an example. You probably heard, you've been in a few hearings, and you probably know by now that there are tens of thousands of text messages over the course of the relationship, just back to five years before. I'll show you what, let's talk about it as defense one. This is a text exchange from April 24th, 2024. Looks like it's in the morning. But just looking at the top of the green bubble here, it says from Casey Girl. Is that what Casey often had as a nickname?
Yeah.
And it's to a number that says Mark. Can you look at that number real quick and see?
Yep.
That's your number, right?
Yep.
So does this look like text messages? You can go ahead to the blue bubble and look at that blue bubble and see if it's you back to her.
Okay.
Okay, so this, you agree, accurately represents a text stream between you and Casey in April of 2024.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and read through it, so you don't have to, but follow along if you will. So, well, I'm sorry, I'm gonna move to publish it as exhibit number 1.
No objection.
Do we need different numbers?
Oh, do you want?
Or do we have defendants exhibit 1 and states exhibit 1? What's easier for you?
I'm happy to do letters if you like.
Letters might be more clear.
Sorry, Judge.
That's all
Every
right.
court practice is different.
Yeah, that's all right. So defendants exhibit A,
A.
and you were offering this.
Yes, and it sounds like there's no objection.
Court received defendants exhibit A, you can publish it.
Thank you, and then we'll get these numbered correctly on the ultimate provision to the court. So I should have checked first. Again, I'm sorry. So we've got Casey Girl telling you about Megan, that I think she's still hoping I'm dying. That's all she talks about because she thinks she's getting my life insurance policy. I never told her I took her off it because I didn't want to start fighting. But it's like our friendship isn't a friendship anymore. Again, this is April. All she'll ever talk about is me dying and asking about my health. And I don't want to think about my health. And I don't want to talk about it. But I'm sure it's all money. But if I called her out on it, she would try to cry and say I was rude for even thinking that. And she just cares about me and doesn't want me to be in pain anymore. I'm just tired of having this same conversation with her. You see that?
Yeah.
Now, you would be sympathetic to the supposed position of Casey, right?
Yeah.
And so you say, you need to put in writing what you want done with the life insurance, and then I'll call her and I'll put an end to this if you want me to, right?
Yep.
Scrolling down, she doesn't seek your help, right? She says everything is in writing. Now, as far as you know, that's not true, right?
Right.
But she made mad that she went through my life insurance policy when I went out of town with Keller, when I was living at her house. By the way, she wasn't living at her house. That would have been years before this was written, right?
Yeah.
And I had letters and things of friends and family for after I passed. So after me and her went and planned my funeral, I told her I wasn't telling her how much it was or anything because I had surprises for people to get after I was gone. But she went through all my stuff anyway. I didn't even put it back to make it look like she didn't go through it. I'm sorry, she even put it back. So I called my attorney. You're not aware that she ever had an attorney, right?
No.
And I changed everything and I put it in your name and Kay's. Kay's your sister, right?
Yep.
Kaylin is her name, but you guys called her Kay.
Yep.
Of course, that's not true in terms of and put it in your name in case you never saw any proof that anything got put in your name or Kay's, right?
Right.
I don't want her to know. She can be pissed off after I'm gone. I'm just gonna block her off of my phone. So if she gets a hold of you, just don't respond to her. And hopefully she'll leave me alone. But I don't want to bring up the life insurance thing with her because that's going to give me major anxiety. So she's asking you here not to help, right?
Yes, I think she's just saying,
well,
I'll take care of it and you don't have to do anything.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was just, we don't get to speculate on what people thought. So that's why I was about to interrupt you, but that's okay. Because you say, okay, you say, all right, I'll stay out of it, right?
Yeah.
So she's clearly, you interpreted this as that she wanted you not to have contact with Megan, not to get involved with Megan, right?
Yeah.
She went further. She said, thanks. Hopefully she won't get you involved. I just wanted to give you a heads up because I was thinking about how her husband got in contact with you. So I can't remember if it gave her your phone number and I first went on hospice or if he just called your insurance phone number because he had done my taxes. And then if you can scroll up. Oh, that's the end. So you never did go back and forth with Megan because, among other things, even though you offered, Casey is splitting you off saying, don't communicate.
Yeah.
Do you remember she even talked to you and texted you about, hey, I don't want her at the house, so if she comes over, tell her to go away.
Yeah.
Now, when she's telling you that's before, for instance, the events that we're talking about, where, as we now know, she is inviting Megan over to engage in an insulin overdose. You didn't know that, of course. No. So she's already told you that she wants you to expel Megan, to keep Megan away, that she's broken it off with Megan, that she doesn't like Megan and she's fighting. And this is in April, right?
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to touch on the subject of, you can take that down on publishing. Thank you very much. You had talked about some blessings and that Casey had asked you to give her blessings periodically, right?
Yep.
Those blessings come from a pretty darn serious place in your spiritual beliefs. Agreed?
They can, yeah.
I mean, I think you explained it is God empowering someone who holds a position, that's a certain position, bishopric at some point, to give these blessings to people of for various purposes, right?
Yes.
Now, Casey knew that that's the strength of your belief and it was religious and where it came from, right?
Yeah.
So she asked you to do that. And you mentioned she didn't ever ask you to give her a blessing in release, in relation to a release into a dying. She didn't, right?
Right.
Instead, she asked you to do it on some other subjects. And one was to bless her in relation to her health and getting better and beating cancer, right?
Yeah.
She asked you to give her a spiritual blessing about cancer that she didn't have, right? And you did, didn't you?
And I don't know that it was specifically about cancer, but she was sick, and so a blessing of healing and comfort.
Healing and comfort for reasons that after her death you learned she didn't have, right?
Specifically with the cancer, right? But she had a lot of other health issues that she would have wanted a blessing for.
All right. Let me go to this other subject. We had talked, this is part of the investigation, not as personal, sorry. I'm gonna move off something that person. I'm just talk about the investigation and the evidence, okay? I'm not gonna traipse you through all the things again about all the roles you've had here. I think that'll probably come out with investigative witnesses. But I want to talk about one feature we touched on yesterday and expand on it and clarify it and let the jury understand it. And I'm going to call it the Fanta box. You want them to put it up, or are you ready? Either way. You're already plugged in, so sorry. You're nagging on me. This is actually State's Exhibit 7. Could that be published? That from your computer? That's a clip.
Are you offering?
Can you switch?
Are you offering 7?
State's 7 is in.
Oh.
That's why I was going to use it. It's the photo of the Fanta box. So that's all right. If you could leave it up, well, you probably can't put it here and not
We
publish
can publish it.
That's my fault. We're using the two computers here on publishing. Now this Fanta box, while it's coming up to be publishing, just a little reminder, not that everyone needs it, but after the police had come on the 12th and left, this Fanta box evidence, as far as you're aware, was not known about, right?
Right.
Then the police come and do this search. I kept calling it, referring to a warrant, and you might have not, that might not mean anything to you about warrant, but still trying to get Exhibit 7 up. But,
My computer, I'm sorry.
okay. We'll get it up. I'll just lay out the history of it. Then they search in connection with their investigation with a team on the 14th of August, a couple days later. And then say you can go ahead and go about your business in the home, right?
Dates I'm not going to remember, but
That's what I'm telling you.
sequence of events, a couple of days after.
Thanks. And I'll try to tell you because these things are known and it's not fair to ask you, therefore, to have to remember them cold. Okay, this is State 7. Now, when you go out, you find this, I think, on the 18th. At any rate, a couple days after that search, right? A number of days. Correct?
Yeah.
And this I'm talking about, of course, it didn't look like it's in plaintiff 7. It was this Fanta box, and this Fanta box was in the garbage can that we had talked about, right?
Correct.
And as we went through that and laid that out yesterday, this garbage can's over there on the patio. We're gonna see it in a minute. We're gonna play it.
Okay.
But you go out that patio door that you would describe, that's where Casey would be, right?
Yeah.
That's where people would go and come that were her friends, and how she would leave and arrive for her life, for the way she operated there, right?
Yeah.
She'd sit out there on that patio and smoke and talk. Sometimes you could overhear it, things like that, right?
Yep. Yep.
That's Casey's garbage can.
Yep.
And you find, and you address that garbage can, the only reason is you're cleaning up Casey's past. And that's why you end up coming into contact with this Fanta box.
Correct.
Now, the Fanta box is not surprising insofar as Casey, that's her favorite drink. Casey bought and drank Fanta, orange.
Yep.
And as a matter of fact, did you know that they found cans of it in her room on the 12th?
Yep.
As you take it out to crush it, to put it in the garbage or recycling, wherever you put it.
Yeah.
I won't put you on the spot for that. There's something in it. It's this black rag, right?
Yeah.
And syringes and insulin. That's what you end up finding out is in it.
Yes.
So Okay, at this point in time, this is the, I think, 18th, but at any rate, you absolutely know that there's an investigation going on and that Casey's believed to have died because of an insulin overdose, right?
Yes.
You've discussed that regularly with Detective Forney and Special Agent Hale, right?
Yeah.
So here you come across insulin syringe in a garbage can right outside where Casey would put her garbage, where Casey would go. And so you call Detective Forney, right?
Yep.
And say, hey, you tell her what you found, right?
Yeah.
Now, she doesn't tell you to hold the scene, don't touch anything, I'll be over, or I'll send the CSI over, or we'll collect it, just leave it. She just tells you, hey, set it out and photograph it. Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything about the conversation.
Okay. Well, she'll be on the stand and I'll ask her. At any rate, I think you had said that this looks like the workbench and looks like a photograph that you could have taken because, well, you said you don't remember what Farney told you, but it was something. Farney told you to do something and it certainly wasn't do nothing, right?
Yeah, my brother did a lot of woodwork and he built that bench, and that bench was out on the patio. So I would have picked up the box and just put it on that bench if I don't even remember taking the picture, but I'm sure I did. So
again, you said you don't remember the exact conversation, and I guess that's fair, but it'll become clear with this clip that we're going to show anyway, because Detective Farney, I'm sorry, does come over on the 19th for a couple hours to do a number of things at your house, right? Remember that? The next day? You don't remember? Well, let's show some clips and maybe we'll end up having to show
Just put closed captioning on in case it's hard to hear. I'll turn it off if it's not. Sounds like they're going to play a video or something.
In your possession in terms of body camera and stuff like that.
If the audio's good, I'll turn it off. Sorry.
That it was the 19th and that Special Agent Hale's Detective Farney and some other people.
Casey's.
who
Fanta.
are
Casey.
Going to be witnesses or related, I don't think, but came over. And I guess I want to ask you what the purpose is. Ultimately, I'm going to have to ask them. But let me ask you if you recall that among the things that were done when they came over that day was address this question of Fanta box. Do you remember that?
Of what?
The Fanta box evidence.
Yeah. I don't remember the specifics of any conversation.
I'll probably have to do that then with the detective. If it is the case that the detective just asked you to put the evidence in a plastic bag and she would pick it up, you would have done that, right?
Yeah.
You don't recall being told to use gloves or take any precautions when you put this evidence into a plastic bag so she could just pick it up, right?
No.
You said
I
you
don't
don't
recall.
recall.
Yeah, if she
So that
would
would
have
mean
put
it's
it in
been
a plastic bag if I was instructed.
Let me show you what's on the screen right now.
Is his DNA going to be all over it?
Where that
oh my God. No
That's
way.
the downstairs kitchen.
Now, again, you were never asked to take pictures of your house or, to your knowledge.
Oh, no, he
had any
didn't
police
collect it.
officers come in and take pictures so they could document what
No,
it
he
looked
took
like. or
pictures
anything
of
like that, right?
Right.
But here we are on some body camera. Do you recognize that's you? In the right with that ball cap on?
Yep.
Okay. You're down in the kitchen. There's some boxes. And I'm going to move to admit this clip as defendant's.
Yeah, what good are photos if the cops didn't collect it as evidence, right? I'm not sure.
I guess I
Sounds
don't
weird.
know how much of Are you playing the entire thing?
Oh, here it comes.
How long is it? Oh, it's on there. This
it's
is a
on.
clip that is 52 seconds, and I'm happy to play it through non-published before the prosecution has to make a decision about whether they object, if that's appropriate. It comes off discovery.
Ms. Hunt?
It doesn't.
Prosecution doesn't want it played, so it's got to be incriminating against him
I don't think I have any objection at this.
or
I will
exculpatory for
say,
the defendant.
I think I heard in the question about whether it's an original. And I will inform, the only difference is that Detective Varney wears her body camera upside down. And so this did have to be flipped around, and that's why the dates and times are at the bottom. Or is there any other?
That's fine. What's wrong with that?
No, not
Come on.
Thank you. Court will receive.
Nothing
defendant's
wrong with that.
exhibit B. Wish to publish?
Yes, please, Your Honor. And there's also audio.
So this cop wears her body cam upside down and they had to flip the video. It's like just rotating it. Oh, here goes.
We'll
Closed
stop it
captioning's on.
there. Right there. Oh, go back a little bit. Sorry.
Ooh, this guy's onto
See
something.
that bag.
That's him. That's the guy, Uncle.
That's good enough. Lay until you can see the bag if you can, please.
Ooh.
Right there.
You know, I'll take
Can you
this. I'll take the
see
closed captioning off.
what Detective Barney is holding up there
Oh, detective.
in a plastic bag?
Yes,
It looked like some of the stuff that you had taken out of the Fanta box.
yes.
When you said you're not sure exactly what she asked on the phone and such. You don't see a Fanta box there, right?
Right,
You don't see the black rag there, right?
right.
Okay, we can play on. Okay, if you could pause for a moment. Where are you headed out to?
The patio.
That's the door you had drawn on your diagram out from the kitchen to the patio, right?
Yeah.
Right, we can continue to play it. I may ask you to pause and I'd give you some, boom, let's pause there. So here's the patio. Those are the chairs. This is where Casey would be with her friends with smoke.
Yep.
Stick her garbage in that gray can there, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's where you found the evidence, right?
Yes.
Is that to the left of it, the desk you're talking about? The workbench?
No, that's
Oh, that looks
grill.
like
That's a barbecue that with the little side table
That's
folded
fine.
up or up.
I should have realized that. I'm gonna go on. Let's go ahead and play it. Stop. That is Detective Barney having you pick up the piece of evidence
Ooh,
that she hadn't asked you
bare
to yet
hands.
collect with your
What?
bare hands out of the trash can that you ultimately retrieved it the day before. Is that right?
So he put it back in the garbage.
Yeah.
Go ahead and play it. Now, it looks like we don't have, stop it there, will you? We can't see the bag. Does this refresh your recollection that you're talking to her about the stuff she had, that bag she was holding in connection with the Fanta box?
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember anything about the conversation.
Okay.
Good point, Judy. I agree.
To play the volume.
That type of cancer, you'd think they'd really
Okay.
wake them up to quit for sure. Motivate you.
We're checking on volume.
I agree. This is
Mr.
weird.
Farnsworth, do you need to take something? I noticed that an alarm went off.
Did it beep?
Yeah, I just before I came up here, I had a shot, so I think that'll take care of me.
Obviously, we're stopping any second you need to.
I'm good.
You know that, right?
I'm good.
Okay, play it. Boom. In fairness, let's go back a bit if we can, because we can at least slightly hear the volume if we're quiet. I'm not sure why we don't have it stronger, but if we're all quiet and play it again from there, for your benefit, Mark, to refresh your recollection that you're talking to her about the box, about the evidence that you're holding in your bare hand. Okay.
With that box, and everything was in the box, but it was stuck in here. I usually pull these out and stamp them down. And I could feel there was something there, so.
And this is not yours.
Well, it could be, but I have no idea for sure.
What? He didn't say that. Yesterday? Today? What?
So that refreshes your recollection.
What?
Detective Barney comes over to you, talks about the phantom box evidence, talks to you about who it could be.
He doesn't know then?
Where you found it. You retrieve it right out of a garbage can. And in front of Detective Barney, stick it back in the garbage can. Right?
Yeah.
But he said he didn't know it could have been his. When he said in his testimony earlier, he said for sure it's not his needles because he would never throw them out in that garbage. The needles that were in that box. He said it in his testimony, I guess yesterday, but at the beginning of this, his first time, that it was not his for sure. Yet he's saying in the body cam, like that day to the cop, he doesn't know if it could be his or not. Yet now, so basically he's perjured himself today on the stand, basically, I believe, because he clearly remembered then. Now he doesn't remember. Or now he remembers now on the stand that it couldn't have been him because he would never, he said he never throws his needles in that can or whatever, something. Said it's not his in his testimony. Maybe he didn't know about this body cam video.
Yeah, at some point.
Maybe that's why they called him back.
Down.
Excuse me, I'll try not to interrupt. I'm sorry. Maybe that's why they called him back for sure, right? That's basically he perjured himself. Because, oh boy.
And taking it to the big garbage can that goes out to the curb.
No, dude. You said you never would put it in that garbage can.
Yeah,
there.
probably. I don't remember.
And change.
These guys caught him.
Again to.
He said in his testimony that he would never put his needles out in that can or whatever on the patio or something like that, right?
You were asked some questions by the prosecutor yesterday about what Casey did in the form of stealing money from your grandparents.
Oh, different.
Right?
My parents.
I'm sorry, her grandparents. Her grandparents.
Yeah.
This Casey was a trip. Not that she deserved to die. I will say.
So let's start over. You know that Casey was stealing money from your grandparents, right?
Objection, misstates evidence.
Yeah.
Did I say parents again?
He said my grandparents.
Hold on. As to the objection.
Misstates evidence calls for a legal conclusion.
Oh, come on.
I thought we'd been through this, but I can lay foundation.
Please do.
Sounds like we're gonna have to take this a little bit backwards.
Yeah, this guy's gonna tear him. This guy's a good defense lawyer. He may be a dick, but that's probably
At some point,
why he's good.
there were irregularities with your parents. Third time's a charm. Bank accounts, right?
Yeah.
And you talked about that a bit yesterday, and I want to talk about it more. All right.
Okay.
Sounds like we need to start from what the final conclusion was about that stuff. Okay.
Okay.
Because in relation to that activity, there was concerns that things were done with that card that were not your parents doing them, right?
Correct.
Money being used on those accounts that wasn't your parents using it, right?
Right.
Now, you wanted to know and investigate that. You said that yesterday, right?
Yeah, my sister and I were trying to figure out what was happening.
And even though that investigation into what happened throughout a time and to a point where after Casey had passed, right?
Right.
Now we're going to get to the point, the point about she might have known about it. Okay. Well, let's just talk about what your investigation resulted in. Did you involve complaints to authorities?
Yeah, we got in contact with the credit card company and my parents' bank.
Did you also, end up getting reported for an investigation on elderly abuse to the Department of Health and Human Services?
Yes.
And in terms of police work, you certainly informed Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales about it, right?
Oh,
I don't recall.
If something's going on here, I got to pause
play-
this, guys. I feel like this happened to me the other day. If this is my browser, I feel like it's my browser. I'm going to shut some stuff down. If I can get it in front of this, I usually can fix it. Sorry, I've paused it. If I have any other stuff, I got to shut them all down. And then I've got it. For some reason, when I play these videos this long, I need to clear my things here like this, clear some things up. This is tells me how my computer's running. Oh, it's usually, if it's red, it's bad. So it's not. So maybe it's just that video. Sorry. Sorry, I paused it. Clearing up. Okay, usually if they're red, that means they're warning you you're running too much stuff, but I'm not even close. So, and just forget everything I said. Here we go. Sorry for the interruption.
Some clips. You don't recall that even that on the 12th, that day that we saw you walking in the Fanta box and showing it then, that you and Kylie and Kay were all down asking Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales what you could do about it, and then it looked like money was missing?
Yeah, I don't recall. That wouldn't have, I don't think that would have been on the 12th.
Well, I don't want to challenge you too much on the dates and times again. We've seen the body camera and we know, and it sounds like they haven't shown you. But that continued on. You investigated it. Elderly abuse was investigated by a state agency, right?
Yeah, and I was surprised to hear from them. Some lady, I think her name was Joanne, and one other came. But when they showed up at my parents' house, that was surprising to me. I don't know how they got involved.
And you talked to Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales about it being money that was ultimately, your concern was taken and stolen unauthorized by Casey, right?
Yeah.
And even we're told by Farney that you could use a case number, generate a police case number to use to try to get some refunds from the banks and things, right?
Yes.
Certainly Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales did not push back to you on the notion that Casey had taken the money. They said they'd help you in that regard so that you could try to get some of it back, right?
Yeah.
So the investigation is done regardless of whether you know how it was generated for elderly abuse by a state agency, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that they got it a little screwed up. They wondered whether or not Kay was involved, remember?
I don't remember that.
At any rate, a result of that investigation was communicated to you, right?
Yes.
And then it was supported for elderly abuse for Casey taking the money, right?
Yes.
And ultimately as well, do you remember that the taking of money, I won't use the word theft, Casey taking the money had ramped up in the 2 months prior to her death?
Yes.
And ultimately it was $68,000, wasn't it?
Whoa.
I don't know that I ever knew what the exact amount was, but it was significant.
Now, the prosecutor kept asking you what you would have done, whether you would have tried to put her in jail and things like that. But was also pressing some sort of notion that you didn't confront Casey directly about it.
We didn't know what the issue was until after Casey's death.
So even though Casey presumably knew what she was doing, you hadn't figured it out enough to tell her, right?
Right.
However, you honestly referenced that you had your suspicions, spoke about bank records with Kay, and spoke about canceling the credit card, right?
Yes.
And that discussion was roughly 4 days before Casey's death, right?
Yeah, somewhere in that time frame.
And that you believed and worried that Casey was privy to that Casey could have heard about it, could have known about it, right?
Yeah.
And that worried you, didn't it? After the fact, after Casey was dying.
Yeah.
Because there was discussions early on about whether or not Casey could have committed suicide, right?
Yeah.
You didn't know.
No.
When you found out about this stuff, you did worry about that in connection with whether she committed suicide, didn't you?
Yes.
And you got a hold of Detective Farney so you could tell Detective Farney about your concerns, right?
I don't recall that, but wouldn't surprise me.
I'm going to play a recording if I'm allowed. Could you put what I'll call defendant's C up? Or pull it, it's the audio.
It's already up.
Okay, I guess, can I get some more foundation about what this is?
I'm going to ask that this is your voice to see if you recognize your voice. Or I could state the foundation the state would like.
This up?
I guess play a few seconds and see if he recognizes it. I just don't know at all what this is yet.
And let's be careful. Not sure why, but let's be careful about foundation. Trying to lay foundation that a phone call was made to Detective Farney on the subject of theft.
Never saw this before.
And the concern about theft might be related to.
I just had to pause it. They're going to play a tape for this guy and he's going to incriminate himself or something. He wouldn't have to do this. I don't know what's going on here. But he's going to play him a tape to ask him if it's his own voice. Have they ever asked anyone to recognize their own voice on the stand? Wow, it's the first I've seen this. And it sounds like the prosecution doesn't even know what he's going to play. I'm surprised the judge is letting them do this. I mean, afterwards, at least if they heard it. But wow, this is wild. I put the closed captioning on.
What Casey would do if she thought she was going to get caught. You had that concern, right?
Yeah.
And you do not remember the date, but the concern was great enough that you made a call to Detective Farney on the telephone, okay? Right?
I don't specifically remember, but I can see myself doing that, yeah.
Let me play a little bit.
Damn, this guy's incriminating the shit out of
see
himself.
if you recognize your voice.
He should have a lawyer. President.
If we have a good sound this time. You recognize that voice?
No.
Okay, so my sister and I.
Let me stop there.
Yep.
You recognize that voice?
Yep.
That's you, right?
That's my annoying voice, yeah.
Wow.
I find it quite comical.
That's cool. He's joking with them, getting them. Oh my God, this guy's good. This defense lawyer is good. A good weasel.
Represent that this is a
Holy
phone
fuck.
call. The witness has identified his voice.
Yeah, this guy's
Guess it goes
incriminating
to
the shit out of
for the
himself.
foundation if the state
Touching
still
shit with
requires
bare hands.
Detective Farney.
Damn, lying on the stand?
No objection.
Thank you, court
Fuck,
received.
this guy's going to be a suspect after this.
Sure, let's start from the beginning and see how loud we can get it, unless it's really super loud.
Definitely, this lawyer, yeah, but he's good at it though, right? Judy, you got to give him that. He's good at what he's doing. Because
Okay, so my sister and I, on last Tuesday,
Going through my mom and dad's banking statements, we have to put on all of their accounts.
Okay.
About a month or 6 weeks ago, because they just can't do it anymore.
Okay.
And Kaylin was saying, I can't account for about $1,000.
Okay.
And we were talking about that in the kitchen on Tuesday. And I said, okay, tomorrow morning I'll go down to the bank and I'll get their banking statements from the last 3 months. And I'm pretty sure Casey was there in the kitchen when she and Kaylin and I were talking.
Okay.
But I went into the bank and got these statements, and there's about $1,700 that it looks to us, and Kaylin and I don't know. We're going back into the bank next week to have our friends at the bank explain what this stuff is. And it looks like there's about $1,700 of Casey over the last taken out of their parents' account.
Well, I found a credit card statement that I'll need to ask you about. It's similar in nature to that, but I'm actually here in Santa Cruz, so I'm going to call you back if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, I
I
appreciate
was
it.
just thinking that if Casey, this would wipe Casey out if she felt like we were going to find out what she'd been up to.
Okay, yeah, maybe you can look into it before I can call you back. It's his Cabela's credit card. Your dad's statement was in her room. The credit card is almost $13,000, and it looked like at least the recent charges were things like Venmo, DoorDash, things that I'm guessing your dad aren't doing, like Apple.com. So if you want to look into that, or we can talk about that a little later, but I'm going to go for now, and I'll keep it updated, okay?
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
All right.
Thank you.
You ever concerned that if Casey was certainly in a point she could overheard and known about your intent to investigate that, right?
Yes.
You were concerned that's important information that Detective Farney should have, right?
Yes.
As you said, because if she thought you were going to find out, it would wipe her out.
Yep.
She would react very severely.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll strike that and move to this. You don't know what it would have done, but you did get ready even as recently as last February, just weeks ago, and have a conversation to prepare for trial, right, with the prosecutors?
Yes.
The subject came up again even when you talked to them, right?
Yeah.
You once again told them that discussion you and Kay were having in the kitchen was in a time when it was in the presence of Casey, right?
Yes.
You're probably concerned, Casey. Remember that? Told him that again.
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
The subject came up again that we just heard in that call as recently as a couple of weeks ago when you talked to the prosecutors, right?
Yes.
And you specifically gave them your concerns and impressions in hindsight. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but I would guess that yes, I probably.
Your concerns, your beliefs, your knowledge of this whole subject in this circumstance, 2 weeks before this trial, is it could have been a motive for Casey to commit suicide. You told him that.
A possibility, yes.
Mark, thanks for answering the questions. That's all I have on this.
Thank you. Redirect?
Yes, I'll try to be brief. You were just asked about parents' finances and kind of the timeline of when you had been suspicious of or ultimately discovered that something happened, right? You remember that?
Yes.
You weren't part of, you were asked if officials were contacted and did an investigation. You maybe would have given them relevant information, but you certainly weren't part of the investigation team.
No.
As to the objection, overruled.
So again, you're not part of the investigation team.
No.
On August 16th, Mr. Williams just played you that clip where you're calling Detective Farney, and at the time you're saying that $1,700 is missing, or you're not sure what happened to $1,700. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
And then you were asked about it's her to not call, that something about this would have wiped Casey out. Do you remember what you meant by that at the time, wiped out?
Yeah, it would have been emotionally traumatic for her.
You were asked about a conversation that you had with the state a few weeks ago in preparation for trial. And at that point, you said, in hindsight, it may have been a possible motive for suicide. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you, at the time that Casey was alive, did anything about her demeanor, behavior, anything like that indicate to you that she was suicidal?
No.
Did anything at the time indicate to you that she was concerned about you looking into the finances?
No.
Even though you believe she may have overheard a conversation that you had with your sister about the finances, nothing about her demeanor or behavior or anything she said to you gave you concern at the time that she was concerned about that?
No, the morning of August 12th, the conversation that Casey and I had in the downstairs kitchen was really good.
Do you remember how long ultimately that whatever investigation happened about the credit cards, do you remember how long it took before they kind of came back with some kind of conclusion?
I don't, because, we had a couple of different credit cards that we were with different companies, if I remember right, that we were trying to do research into, and also into all of my parents' bank accounts. So I don't specifically remember details from each of those financial accounts that we were trying to look into.
Fair to say it took a bit of time to kind of figure out what had gone on?
Yeah.
We asked you, and Mr. Williams asked you a bit yesterday about, I'm going to change topics here. Remember we talked about the syringe you ended up finding after the flood when you're pulling up the carpet?
Yeah.
Yesterday you stated that you thought you found it in the middle of the floor. Have you since had a chance to review body cam of your conversation with Detective Farney about finding that syringe?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection of the circumstances of you finding that?
Yeah.
Tell us how, now based on your memory, how you found that syringe.
Okay, if you refer back to the video that we just looked at a few minutes ago where Detective Farney came over to the house and I gave her the plastic bag with the Fanta box contents. In that video, you can see stacks of boxes and everything like that. You know, when the carpet started to stink, I moved everything out of Casey's room into the kitchen in there. And so that's why that kitchen looks like a bomb went off in there. When I started moving all of the stuff out in Casey's closet, it was stacked with those 13-gallon white trash bags full of Fanta cans and medical debris from her IV stuff that she used to do. And so I think that that syringe probably came from that pile of garbage that was in the closet. And I may have picked it up and put it somewhere. I don't know.
Do you remember at what point you contacted Detective Farney about finding that?
I don't.
I'm going to ask to show the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 151. Let me know when you see that.
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this the video that we just talked about that you reviewed about the circumstances about finding the syringe?
Yeah, now that closet door that is open there is not where, it's the other closet door there that you can see to.
Okay, let me stop you there because we'll get to that in a second, but you recognize this video?
Yeah.
I'm going to move to admit State's Exhibit 151.
Mr. Williams.
Once again, we've never received this as an exhibit. We'll address on how much they've done with this overnight. It appears, is it 11 seconds long?
Yes.
It appears, since it's right side up, that it was something we gave you.
No,
You did check.
I'm just trying to make sure it's of the same. I don't know. 151?
Yes.
Court will receive States 151, wish to publish.
Yes.
Is that another syringe?
Yeah.
And then that other syringe?
Yeah.
Where was
It was on the floor here somewhere. It was in the closet on the floor.
it? Oh, okay. Is that?
All right. So you said it was on the floor here somewhere, and then you said it was in the closet on the floor. Does that refresh your recollection more about how you found that syringe?
Yeah.
You talked about the closet having been full of trash and medical supplies. Do you remember if you said it might have been on top of those, all that other things in the closet? Do you remember exactly where that syringe was?
I don't remember exactly that. This used to make me a little mad because Casey would throw all of her trash in those 13-gallon trash bags and then just throw it in that closet. And then like on Monday, she'd take 7 or 8 of them out and throw them in the big trash can and fill it up. And now the rest of the week, Nobody else had anywhere to put garbage before it went out to the curb. And so that's,
So there was a lot of things in that closet.
yeah, and common.
Either way, fair to say that did the video refresh your recollection that that syringe was found in the closet?
Yeah.
What other, you said other medical supplies were in there. What kinds of things?
Mainly things that she would have used for her IV treatments that she did.
So we talked.
Tubing, other types of the big syringes that I have no idea how that stuff works, but that kind of thing. And then little vials of whatever it was she was taking.
You said syringes are part of maybe the supplies that were in there.
Yeah.
And you just said bigger syringes. How do you differentiate? I believe in the video you say an insulin syringe. How are you able to differentiate between an insulin syringe versus a bigger syringe?
Size and diabetic syringes have an orange cap. The syringes that Casey used for IV came individually packaged in like a plastic thing that was probably about that big. So those kind of, the packaging for medical supplies and things like that were also in those trash bags.
Mr. Williams asked you if you believed that Casey was on hospice, and you said right.
Yes.
You said you did, right?
Yeah.
What made you believe that Casey was on hospice?
And she told me.
Were there other circumstances that seemed to support that to you?
Yeah, she had nurses that would come occasionally, on-site physical therapy or in-home physical therapy, weekly deliveries of medical supplies.
The weekly deliveries of medical supplies, were you ever privy to what that kind of stuff looked like?
No, they came in a white box every week, and there was, some weeks there would be multiple boxes because they'd send the bags of fluid. But that was, like a regular occurring thing that those supplies would be delivered.
You mentioned bags of fluid. Do you know what that fluid was?
Saline.
Saline. Do you know the purpose that Casey would have needed that saline for?
For the IV treatment.
Did you believe that to be for her cancer or?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if you know, do you know if that kind of treatment is necessary for her kidney condition?
I wouldn't know.
You were asked about blessings, and Mr. Williams said that Casey asked you for blessings surrounding her cancer. You said maybe not specifically cancer, but comfort for maybe other health issues as well. Is that right?
Yes.
What other health issues did you know that Casey had?
Anxiety, the kidney issues, retaining fluid. So there's a lot that she had going on.
And then we know from testimony and your testimony yesterday that she got a knee replacement, right?
Yes.
We heard from the surgeon that did that knee replacement that was performed on July 23rd. Does that refresh your recollection? You did not have a specific memory of when that knee replacement happened.
Yes.
Does July 23rd sound fair?
Yes.
So that's about, again, my math's not great, but maybe 2.5 weeks before her death.
Yeah.
You mentioned that she had physical therapists, people coming over. Do you remember the time frame of those folks coming to the house?
I don't.
Are you aware if she was performing physical therapy for her knee replacement?
Yeah.
Mr. Williams showed you the body cam of this trash can on the patio with the Fanta box. Remember that?
Yes.
In the body cam, Detective Farney asks, could this have been your insulin? I believe you said that it could be yours, you don't know. But I want to clarify what you meant by that. Because yesterday we had testimony
What? She wants to clarify what he meant by that? This is the next day, a cleanup? This isn't cleaning up things good. What? The prosecutor wants to clear up him perjuring himself? You think this grown man, nobody objected to the question then? You can't just turn around the next day and start, this is crazy. I mean, that's crazy. He said it in the body cam. He didn't know the body cam existed, probably.
Yes. Is that
Clean it
insulin
up.
that you would have thrown
That's
in
nuts.
that garbage can?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't have.
So how could it have been yours then?
You know, if there wasn't an investigation of a death, if I would have found that, since that orange cap was off of it, I'd have thrown it away.
But
you said you wouldn't put anything out there in that garbage, any of your needles, caps, whatever. You wouldn't throw it out there. Couldn't have been yours. Understand just yesterday. And in the body cam, you said you weren't sure. Therefore, it's obviously you're saying that you would have thrown it. You know, it could be yours because you would have thrown stuff in there. So if he's not perjuring himself, why didn't he say that to the cop the first day? I would never throw my stuff out here. He clearly didn't. This is.
But it's not a place that you originally would have thrown it away.
No.
Not originally.
So when
He
you
said
say in
he
the
didn't
video
never
it could
put
have
stuff.
been yours, what did
Yeah.
you mean by that?
Well,
Because implying that he
could have
would
been
put stuff
taken
out.
out of the refrigerator, and I don't
Oh,
remember
no.
what
I'm not buying that.
I don't know if I even looked at the date, the expiration date on the insulin.
They're dancing around this, guys, but he said he wouldn't throw stuff out in that garbage can. And to the cop, he said he couldn't be sure if it was his or not. Therefore, at the time, it was a possibility that he could have thrown stuff in that garbage can. So forget about everything, the needles, the size and all that. The fact that he said that, obviously not knowing the body cam was there, is, in my opinion, that's perjury. Because he clearly could have thrown stuff in. He said it onto the cop. He can't tell whose it is.
But
yeah, it does sound like that Munchausen stuff. I'm not very familiar, but it sounds like an attention thing. Like, wow, this is hard. But she wasn't just saying cancer to people. She was like lining up these fake doctors and hospice workers to text and call. I mean, it was a whole ruse. Oh my God, that's next level. That's next level. So she was, I mean, obviously nobody would deserve to die, but I mean, she was up to some shenanigans. It's kind of, this is the first time I've heard them talk about a victim where I think they have to really kind of talk about this stuff. It's pretty serious stuff she did.
if it would have been older or even
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when it's an essay and all that, and they try to drag the girl's history through the, you know, and, or what she was wearing and all that ridiculous stuff. I hate that. But in this situation, I mean, she did some things, right? So, but then she's not here to talk about it herself. So that's a problem when somebody gets murdered, right? So, but I get it.
possibly Kyle's.
Well, he perjured himself big time, in my opinion.
I don't inventory that and keep track of it.
So that insulin could have at one point belonged to you, but it's not where you would have thrown it away.
Right.
Well, but you said to the cop, no, see, again, they're carrying this on. He's going to get himself in trouble, in my opinion. Because again, this prosecutor's walking him into a lie. Because on that body cam, if he can't tell it's not his, then that means he could have thrown his stuff in that garbage. And he's here now again saying it. I wouldn't throw my stuff out in that garbage. My needles. Forget this. So again, they're kind of doubling down. They almost cleared it up. Now she's walking him into some trouble, I think.
How did that patio trash can typically get emptied?
I would take it up to the big trash can that goes out to the curb in the garage.
How frequently would you do that?
It'd take her about a month to fill it up with like empty cigarette cartons and Fanta boxes and just that kind of stuff.
Do you remember the last time that trash had been emptied before you found the Fanta box?
I don't.
Judge, I want to ask permission to do a demonstration. I've talked to defense about this, and my understanding is he does not have an objection. I think it would require a lapel mic. We have a glucometer here that is the same type and model of the one that's at instance in this case, and I want the witness to demonstrate for the jury how that's used, the process of testing one's blood sugar.
Mr. Williams.
Yeah, we had talked about it, then it wasn't done on direct. Clearly, that's way outside the scope.
He asked about it in cross, but a glucometer, types of glucometers, how many there were present in the home came up.
I don't have
All right, you can. You want to get a mic?
Yes. Permission to approach the witness?
Absolutely.
This isn't going to involve actually pricking my finger and drawing blood.
Certainly no. He's just going to walk through the process.
I'm happy to do that if you want.
Look at this guy. He's doing insulin shots on the stand. This guy's drawing pictures. So wait, this is the third thing I've never seen anybody testify about. Like, especially, they're not the defendant, right? But he's drawn photos. He drew on the stand. He was drawing that layout, and he's doing this now. Oh, and he testified to say that he heard his own voice. This is the third thing I've never seen. Now he's demonstrating how to do his diabetes. This is the third thing I've never seen a witness do on the stand. This guy is awesome, right? Because he the first thing, remember, he drew that layout. And he drew it on the stand. I've never seen that. And then he heard he listened to his own audio to confirm it was his own voice. And now he's going to shoot himself up with insulin or demonstrate it. Oh my God.
Demonstrate for the jury
The fuck?
so they can see a little easier.
This guy's working for the defense. And this is the prosecution doing this. What are they doing? Like, this guy's casting doubt for me with all his lies. Wow. Hey, Dee Dee, what's up?
All right, so I'm handing you.
Yeah, she's pretty white, eh? Pasty. This camera guy.
Without actually pricking your finger. And if you could verbally walk through the steps that you're taking, show how.
What the fuck? Camera guy, wake up.
Happens with this monitor.
Okay. All right. So this is what they call the test strip.
Oh my God, camera guy's
You
falling
take
asleep.
that out.
This guy's shooting
insert
himself
it
up.
into the monitor.
Oh, I guess they don't want to show the jury.
activates,
The
Turns
jury's
the
right
monitor
there. My bad.
on. Then it gives you instructions to prick your finger, get some blood. Then you just put the blood on the end of that test strip. And then this starts counting down. And the older models of these used to count down for 30 seconds. And I think this one, I'm guessing, would count down from 5 seconds. They got better over time. And then it would flash a number of what your blood sugar level is right here.
Okay, thank you. Using that glucometer, you said you prick your finger. Typically, how much blood is coming out with that prick?
Just one drop.
How do you typically clean that up? after you've pricked your finger, use like a cotton ball or a tissue or wipe it somewhere? I know that that might differ, but
I lick my finger and wipe it on my pants.
if I could just have one moment. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Williams.
Briefly, Your Honor. So we're all thrown a few things. First of all, Casey, with all the work she was doing in that house, what people were doing, with how she was helping your mother, she certainly used the glucometer, would know how to use it, right?
Yes.
But up this hospice thing, she told you she was on the hospice that you assumed was for her cancer treatment, right?
Right.
And she had told you that over the course of years, hadn't she?
Yeah.
I heard you referred to this syringe on the floor that you found after police had been in that room for days and searched it.
I need a verbal answer.
Yes.
EMTs had been in that room, right?
Yes.
Police officers had been around that room, right?
Yes.
You have, strike it, that's argument.
This defense lawyer is
said
good.
that you had been shown this and refreshed your recollection since last night?
Yeah.
He's busted him. Yeah, so he didn't know about the body cam video. Now they've refreshed his. Oh my God, this guy perjured himself. Huge. This fucking defendants, this defense lawyer's made a fool of him. How could what? This perjury, isn't that serious?
Testimony yesterday, you've been working with the prosecutors in
Wow.
preparation for today's testimony?
Wow.
I met with them for just a second. Yeah.
What was that,
Wow.
last night or this morning?
This guy's ripping him off.
They took that opportunity to show you evidence and refresh your recollection outside the presence of this jury?
Yeah.
Whoa, what? What?
Was Special Agent Hales there?
No.
Was Detective Farney there?
No.
Oh my God.
Well, let's go to this.
Did you hear that?
I don't have any way of, I guess, except asking you what total
my God.
circumstances were there then, but
Isn't that illegal?
it's about, you were asked these questions again about suicide, and again, her feeling, seeming to you okay, as you're asking her to clean up her dishes in the morning, et cetera, right?
Yeah.
Even though there had been this discussion that you thought she might have heard a couple days before that would wipe her out and cause her emotional trauma if she knew she was going to get caught. But in the morning that you engage with her, she seems okay.
Yeah.
So let's just talk about what the prosecutors have talked to you about that morning. They never told you that in the previous couple days she had generated a text script about inviting Megan over? Did they ever tell you that?
No.
Did they
But
tell
they didn't do it in front of the jury. They did it off. They showed him the video to show him that he was lying. And without, they can't just start helping people lie.
that script was about doing suicide with insulin?
No.
She hadn't told you she was going to use a glucometer in the process of that?
No.
She hadn't told you that she had taken the glucometer and even used it and tested her blood before?
No.
You didn't know, in relation to that morning, that for days she had been communicating with the person she told you she didn't want to be around, right?
Right.
And invited her over for those events that we now know occurred, right?
Yeah, I don't know that she invited her, but
She that morning, certainly, Casey never told you that.
no.
And you know it now, right?
Yeah.
Nothing further.
Anything else from the state?
Maybe we approach Judge.
Maybe.
Ooh, they're having a huddle. So I was just typing you, TJ. Yeah, yeah, good point, TJ, because that's why yesterday, remember they did that pause and then they brought the surgeon up. The prosecution did that, saying that that guy had a scheduling conflict, but they probably realized that guy lied on the stand. So they get him back here today. So they had last night to do what they just did. That's wrong. No, that's huge, TJ. Good point. TJ pointed that out because at the end of yesterday, they called that guy off the stand, remember, and said, "Ooh, we'll have to continue him tomorrow or something because this doctor has a scheduling conflict." The prosecution did that, and that's a fucking ruse, in my opinion. Great point. That should be illegal because the defense guy is pointing out that they showed this guy evidence, and now he's changed his tune because they did that because they realized he lied on the stand. I didn't know what it did. I thought I fell for it yesterday that this guy's a busy surgeon, right? But when you think about it, TJ, they realized this guy lied and they wanted to get him off the stand so they could then show him this evidence last night so he can come back in here today. That's not cleaning anything up. He perjured himself, that guy. He didn't know that body cam. And when he said that, she knew about the body cam and she said it. That's why they did it. And this guy is good. This fucking defense lawyer is good.
Any additional questions for this witness?
No, Judge, thank you.
Mr. Farnsworth, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
You're free to step down.
Well, he works for the state. I mean, he might not have known what was going on. I don't even know. Just seems like a big coincidence.
This might be a good time for our morning break.
Fuck yeah, let's take a break.
Is everybody okay with that? Take a few minutes.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a short recess. I want to remind you that you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
All rise for the jury.
That seems like a pretty big deal to me. I guess we're going to find out how this works out. I mean, this was weeks ago, probably, right? What date was it again? Look at me. I'm acting like it's just happening live in front of me, right? But it's good I don't know about this case because this was on the 12th of March and it's now the 25th. So this was like...
Thank you. Please be seated.
2 weeks ago,
Judge,
at least,
and that is
right?
only this. We did not, in open court there, determine that Mr. Farnsworth is released. And out of an abundance of current concern, I don't want to be released.
Oh, he wants to go
I
after
don't
this guy more.
object to having an exception to the exclusionary rule if he desires to stay.
So he can. So you're okay if he remains, but as far as rebuttal or things of that nature,
I don't want to be excluded
it's
from
fair
the
game.
possibility of recalling him, but I am willing, if his desire is to stay, considering the nature of the matter and his connection to it, that he could stay.
So he's going to let him stay, but not
Any
release him
take from the
from
state on that.
being
I think we'd
still
agree
used.
to that.
Okay.
Yeah, you better. Because
All right,
then
let's
you just
come back.
kick him out.
You're going to have your next witness ready.
Fucking guy
Yes.
lied.
Moment. All right.
It's huge.
Let's come back
He's
at
fucking
20
on
after.
to that guy.
Oh, and so counsel too.
good.
We've got to break early for lunch just a little bit at about 10 till. I've got a district meeting I've got to run. So we're going to break at about 10 to noon for lunch.
Okay.
And I apologize. It's
As a
we
defense
we
lawyer.
could use,
Probably
but
give you a good excuse to get out of that.
But as a
wish it
friend, I
did.
bet he's a real dick. I'm just
All
saying.
right. We'll be back in a moment.
But that's what makes him a good defense lawyer is a dickishness. That's what it fuck, he nailed that guy. Like that's a pretty big coincidence that the prosecution did that rigmarole yesterday of the whole we got to get him up the stand and we'll put this guy on or something. I mean, I don't believe that's a coincidence in my opinion. Oh man. Right. But since he's so close to it, he's wants to allow him as a victim, like his, as a family member to still see the trial. So he was willing to allow him, but just not release him. And the prosecution agreed to it. So it's okay. The judge did too. But usually, yeah, in that situation, they would have to let him kick him out because he still wants to maybe talk to that guy. So I think he's kind of being nice about it, this guy, because technically if they don't release him, then he would have to leave. But he's saying since he's a family member, he wants to still keep an option open that he's not released, but he will allow him, because a lot of states have those laws where the families have obviously extra rights, right? So, and he's a family member. So I think seems like, I think I have that right, that he does, because if he still wants to talk to him in the future, they'd have to kick him out of this room. But as a victim, as a family member, they could probably have an argument, and he just doesn't want to go through that. So he's like, okay, we'll let him stay. We won't go through this. And the prosecution agreed to it, that he can stay, but he's not going to be released. He can still have an option to talk to him. So I guess it's fair on everyone's side. Probably, I don't know, they've got it muted. I think anytime it's like this, they probably mute it, or afterwards they clean up, because they have a half-hour delay on this. I'm pretty sure they have a half-hour delay. Like, even if you watch this live, there's to be a half-hour delay. I believe I read that somewhere. So I'll skip ahead, because I'll just put it in a little bit fast. 2 times speed. They're not tripping out. 2 times speed. 2x when I hear them, or they rise for the jury. Wow. That was pretty big, though. That guy. Yes, he was her uncle. Yes. So as a family, I think there's states where they have laws where the family doesn't have to leave or something. I don't know exactly, right? But obviously, because remember in the Dale Warner trial, after every person, they're like, okay, you've released now, you can stay in the courtroom. But to the family members, I don't know how it works, but it sounds like they're both allowing it, but it's an option that he could still be talked to, and the judge agreed to it, and so did the prosecution. So I believe he was her uncle, but I think he lived with her, and I don't know, sounded close.
On the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah
I don't
versus
know.
Sundwall. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. We ready with our next witness?
So we'll
Thank you. Please come forward. We'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Come on up and have a seat. Thanks for being here. As long as you can keep that mic in front of you, it'll all work. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Would you tell us your name and spell your last name, please?
Yeah, Sarah Varner, V as in Victor, A-R-N-E-R.
How are you employed?
For the Utah County Attorney's Office.
What do you do for the Utah County Attorney's Office?
I am a victim witness coordinator.
Are you subject to approval as far as any of your pay goes or anything by the attorneys in that office, the individual attorneys?
Sorry.
Job performance related to making the attorneys in the office happy?
Oh, no.
And what is your job involved?
I help all victims and witnesses in trial, make sure that they're here when they need to be, and we do trial prep with them, and then I just am here during the trials.
Okay, this morning, did you have an opportunity to meet with Mark Farnsworth?
Yes, I did.
And did you see him just testify a minute ago?
Yes, I did.
Were you present this morning when he reviewed the body camera that was played in court?
Yes.
Who else was there?
Lauren and Chelsea.
And by Lauren, you mean?
Lauren Hunt, the prosecutor.
Okay, and who is Chelsea?
She's our paralegal.
Okay. Were any instructions?
So is the state pretending that as a victim, they're putting her up here saying that as a victim, he was allowed to see that, yet it's helping him fix a lie? This is big. They're really getting themselves in deep, in my opinion. If that's what's happening, I could be wrong.
How to testify regarding that?
But they're putting her up here saying because she's a victim, she was there, and
11
I don't
seconds
get
that
it.
were played in court.
Just something going on.
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any questions, Mr. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Thanks for being here. You can sit down.
That sounded suspicious. Like the state just threw her up there to try to help them cover up for them. Like, oh, because she was there, it's okay. Yet this defense lawyer is going to have a heyday with this. I don't know why she's leaving. Because the defense, he was pointing out that without the cop there and all that, like it would be wrong for the lead guy or the prosecution, you know. But they're saying because she was there, it's okay. But then the reason they're showing him the body cam is because it's contradicting what he said on the stand that same day. So he can come this day to fix his lie.
Next witness.
The state calls Scott Larson.
We're going to watch this trial again. And the first time I go through it, we're just going to go through it. The second time, it'll be better when I understand who these people are. Because this is actually seems more interesting than the Del Warner trial. And I really enjoyed the Del Warner trial. This is getting better.
Good morning, sir. Please come forward. Come up here to the clerk and we'll get you sworn in.
Like, not to make a mockery of
Come on
us.
up here.
Pretty interesting.
Please raise your hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
Fuck, I
God.
can't keep up with these guys. I had it all written down. Shit. I didn't even finish writing that girl's name down. And I was gonna. There's already somebody else up. What the hell? Who's this
Appreciate
guy?
you being here. As long as you can keep that mic in front of you at all times, we can make a good record and we'll all be able to hear. Thank you. Counsel.
Good morning. If you could state your name for the record.
My name is Scott Larson, Larson.
Oh, the lab tech.
What is
Okay,
your
sorry.
occupation?
I am a
I have.
forensic toxicologist.
Okay, so yeah, this is Judy's
Briefly
lab.
tell us what that means.
Forensic toxicology is the field of testing biological specimens for drugs, alcohol, and poisons.
I want to talk about what kind of training and education is required for this position. Can you briefly go through your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in science in biology and another bachelor of science in medical technology and a master's degree in pharmaceutical sciences.
How long have you been a forensic toxicologist?
For just over 20 years.
Does it require, you just listed the degrees that you have. Does it require those degrees, the job?
Some base level science degree is necessary, yes.
Does it require, does your specific job title require any certifications?
I've been board certified by the American Board of Forensic Toxicology since 2010, and that's one of the requirements at my employment.
To keep that board certification, do you have to do some kind of continuing education requirements every year, anything like that?
Yes, I've been doing continuing education over the course of my entire career, but specifically the board certification requires a minimum amount of continuing education per year that gets documented and turned in.
Or do you always keep current on that?
Yes.
When we're talking about your job, is it fair to call them tests, or do you run tests on blood or specimens for substances? How should I refer to that?
Hey,
tests
what's
or
up?
assays, yes.
Look at this. Alana, Joy, X, Pink, Pony Club, XX. Wow, your vibe is sweet chibby. All right, you're giving me a good vibe already too. Let's do this.
About how many tests do you perform in a typical year?
Well, for my position at this point, what I do is review. So in terms of reviewing analytical data, I review roughly 12,500 cases per year.
At what point, I guess at one point in your career, did you actually do the testing?
Yes, for many years, I started as a bench.
This guy's having a staring contest with the camera. Look at, check it out. I'm gonna win. Look at, he's gonna blink first. Watch.
Toxicologist in my first job and did that for probably the first 10 to 15 years.
And now it sounds like your job is to review the tests that have been done by somebody else.
Yes.
And what are you reviewing for? What does that look like?
So the NMS, where my laboratory that I work for, we run basically in like an assembly line type system. And I'm on the last phase of that line. And what I look at is all of the initial documentation that gets turned into our laboratory, the chain of custody, which tracks the sample and what happens to the sample through its lifespan and testing at the lab, all of the analytical screening data, confirmation data. I write the report and then release it to the agency that requested it.
Do you know what case we're here today about?
Yes,
Casey Terry, does that name ring a bell?
yes,
Did you review the testing that was done on the specimens involved in this case?
yes. I released 2 reports on this case.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 13. You have a screen up there. Let me know when you're able to see that. Sometimes it flickers a bit before it stays.
Came and went. There we go. It's on. Oop.
It'll just takes a bit to warm up.
Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is this?
This is a toxicology report released from our laboratory.
Is this something that you prepared or
Yep.
reviewed?
Yes,
Sorry, which of those prepared, reviewed, both?
both.
State moves to admit Exhibit 13.
No objection.
Court received States 13, wish to publish.
Yes, thank you. All right, before we get to, there's a box that says positive findings. I'm going to get to those in a second. If we can scroll down, I want to ask just briefly so the jury can understand when we're talking about, it says gray stopper, red stopper, different tubes and caps. I want to go through what those things mean. So I guess, can you explain the different tube types? Let's start there.
Yes, a gray stopper tube is, excuse me, a gray stopper tube is the recommended tube in forensic toxicology. It contains 2 different components, potassium oxalate and sodium fluoride. The potassium oxalate helps make it so the blood does not coagulate and stays in a liquid form. The sodium nitrate, or the sodium fluoride, I'm sorry, is an antibacterial. So that will eliminate bacterial growth within the blood sample. A red top tube or a red stopper tube does not contain anything. And that means there'll be levels of coagulation in serum. A white cap plastic container, the specimen number 8, the liver, came in, does not contain anything. It's just a normal plastic cup with no additives whatsoever. These different types of containers are used just because different tests have different recommendations on what additives are needed. So, but gray top tubes is standard in forensic toxicology.
Okay. If we look over a few columns, there's something labeled matrix source, and there's hospital blood, femoral blood, and a few other things. What does hospital blood mean?
Hospital blood is just blood that is collected at the hospital prior to death.
Prior to death.
Yes.
What does femoral blood mean?
Femoral blood is postmortem blood, and that is what's called peripheral blood, and that would be collected from your femoral artery, which is in the kind of the upper section of your thigh.
When you're doing your testing or your review, does it make a difference whether something is hospital blood or femoral blood?
It does not make any difference in the testing. That's all done the same. It does make differences sometimes in your interpretation of those results.
So it looks like in this case, we have both hospital blood and femoral blood.
Yes.
Why might that make a difference in results?
Well, there's a lot of different reasons. I think the first one is if you look under collection date and time, the hospital blood was drawn on August 12th of 2024, where the femoral blood was collected on August 16th. So with that 4-day window, there you would expect different results because your body could metabolize, things like that. So the hospital blood would be theoretically, we would receive results that would happen before any the hospital, anything that the hospital would have given them. You'd see those results more in the femoral blood. So you'd see differences in the results.
And then also you mentioned hospital blood is prior to death, femoral blood is after death. Can death make a difference in what's in, I guess, a sample?
Yes, it can. There's different types of activities that can happen in the body post-death. One of them is called postmortem redistribution, which is just the kind of diffusion of drugs from your central cavity throughout your body. So that can kind of increase the concentration of certain drugs. You sometimes can also get, in certain circumstances, increases or the artificial creation of ethanol from bacteria in your body using glucose to create alcohol. So things like, there are some differences, yes.
Okay. I want to scroll down on the exhibit. At the top, we see detailed findings, analysis, and comments. I want to go through this. The first one is naloxone. And I'm sorry, to clarify, these would be, I guess, tell us what exact findings these relate to. I guess, what patient are we talking about?
This would be from Casey Terry.
Okay. What is naloxone?
Naloxone is a opiate antagonist drug that's used usually in hospitals, but now you can get it outside of hospital use to stop opiate overdoses.
And the result here was what?
It was presumptive positive. This is something that came up in our initial drug screen that is not part of normal confirmation. So it came up on a screen, but it was not confirmed.
Is naloxone typically given in a medical setting in certain circumstances?
Typically, yes. Many times if someone is kind of struggling, they will just, nowadays, hospitals will just automatically give naloxone based on the rise of opioid overdoses across the country.
So even if it's not confirmed that an opioid overdose is...
Yes, because it doesn't hurt anyone. So it'll either help them or it doesn't matter.
Okay. The next one we see down is oxycodone free. What is oxycodone? What is oxycodone, first of all?
Oxycodone is a narcotic analgesic used for pain relief.
And what does the free mean?
It can be found in two different ways in the body, either free, which means not bound by plasma, or conjugated. So we test for free, which is the normal forensic way, but we just like to clarify what we're reporting.
Okay. What was the result here for oxycodone?
It came up in the initial drug screen, and then it was then followed by a confirmation, and it was 34 nanograms per ml.
And what was the specimen source for that?
Hospital blood.
34 nanograms per milliliter. Help us understand what that result means.
34 nanograms per ml would be considered a therapeutic dose of oxycodone.
For anybody?
Yes, I mean, that would be like your normal prescription with the tablet. Obviously, there are different prescriptions. I mean, doctors would give different people different prescription amounts of the amount that they would take, but this falls within the range that you would expect.
So you would not expect 34 nanograms per milliliter to cause an overdose?
Not unless there's very unique circumstances.
We talked before about naloxone, which is given if an opioid overdose is suspected. Would that being given at the hospital lower the oxycodone level in the blood?
It wouldn't change the oxycodone level. What it would mean is the oxycodone would not be able to bind to the appropriate receptor because the naloxone would be blocking that receptor.
Okay, so this
So it
34.
doesn't change the concentration, just whether it's activating the downstream effect in the body.
Okay. We're talking about Casey Terry here. If she had been prescribed oxycodone and had been taking it for years, does that matter in your interpretation of these levels?
It would. There's something in the human body called tolerance that basically, as you take, the more you take any drug, your body creates a certain level of tolerance to some of the side effects from that. So that's one of the questions I always would ask.
Oh, and this is where I don't know what happened there.
Found at autopsy.
We're back. I don't know.
Do
what happened.
any of these drugs listed interact with insulin in a way that explains death?
I am not aware of that.
At some point, were you made aware of Ms. Terry's glucose level when she was taken to the hospital?
No.
Based on your training and experience, would it be typical of somebody to die
This fucking guy is staring at me.
based solely on the drugs that we see present here, absent some other
Watch.
circumstance?
He'll look right into your soul. Watch.
I would
Right here,
say
watch.
not outside of
He's gonna
special
look right into your soul.
circumstances.
Look at. He sees your
Is
soul.
insulin being on board, would you consider that a special circumstance?
Yes.
Does that, I guess,
I think he can
illuminate
see
your
me sitting here.
findings or your conclusions here in any way?
What are you looking at?
Yes.
In what way?
What?
Well, in a way that it would answer as a more obvious
Right,
potential
Alana?
cause of
Look
death.
at. You can see in my
than
living
this
room
drug
here.
grouping. But again, I want to stress that, determining cause of death is not really the job
I'm
of a
just toying. I'm not
toxicologist. That's
paranoid.
the job
I'm
of
just teasing.
a medical examiner.
I know.
Fair enough.
I'm a comedian, is what I am. I'm an entertainer.
Maybe I failed to ask you this. What lab do you work for?
I work for NMS Labs.
Does your lab test for insulin?
We do not know.
Gotta admit, he's looking right into your
Why
soul,
not?
guys.
There
feel
are
it.
real analytical challenges with testing for
guy
insulin.
is-
So we had a test years ago and before I even started there and stopped testing for it. And I really don't know the background of that. But in my 20 years of working in laboratories, I've never worked in a lab.
He's not
that
looking at
tested
her,
for
right?
insulin.
He's looking at us.
You mentioned analytical challenges to testing for insulin. Do you know more about
Oh.
what that might mean?
I can speak to it a little bit. I mean, I think one of the main issues is that there's both insulin produced in your body and then synthetic insulin that's given.
You feel it too,
And
right,
I
Judy?
think there
He's
are
looking in
issues
you.
differentiating between the two.
Even though this was 2 weeks ago, he's looking in my living room right now.
Does stability issues in the blood relate to that at all in terms of testing for insulin?
It may, I have to admit, I don't, because I've never worked in a lab with insulin testing, I really don't have a lot of background on all of the analytical approaches, so I can't really speak very deeply in that.
Do you know of any forensic toxicology lab in the country that has the ability to test for insulin?
Not that I'm aware of, though I don't know if there is one or not.
Do you remember if you looked into it for this case?
I believe I have been asked and have looked into it, and I was not able to find one.
So we've distinguished between hospital blood and femoral blood, and on all these results that we're seeing here, the source is hospital blood. Are you able to tell how long before the blood draw at the hospital Ms. Terry would have been given or taken these medications?
No.
Would you expect, so we talked about how oxymorphone is a metabolite of oxycodone. Would you expect to see other metabolites of the other drugs involved? Does that question make sense?
It does. We do not, there would be theoretically other compounds there, but we don't test for those other compounds.
What is, when I say the term half-life of a drug. Do you know what that term means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
So the half-life of a drug is basically the amount of time that it takes for for your body to eliminate half of the blood concentration of that drug. So, if, like, for example, oxycodone has a 5-hour half-life, so you would expect the concentration to get cut in half every 5 hours.
Do different drugs have different half-lives?
Yes.
If a half-life is longer in a certain drug, what does that mean in terms of how it's breaking down in the body?
It just means it would take longer. So, for example, and when I say like oxycodone is 5 and the half-life of promethazine is 15, that's an average. It's a broad range. Some people are much faster, some are slower, but that's the average of it. So, for example, promethazine is 15 hours, so it takes 15 hours for that concentration to get cut in half, where oxycodone is 5.
Would anything in Casey Terry's system lead you to believe that these drugs alone caused her death?
I mean, as I said earlier, this grouping of drugs is because of the oxycodone being at 34 nanograms per mil. The grouping of the drugs was not a real cause of concern for me personally, outside of, like I said, special circumstances that the medical examiner would have determined.
Would anything about these drugs together, how they interact together, give you any additional concern for potentially causing death?
Well, I mean, all 3 of the drugs, the main drugs, oxycodone, promethazine, and alprazolam, are all central nervous system depressants. So it was something to look at and think about, and it really comes down to like the tolerance that we discussed earlier, and I would look at oxycodone as kind of the primary drug here for concern, and with that being at 34, then it lessened the concern I would have. I mean, there are certainly many examples of multi-drug toxicity overdoses with alprazolam at 100. That's actually a fairly common, but you would expect a primary drug like oxycodone to be at a much higher concentration. So.
And we're not seeing
that in this case.
Okay. I'm going to just briefly scroll down on this exhibit just so there's a bunch of Chuck's reference comments, and then it talks about these drugs. We don't have to go into each one, but what's the point of including this section in your report?
So this is a stock reference comments that are published in every report. So every time these drugs are reported out in our reports or in our cases, these stock comments get put in there, and it's basically just to help the submitting agency kind of interpret a little bit of what's going on in that case.
So nothing in this section, and it lists all the drugs that you found present here, but these are stock information. Nothing pertains particularly to Ms. Terry in this section of your report.
No, every postmortem case that oxycodone is reported out has the exact same comment.
And that's true of all the drugs we see listed here. If you'll scroll down a little bit. We see oxymorphone, promethazine, that section is those are all stock.
Yes.
And then I believe down here we see your signature, is that right?
Yes.
Right, I have nothing further for you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Scott Williams. We met on video, but otherwise have never met in person, right?
That's true.
Just a few follow-ups. We've got these levels that you're able to detect when you're doing your toxicology assessment, right?
Yes.
Of each of the drugs, and you've gone through them. By the way, let's talk about how these
drugs might get in the body, overwhelmingly oxycodone is orally ingested, right?
That is true, yes.
Promethazine is generally orally ingested.
Yes.
Alprazolam is generally orally ingested, correct?
Yes.
All right, and then let me touch the promethazine just for a second, because you indicated, I mean, it's not even a controlled substance. You can buy it over the counter.
Yes.
And while it could act as a central nervous system depressant, it sometimes acts the opposite, right?
With certain people, yes.
So like me with my allergy pills.
Exactly.
Sudafed can do that, right? It can make people sleepy, or it can make people shaky.
Yep.
And as you indicated, promethazine considered an antihistamine, right?
Yes.
You looked at the promethazine aspect of this case and didn't see anything that was out of the normal in terms of the levels.
I mean, I would interpret that as someone that was just taking it probably continuously over a couple of days. But,
sorry to interrupt.
well, I just wanted to clarify, but I wouldn't have any information to know that for sure.
Let's touch on that real quick. In your role here and in working with the prosecutor's office and such, were you provided information about the case?
I was provided a small amount during like a pretrial hearing.
But not a medical history.
No, I never.
Of the deceased, right? No. So what your interpretations are in general?
Yeah, based on just 20 years of experience in reviewing many, many cases.
In all those many, many cases, in reviewing those, you look at this and it looks like a pretty regular promethazine user's result.
Yes.
Looks like an oxycodone user's drug result, I think you indicated, as far as you can tell.
Yes, I mean, this falls very much in the expected therapeutic range.
Now, with the potential, the metabolite, to understand how much, assuming the oxymorphone is a metabolite. Again, you can't be sure, it's possible. That drug can be orally ingested as well, right?
Yes.
It's combinative in its effects with oxycodone.
Yes.
And, but it can also be a metabolite, and you, with your experience, interpret that's probably what's going on here.
Probably based on that ratio, if the oxymorphone was at, say, equal concentrations, then I would think either both drugs may have been taken, or there may be some sort of metabolic metabolism, polymorphism, or change in this person that maybe doesn't allow the breakdown of that drug as normal humans would.
All right, and also we have a half-life. So if this oral medication, the time that it's taken over the period between that and this blood result that gives you the toxicology analysis ability, this is metabolizing, right? And while it sounds to me like you're saying it really varies greatly with different people in different circumstances, et cetera, it's about a 5-hour half-life.
Yes.
So does this tell you anything, given, notwithstanding the generalizations and the basic estimations that are involved, about how much somebody would have taken, say, 6 hours before to have this result, what the result would have been closer in time to 6 hours before?
Well, I mean, theoretically, 6 hours, you could roughly double it. But again, that's a general.
Right. I was trying to understand because I don't. Otherwise, it's certainly not the way you do what a 5-hour half-life is, and whether I was correct in suggesting that she could have had a result double that, 6 hours, double that.
Yeah.
6 more hours before.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, it takes roughly 5 half-lives in general to eliminate a drug from a system. But, I'm not able to, because I'm not sure if you're asking this, so I just want to clarify, I'm not able to look at this drug concentration and make any sort of predictions on how much was taken or when it was taken.
Right, we might call that reverse extrapolation, right? But if you knew how much somebody took, strike that, I'm sorry. The half-life, as you indicated, would go from a large number to half of that in 5 hours, right?
Yes.
So again, these estimations, but with this numbers, we've got a 68, according to that, we would have a 68 nanogram level, presumably, and 6 hours before this result.
Theoretically, yes.
And then what about 6 hours before that?
I mean, yeah, you could just keep doing that
Keep
math,
doubling,
but again, for that to be kind of meaningful, I would, you'd have to kind of know when the drug was being taken and things like that, right?
Right. I mean, you would, for instance, you could know if you knew a time that almost certainly a drug wasn't being administered by the person orally, right? If you knew the last time.
Yes, yes.
Then you would have a better idea of extrapolating.
Yes.
And then you indicated your sort of toxicologist opinions about how these would impact the person whose blood you're testing. And you did agree, didn't you, that this alprazolam level is at the low threshold according to those stock ranges of death, right?
Or at the high end of therapeutic, but yes, in certain drug combinations, it can be found in that.
And half full, half empty, but
yeah,
your own stock description here is that it's therapeutic to a certain range, and frankly, then you indicate a range that could result in death, and that's just in relation to alprazolam, right? On your stocks.
Yes,
Yeah.
and usually those are not alprazolam alone, but alprazolam with other drugs.
Like opiates.
Yes.
And then that's because there's combinative effects of all of these things, especially when they're central nervous system depressants, right?
Yes.
But when you were asked about each of these drugs and in combination, questions on the subject, it sounds to me that ultimately you leave it up to a medical examiner to make final conclusions about cause of death.
I mean, it's just not part of my job.
And it is part of the medical examiners, that's your understanding.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any follow-up?
Just very briefly. I just want to make clear that the names that we're talking about, for instance, promethazine and alprazolam, are there other names for these drugs that people may typically hear?
I mean, these are the scientific names. There would be trade names tied to all of these on like what you would, if you received a prescription, there'd be a name tied to that, like Xanax.
Okay, so Xanax is what?
Is alprazolam.
Is there a different name for promethazine that you might see more commonly?
It may be in Zyrtec. It's just over-the-counter allergy medication. I honestly am not 100% sure which ones. These drugs can be found in different trade names.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Williams asked you a bit about half-lives and if you're able to double the amount. You said theoretically you can do that, but that's not something that you would rely on without knowing when a drug was taken. Is that fair?
Mr. Anderson, we call Dr. Banbury.
And something happened there. Let me pause. I think this is where that was on the playlist. So this would be the second part of it. I'm guessing that guy, he should still be on the stand, right? What happened? Okay, something's gone. Something happened there, guys. I'll try to fix it because I noticed day 2. They had a day 2 part 2. Maybe there's a day 2 part 3. Oh my God. There is. Holy shit. Oh my God. I didn't even notice. Oh my God. I'll find it for you. It's right here. Thank God YouTube suggested it. Save it to this playlist. There's a day 2 part 3. And it's like, see how many hours it was? Holy shit. Check this out. So now I got to refresh it. It's going to be way down here in my playlist. I'll have to open this up. Sorry, guys. That caught me off guard. That guy was intense. Guy was intense. So I have it on, so I'll move it up in the playlist. Sorry. I don't think the other days are like this. I'll have to check now. I didn't know they were up to this. At least they've stopped with those commercials. That's been cool. I forgot all about that. So day 2. Where? Oh, it's up part. Sorry. Caught me off guard. To day 2, part 2, day 2, part 3. So I'll just, because we just ended that. It just abruptly stopped and it started this day 3. So luckily, look at how long this is though. It says 5 hours. So I'll have to find where they I'm not sure what happened, why they did that, or if this is all of day. See, something's up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So wait a sec, because they're starting with this guy. I want the rest of that guy, the lab guy. You know what? I have it on another screen here. I'll show you. Damn it. Something's up. Because they had this lab toxicologist and had someone else, which is probably this guy. So we need to find the rest of that lab tox guy. What is going on? Day 2 just ended. Oh my God. Oh my God. What happened? This can't be day 3. They've screwed up. I'll figure this out, guys, because I have a page. I've been looking at a I saved a page. It's a Reddit page that had all the witnesses, but I kind of shut it down because I didn't think I'd need it. Now I got to find it again on my other screen because I saved it as a bookmark. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm fixing it right now. Thank God. Oh, I have it. I have it. Oh my God. Thank God. So I'll bring this over and show you guys what's going on here. So on this Reddit page is the best one I found. So when you click on day 2, this person has made like a list, right? So the first guy, I couldn't find his name. This guy is who we're listening to. So let's see. He talks about all this stuff. I'll put this link in the chat too, because this is the best. Somebody on Reddit has just really done a great job here. But for some reason, it just kind of ended, right? And then they had a witness 2, which is got to be that Ben Murray guy. But they just ended this guy's stuff. I don't know what to do. Here. This is it. So you'll get to this one. It'll be a link. It says day 1, day 2, day 3, and they probably will update it with day 9. I'm not even sure, but here, I'll put the link in chat. You guys maybe help me figure out what's going on here. Or we can just play the next guy and we'll have to figure out how to get the rest of that guy's testimony, because I was actually enjoying him in a weird way. Because look at it, it just, so this is what happened here. So we had day 2 was, I noticed it was day 2, right? So I'll play this one. It was part 1, and it got to they brought the other guy up, and then they put this guy up.
That's a general.
Right. I was trying to.
This guy doesn't. This is the part 1.
I mean, these are
just. Maybe they finished it all.
Sit and call Dr. Ben Murray.
Oh. Did we watch his trial testimony twice, this guy? I don't get it. What happened there? So this guy came up, the lab guy. But then at the end of it, they're calling Dr. Ben Murray. And that was this. Then they had a day 2, part 3, which, so that's him. But where's the rest of this guy? Unless, were we watching? Oh, they might have misnamed it. Like maybe this is part 2 is the part 1 of that guy's. And then this will be the end of his? Or I don't get it. Something's up, guys. You have to help me figure this out. Let's look at. So this is day 2, part 1. And it's this guy starts here, right? Or did they start abruptly and we watched the second half and that was the first half of his testimony? I think that's what's happened. Watch. I'll hit play. Because that guy comes up near the end here, that Scott Larson. He comes right up here. I saw him. Maybe I didn't. And I'm losing my mind. I would have sworn I saw Scott Larson. I'll figure this out, guys. I'm so sorry. See, who's this?
We're going to take our lunch break.
So this guy is the guy. They've got something going on here. So now I'll do that again. I'll put day 2, part 1, and I'll go to the end. And that Scott Larson, I believe, maybe I'll find out where he starts. This is day 2, part 1. I'll scan ahead because we watched this. So this guy, after this woman, remember this woman came quickly up?
I help all victims and witnesses
So
in
she
trial.
came up quickly. Then they
make
called
sure
this guy
that
up.
they're here when they need.
Yeah, then they swore him. So this is Scott Larson getting sworn in.
The whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
And then he's on for, say, 2-hour mark to. Does he finish here and we're watching it twice for some reason?
Here, as long as you can keep that mic in front of you at all
Because this is
times,
part
if you're making a
1,
record,
they
we
say.
won't be able to hear.
And I should take this
Good
off the
morning.
screen
If
so you
you
guys
could
can
state
see
your
what
name
I'm
for the
doing.
My name is Scott Larson.
Just know.
Larson.
I'll pause it. So this was the part 1, day 2, part 1. They say you can see part 1 here. So we watched, and it goes all the way to the end. And it sounds like the video ended, right? That was the one before.
Xanax.
Before the one we
Okay,
just
so
watched.
Xanax is
So
what?
he's ending talking about Xanax and stuff.
Is there a different name for promethazine that you
So
might
sorry.
see more?
Something's up here.
Commissioner, say we call Dr. Danieri.
And then, how could they go to there? Dr. Ben Muri. So part 3 is what? So he just ended, and then it starts with Dr. Ben Muri. But what does day 3 do? This must be the whole trial. No, I got to figure this out. I'm so sorry, guys. Sorry, I got to figure this out for you guys. Something's up. Oh, I got to refresh this probably to get the playlist going. So there's 3 pieces. What's going on here? Day 2, part 1. So sorry. Hey. Oh, this is my second stream, so I can click the Reddit link easier. Cool. I'm so sorry, guys. Something's not right here. Trial part day 1. This is the one we watched before.
Coagulate?
And then this isn't the one that just abruptly ended.
Of the deceased.
So the defense was up.
And it is part of the medical examiners, that's your understanding.
And I think the next one is part 2. So he's not done.
Any
is he?
follow-up?
Just very briefly.
Maybe we watched him, and I don't know why they have this part 2 here. We must have watched the whole thing. For some reason, they've added this. It sounds like they're just asking a few follow-up questions, and I'll go to the beginning to show you. I don't know what's going on here, guys. So sorry. Part 2. And there's this part 2, part 3 of day 2. That's 4 hours and 5 minutes. Or because all I had was part 1 and 2. Now I've noticed there's a part 3. So when I click on part 3, what's going on? I'm so sorry. Can't be with this Ben Muir guy. We can't. So there's a big break. Then this Ben Muir guy's up. Something's not right. There's only supposed to be 2 people this day. I'm so sorry. I can't. If you guys know what's happening here, scroll down for the 8 video playlist. 8 video playlist. On their website, they have I'll check their playlist out and see what they've done. How's that? I'll open a whole new. Oh, I have it open here. No, that's this. I'll just open them up again. East Idaho News. Those are the ones that I have it. And I'll go to their playlists. See what the heck I've done on my the YouTube. Yeah, theirs. So they have it. This is it here. It's what? There's 6. Oh, there's a different playlist? Is there a different Sunwell playlist? 8 video playlist. Is that what you're saying? Oh boy. What have I done? 8 video playlist. This has 6 videos. The one but I made my own because that was my own playlist I had up. My God. Is there another playlist on their channel? I should just look at their lives. Now that I understand what's going on here, I'll find it here. So let's see what they did. So day 1 was here, right? Look at day 1, we watched that. Right? It was like long. So then day 2 is here. And it's 2:30, right? Then we watched this one. This is the one that just abruptly ended. Now there's supposed to be a part 3 of day 2, which I go to, but it should start with the rest of that guy. Because look at part 2 ends. This is the one that just shut down on us. It was a 50-minute one. This is the one that just shut down on us.
Sure.
No, it didn't. What is happening? I'm so sorry. How could this be part 2? Starting with this guy. Is part 1 the one that just abruptly ended? This one? I'm so sorry. Like this guy sworn in after that woman. Where's the rest of him is what I need.
Years.
This guy, Scott Larson.
Does it require
And it just ends.
To eliminate a drug from my job.
And it is part of the medical examiners, that's your understanding?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Did we watch this
Any
part of it?
follow-up?
Like nothing.
Just very briefly.
And was he done then? And they just didn't show him getting off the stand. So maybe we're done with it,
I
right?
just want to make clear that the names that we're talking about, for instance, promethazine and alprazolam, are there other names for
Do you guys feel that it just ended abruptly in the middle of him? Or am I just
these drugs that people may typically
I
hear?
feel like it just ended.
I mean, these are the scientific names.
Sorry. Oh my gosh. You're right, but I screwed it up. Shit.
Of my job.
And it is part of the medical examiners, that's your understanding?
Yes.
I don't know.
Further, thank you.
Did you guys know if we watched this part where they're doing the little follow-up questions? I don't feel we did we? Oh my God. I'll go back in my own live stream. I'll tell you, look I can watch where it ended. And I'll let you guys hear it. If you hear me, it's me in the background, okay? Uh-oh.
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
It's not even.
They're doing this follow-up with him in my live stream.
Yes.
And while it could
And
be
it just-
act as a central nervous.
So I feel they're doing
I
this.
just want to make clear.
They're doing this shtick, but I think I'm used to seeing him get off the stand, and then the other guy just showed up. So I think they're done with him, and it just ended weirdly. And they usually show this guy like walking in the room. For some reason, they didn't. Oh, they kind of do. So it's right, and I'm just overreacting. They just kind of shut it down instead of the judge saying, "Okay, everyone, get up and leave." In that weird edit, right? So forget everything. I think they finished though. I think they finished with this back and forth because I see it on mine, right? This is what just ended, 2:32:31. I'll play it right to the end. It'll do that abrupt stop.
Any follow-up?
Just very briefly.
So this is 2:32:36. So it's going to be.
I just want to make clear
1 minute.
that the names that we're talking about, for instance, promethazine and alprazolam, are there other names for these drugs that people may typically hear?
I mean, these are the scientific names. There would be trade names tied to all of these on like what you would, if you received a prescription, there'd be a name tied to that, like Xanax.
Okay, so Xanax is what?
Alprazolam.
Like he got me off
Is
my
there a
game by
different name for
he stared me
promethazine
down.
that you might see more commonly?
It may be in Zyrtec.
I think you hypnotized me, guys. That's what it is.
Medication. I honestly am not 100%
Critter.
sure which ones. These drugs
This guy
can be found
hypnotized
in
me.
different
Watch, it's going to end right.
different trade names.
Okay.
So
One. Oh my gosh! In 10
Mr. Williams
seconds,
asked
it's
you
going to stop.
a bit about half-lives, and if you're able to double the
Here comes
amount.
10 seconds. Watch.
You said theoretically you can do that, but
Yep.
that's not something that you
Yes,
would
here he goes.
rely
Here.
on without knowing
He's staring
when
at us.
a
He's
drug
staring.
was
He's
taken.
staring.
Is that fair?
He's staring. Boom. So we didn't finish that last part of the questioning, and it's not. And then when I play the next one, part 2, I'll go to my playlist. So it's their edit. Yeah. So it's not a big deal. If I ever see it again, I'll write it down that we'll have to go and look for the rest of this guy's questioning, because it's not, for some reason, they've done an edit here of these days. And so if we play part 2, it's going to start with that little guy, Ben Muri or something.
All right.
I think
That's all the questions I have. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
it's got to be.
Mr. Williams, do you have an estimate of how long your
Yeah.
cost will be?
So I'll just start with this guy, and I think we might have just missed him his last few questions. Sorry. Just caught me off guard.
Call Dr. Ben.
Here it is.
Call Dr. Ben
We'll just,
Berry.
I'll stop talking. So if I ever see the last bit of that guy's testimony, there was a couple of questions, and they would let him get up and walk away, and the judge would say, okay, we're done or something. No, they probably went for a lunch break. I don't know what. This guy's the next guy. So I might have missed a question or two on that last one. But like, he had me hypnotized. I was staring at him, and then just like, oh, just stop. Scared me. I'll find it someday. We'll catch. It's probably just a question or two. The end of that question, he never answered her question. That's what caught me off guard. Because she had asked him a question, and he never got the chance to answer it. And poof, just disappeared. So probably nothing. So this is the new guy.
Please come forward, sir. Come on up here near the clerk and we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Come on up here and have a seat.
Okay, now who's this lady? This isn't the first. This is a third prosecutor. Oh my God. Who are you? This is that woman. I gotta find out her name.
You can keep that mic in front of you at all times. We'll be able to
These
make
people
a
are
record
messing.
and we'll all be able to hear. Appreciate you being here, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Would you tell us your name, please?
Good morning. First name is Ben. Last name is Muri, spelled Murie.
And what is your occupation?
I am an assistant medical examiner at the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
How long have you been at that office?
It'll be about just shy of 3 years.
Were you engaged in that occupation before 3 years ago?
Yes,
Where was that?
in Las Vegas, Nevada,
And how long did you work in Las Vegas in that capacity?
about 2.5 years.
Were you similarly employed before that time?
No, before that, I was still finishing my training in forensic pathology.
All right, so I was going to ask you about that. What is your educational background that led you to that occupation?
Sure. So I completed 4 years of medical school in Pennsylvania, Erie, Pennsylvania. After that time,
I'll check it out, okay, Judy? I'll do it on another monitor, and I'll keep playing this guy. And if it looks like we missed a lot, I'll pull it up, okay? Thank you. But I'll just play it for now. Or here, you know what? I'll just open it and see what you're saying. Was there more to it, Judy? Should I bother? Because I was enjoying staring at that guy. He had a great stare. Yeah, I'll bring it over and we'll check it out, Judy. Thank you.
I did 4 more
This
years.
Justice guy. 1 second. I'll bring it over. We'll see what happened here. Oh, they showed the jury walking in. What are they doing? They just showed the jury walking in. Watch. Watch. I just saw the jury. I could have sworn. That's crazy. Look at, watch. See them back here. Watch. 1, 2, 3. They showed 3 jury members. It's the same thing as the Dale Warner trial. This guy's going to flip out probably. That's probably why all this video. That's it, Judy. That's it. Same thing as the Dale Warner. They scrub it because they showed jurors. That's got to be it. This guy,
Thank you.
and
Please
this
be
guy
seated.
does it live. This channel does it live, so it's on his channel. I bet you he
We're gonna
flipped
go
out.
back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall.
So this guy comes up, right?
20 years.
And
Does it
Is this the-
require, you just listed the degrees that you
the
have.
part
Does
where it cuts
require
off
those
is when they're
degrees?
doing the questioning back
Many,
here.
many cases in.
So it's right around here somewhere. They end it.
Again, these estimations, but with this numbers, we've got a 68.
Yeah, because thank you, Judy.
According
We'll
to
watch.
that, we would have a 68.
So we must have missed
Nanogram level.
this last 10 minutes. I'll just play this last 6 minutes, 5 minutes.
And
Thank you.
6 hours before.
Because I can see when I scrub ahead like this. Here, I'll take this off. If you see me scrubbing ahead, it shows the judge after this guy. So he gets up and leaves. So, and there's only like 5 minutes left. So we'll play the end. Thank you, Judy. So I'll feel better now knowing we caught the end of this guy. Look at him. He's staring into my heart.
For this result.
We got it, Judy. You saved it.
And
You saved
then
the show.
What about 6 hours before that?
I mean, yeah, you could just keep doing that
Keep
math,
doubling,
but again, you know, for that to be kind of meaningful, I would, you know, you'd have to kind of know when the drug was being taken and things like that, right?
Right. I mean, you would, for instance, you could know if you knew a time that almost certainly a drug wasn't being administered by the person orally, right? If you knew the last time,
Yes, yes,
then you would have a better idea of extrapolating.
yes.
And then you indicated your sort of toxicologist opinions about how these would impact the person whose blood you're testing. And you did agree, didn't you, that this alprazolam level is at the low threshold of, according to those stock ranges of death, right?
Or at the high end of therapeutic, but yes, in certain drug combinations, it can be found in that.
And
Yeah.
half full, half empty, but
Yeah.
your own stock
Mm-hmm.
description here is that it's therapeutic to a certain range, and frankly, then you indicate a range that could result in death, and that's just in relation to alprazolam, right? On your stocks.
Yes,
Yeah.
and usually those are not alprazolam alone, but alprazolam with other drugs.
Like opiates.
Yes.
And then that's because there's combinative effects of all of these things, especially when they're central nervous system depressants, right?
Yes.
But when you were asked about each of these drugs and in combination, questions on the subject, it sounds to me that ultimately you leave it up to a medical examiner to make final conclusions about cause of death.
I mean, it's just not part of my job.
And it is part of the medical examiners, that's your understanding.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any follow-up?
Just very briefly. I just want to make clear that the names that we're talking about, for instance, promethazine and alprazolam, are there other?
It was right around here. It just
names
stopped.
For these drugs that people may typically
So-
hear?
Yeah, it's right around here.
These are the scientific names. There would be trade names tied to all of these on like what you would, if you received a prescription, there'd be a name tied to that, like Xanax,
Okay, so Xanax is what?
Zalprazolam.
Is there a different name for promethazine that you might see more commonly?
It may be in Zyrtec. It's just over-the-counter allergy medication. I honestly am not 100% sure which ones. These drugs can be found in different trade names.
Okay.
So
Mr. Williams asked you a bit about half-lives and if you're able to double the amount. You said theoretically you can do that, but that's not something that you would rely on without knowing when a drug was taken. Is that fair?
yes.
And why is that not reliable?
Well, I mean, you just can't do it forever. I mean, you can theoretically say, for example, with oxycodone, that 5 hours before it may have doubled in concentration on average. But, you know, if you try and extend that too far back, then you start getting into unknowns that I just don't have information on.
If we just doubled the oxycodone level here one step, again, my math is bad, 68, I believe. Is that still within therapeutic range for somebody that has been taking it and has some kind of tolerance?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. You can step down. Thank you.
So we missed all this part, and he's going to say,
Released.
No objection.
Yes.
Here to go.
probably nothing, but I'll feel better knowing we actually.
Stay ready with your next witness.
Commissioner, sit and call Dr. Van Mary.
Right. So we missed him coming up and doing this little. I just feel like we definitely missed something. So now we can safely go back to the playlist after Judy has saved the show. And I'll put this back on my other screen. Now this is what I was doing. I was using the Reddit site to find the names, but then got discombobulated there for a second. Look at this. Handsome young man. Ben. So we need this prosecutor's name. And start. This is day 2, part 3. 2. Oh my God, I don't get it. There's still another day 2. What is going on here? I got to figure this out. Like, why is there another part 2 that's 5 hours long? It's got those other people in it. You know what? I'm just going to open it up and see exactly what it does now. So where does this start at? This is that part 3 thing of day 2. And it starts with just nothing. And then it starts with this guy. So they must have taken a lunch break or something. Starts with this guy.
And
And
then
you say
now
for
let's
just a
talk
few
to the
minutes.
difference then.
That's
As a
weird.
medical examiner, you
Something happened here.
the judge and jury.
This is the part 3. I'm just seeing what's going on. Sandy Ness is one. Yeah. I don't think that's I think Sandy Ness is the first one. No, Sandy Ness isn't she the defense? Oh my God, I'm so confused now. And Lauren Hunt is the prosecutor, and July Thomas is the prosecutor. Is Sandy Ness the prosecutor? And I've been putting her as defense. Oh, I feel like an idiot. Sorry, guys. I'll figure this out. So what happens here with this guy? And they just start talking to this guy only for like a few minutes. So he comes back on. This is part 3. He comes back on at like an hour and 1 minute, and he's only on. He's only on for like 10 or 15 minutes.
We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus
So it is a part 3. Okay. So they took a break in the middle of this guy. So sorry.
Still
Let's start with
finishing my
this guy.
training in forensic pathology.
My bad.
Commissioner, sit and call Dr. Van Mary.
Here we go. I'll find out her name later. Dr. Ben Murray, ME. Sandy Ness presented opening. Oh my gosh. Of the prosecution? I'll figure it out, guys. Could have sworn Lauren Hunt was prosecution. Oh. I didn't.
Please come forward, sir.
I'm just going to put prosecution
Come up, your nose
because this is
first.
that July Thomas, I believe. July or Julie. She spells it July, I believe, Thomas. She was the main prosecutor. Then that other vampire girl, Elvira, was, I thought, Lauren Hunt. So we'll figure it out, guys. From now on, I'll just put prosecution and defense until I'm
We'll
positive.
get you sworn in.
I feel like a dope because I believe this is July Thomas. Then there's Elvira, but then there's that third woman who's coming up now. It's not this woman. It's a third woman. She looked
Please raise your right hand.
Asian
You do solemnly
type.
swear the testimony you shall give in the case now
Believe.
before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Come on, you can have a seat.
So this is the main Maybe I had it wrong. Just assumed. This is July Thomas, I think.
You can keep that mic in front of you at all times. We'll be able to make a good record and we'll all be able to hear. Appreciate you being here, council.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Would you tell us your name, please?
Good morning.
Tell us your name.
First name is Ben. Last name is Murray, spelled M-U-R-I-E.
And what is your occupation?
I am an assistant medical examiner at the
Screwed that up.
Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
How long have you been at that office?
It'll be about just shy of 3 years.
Were you engaged in that occupation before 3 years ago?
Yes,
Where was that?
in Las Vegas, Nevada.
And how long did you work in Las Vegas in that capacity?
About 2.5 years.
Were you similarly employed before that time?
No, before that, I was still finishing my training in forensic pathology.
All right, so I was going to ask you about that. What is your educational background that led you to that occupation?
Sure. So I completed 4 years of medical school in Pennsylvania, Erie, Pennsylvania. After that time, I did 4 more years of residency training in the field of clinical pathology and anatomic pathology in Hershey, Pennsylvania. And then after that, another year of specialized forensic pathology training in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I am not entirely sure what pathology actually means. Would you please tell us that?
Yeah, generally speaking, it's the study of disease, and it could be. I think that's generally a pretty good way to say it. So, in a hospital setting, a pathologist may look at tissue under the microscope to diagnose, inflammatory conditions, or cancer, other disease processes. But for me, I deal with people who are dead.
Okay, that's a blunt way to put it, I guess. What is the difference between clinical and anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology I'll describe this in a hospital setting. That would be if the doctor who would look at a surgical specimen under the microscope. So if a surgeon cuts out an appendix or a gallbladder, the anatomic pathologist would review that and make a diagnosis. A clinical pathologist could also be a hospital doctor, but they would be doing some of the laboratory side of the hospital work. Perhaps like when if you get a blood drawn and it goes down to the laboratory, there's a pathologist in charge down there, and that's a clinical pathologist.
All right, and so you completed 4 years, you said, residency in each of those specialties.
Yes.
Are you, and maybe this is a stupid question, you are a medical doctor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you did an additional year in forensic pathology. How does that differ?
Forensic pathology fellowship would be after completing the 4 years of residency, and there we would focus on the practice of an autopsy. And so not every day, but almost every day, we would have a deceased person and perform an examination on them, and that went on for a year.
And after those training circumstances, that's when you went to work in Las Vegas as a medical examiner?
Correct.
Are there board certifications required to be a forensic medical examiner?
I'm not sure if they're required, but I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology and forensic pathology.
What do you have to do to be board certified?
You should complete the training years, and then there are examinations that you need to take to be board certified.
So you took 3 probably really fun tests to gain those 3 certifications?
Yeah, I wouldn't call them fun, but I did take 3 exams, yes.
And do you have ongoing continuing education type requirements to maintain that certification?
Yes.
What are those?
So I do need to have a certain amount of medical education credits. And so every year or about, I need to submit the medical education requirements I've completed. There are some continuing test questions that I answer throughout the year that helps maintain my certifications.
Okay. Is your work also reviewed occasionally?
You mean at the office?
Yes.
Yes, sometimes.
And you are current in your ongoing continuing education?
Yes.
What, in general, is the purpose of a medical examiner?
In general, the purpose would be to determine a cause of death or a manner of death. Sorry, both a cause and a manner of death for anybody that comes in the office.
Okay, what's the difference between those two phrases that you just used?
Yeah, a cause of death would be the kind of the final or physiologic derangement is sort of the word, the process that the body has starting to die. So that would be the cause. So for example, if somebody had a heart attack and dropped down and died, after an examination, likely the cause of death would be, coronary artery disease or atherosclerosis or sclerotic cardiovascular disease, something like that. Then a manner of death, on the other hand, is more referring to the circumstances surrounding a person's death. So we have 5 options to choose from, and they are homicide, suicide, accident, natural, and undetermined. And so manner of death would be one of those 5 choices.
Okay, what is the purpose of determining the manner of death?
For my purposes, it's for documentation for the state and epidemiology. That's kind of my focus.
Is it meant to have any legal effect?
It could, but I don't know necessarily that it is meant that way. I'm not sure.
All right. Have you, in your past experience, dealt or worked specifically with insulin overdose cases?
Occasionally.
All right. Can you recall how many off the top of your head?
And not very many. They are, in my experience, there's been a few, probably less than 10.
And that's between both Nevada and Utah?
Yeah, that I can remember right now.
And what do you typically review in preparation for writing your report?
So it is case by case dependent, but generally speaking, when I'm generating my report, I'll review the autopsy or examination findings, and then review the pertinent background history, pertinent medical record. Sometimes law enforcement records are available too. So those are, that's pretty typical.
What type of background history are you referring to and reviewing for after an autopsy?
Yeah, so we have a there's a group in my office called the medical legal investigators, or the death investigators, I guess. I don't remember the exact term at the moment, but their job is to go to the scene of a death and gather information and write that down into a narrative so I can read through it before beginning the autopsy, and I can refer to it later on as well.
Was that investigation team involved in this particular case?
Yes.
And why is a medical record important to you?
It tells some of the story of what happened prior to death that's available. And there's other cases where a person may be dead in their house, and all that's, we don't really have a lot of what led up to the event, but we do have some record of a previous doctor visit or something.
All right. And in an insulin overdose case in particular, would the medical record be important to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, that has a documentation of some of the lab values that may have come up since the initial admission until time of death.
Would you anticipate or expect a medical record to contain information that may not be available readily upon autopsy or toxicology?
Could you please repeat the question?
I am not sure. Would you expect a medical record, a chart from a patient to perhaps contain information that wouldn't be readily apparent from an autopsy or toxicology result?
Yes,
Would that be the case in an insulin overdose?
it certainly could be.
And what process do you typically follow when you conduct an autopsy?
The autopsy usually begins as some of my support staff, my technicians, they'll have the body on a table for me. And then I'm able to do an external examination of the body where we document, it could be hair color, presence or absence of tattoos, presence or absence of injury, et cetera. Just head to toe examination externally of the body. After that point, then we begin with an internal examination of the body. And that's where we make the standard Y-shaped incision on the front of the torso and examine the organs inside.
And do you do that both just visually and microscopically?
Not always microscopically, but yes, visually.
And would it be fair to say that there are autopsies where the cause of death is immediately apparent from just viewing the decedent?
Yes,
For example, a gunshot wound or stab wound or something like that?
yes,
In this particular case, was the cause of death immediately apparent to you?
no.
Let me, and you did prepare a medical report, or I'm sorry, a medical examiner's report in this case.
Correct.
Can I show you Exhibit 29? It'll take just a minute to come up. Okay, do you see that on your monitor?
Yes.
And what is that document?
This is a copy of my autopsy report.
All right, does it look to accurately reflect what you prepared in this case?
So far.
Okay. If that changes, let me know.
Okay.
All right, state moves to admit Exhibit 29.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
29?
No objection.
We're not going in order.
Court received status 29, which to publish.
Thank you, Judge. So the first two pages are, I don't mean to characterize it for you, but would that be accurate to say that those are your diagnoses and conclusions, and the remaining pages describe your support for those diagnoses and conclusions? Do you want to scroll through that quickly?
Am I able to?
So those are the first two pages.
Okay.
Stop there for just a second. Do you recognize the signature on that page?
Yes,
And who is that?
that is mine.
And below that is a handwritten date.
Correct.
What does that date signify?
That's the date I completed my report.
Can you, sorry, Chelsea, go back up to the top. Is there indicated on this report the date of the actual autopsy?
Yes, at the top on the right-hand side where it says date and time of exam,
And that is,
August 16th, 2024.
okay, so it took you roughly, I guess, 5 months to complete the report?
Yeah, that sounds right if my math is correct.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Chelsea, go back up. The date of death is also noted
Correct.
as 8/15/2024.
Yes.
Why is that important to you?
This is documentation. This could be, relevant if there's a large gap in between the time of death and the time of autopsy. But I guess it does tell me that the death happened relatively soon before the exam started.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. All right, so I want to go down to page 3. And this it's labeled external examination. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Just generally speaking, did you notice anything in that external examination that explained the cause of death to you?
No.
You mentioned, go down a little bit, Chelsea, please. Okay, so there in upper, sorry, keep going. All right, and now you noted evidence of injury and injuries of the upper extremities. You talk about some contusions. What is a contusion?
A contusion would just be a large word for bruise.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It means a bruise.
Okay. Were any of these contusions or bruises that you noted something that would be a cause of death?
No.
And you noted some on the upper extremities. There's one on the lower abdomen, on the right shoulder arm, right forearm, left shoulder, left arm, and the right antecubital fossa. Is that an accurate summary?
Yes.
As well as then down below that, also one on the right buttock.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Do you have any information about what would have caused any of those bruises?
I don't know.
Okay, just something you noted because that was part of your examination.
Correct.
Would they be consistent with medical intervention?
Some of them could.
All right. Would they also possibly be consistent with injections?
Yeah, they could.
You just don't know what.
But I don't know. I mean, I did mention in the where it says other, there was other left antecubital fossa that it could be medical intervention too.
All right, and so that's going to be the next explanation. What's a right antecubital fossa?
Oh, that's like if you put out your hand and you feel your elbow, it's just the opposite side from your elbow. So where a typical blood draw happens.
And then after making your observations on the external examination, you proceeded to an internal examination.
Correct.
And if we just scroll down a little bit, I'm not going to spend a ton of time on any of this, but would it be fair to say that your findings on internal examination were all unremarkable or normal for the most part?
If you want to scroll down to the cardiovascular, I think she had a large heart and some dilation of, there it is, right ventricular dilation. So that's not entirely normal. And then there was also a finding of she had one kidney. So that wouldn't really be normal. But I didn't note those.
Okay, let me talk about the heart for just a second. If you could go back up, thank you. Is an enlarged heart something that happens at death or pre-morbid, pre-death?
It would happen before death.
What is that symptomatic of?
I mean, there's a number of reasons to have a enlarged heart or a dilated heart. If somebody has some systemic issues, obesity can lead to it, hypertension, high blood pressure can lead to it, chronic alcohol use. In this case, it wasn't an enormous heart, but it was on the large side.
Was it a finding that you considered to be indicative of a cause of death?
In some people, it could be.
Was it in this case?
I didn't think so. It was in this case.
And you also noted, as you said, the single kidney. We can go down a little bit, Chelsea. And urogenital system. You
Yes.
noted kidney on the right was absent.
Correct.
Did that appear to you to having been removed at some point or having been worn that way?
My understanding is that's how she was born, but that's what I understand right now anyway.
Okay, could you tell that from autopsy, whether it was congenital or removed later on down the road?
I mean, if it was removed, there might be some surgical clips or a big scar or something like that.
You didn't see anything like that?
Not that I recall, and not that I noted here.
Okay, and the remaining kidney, what was its status?
So if you look there, it says surface, second line down from urogenital system, it says granular. So that's indicative of some scarring that's happened in the kidney.
What does that mean to you?
There's a number of things that can cause scarring of the kidney, disease processes, but it's a kidney that has undergone some stress over time.
Would that have been sufficient in your determination to be a cause of death in this particular case?
No, not by itself.
Did you see in the course of your autopsy any indications that this lady had any form of cancer?
I did not.
And if you could go down again, please. In microscopy, you see, thank you, down at the brain, and you listed indications in the brain that were consistent with ischemia. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is ischemia?
Ischemia would be a low blood flow to the brain, so it would be poor oxygenation of the brain tissue.
And was this significant to your determination of cause of death?
Let me back up. I wouldn't necessarily say low blood flow to the brain, but I mean low oxygen to the brain. And in this case, it's evidence that she had some kind of period of low oxygenation.
Okay. What happens with low oxygen to the brain?
Well, just like every tissue in your body, every organ in your body needs oxygen to perform its functions. And so without that, you can have cell death. And when you have cell death, you have, altered or diminished function of those organs.
Would brain or ischemia of the brain be consistent with an insulin overdose?
You can have low blood sugar that can have some similar overlapping, similar changes. And so it's I would say it's more like a low sugar kind of thing.
Okay. All right. Under that, you listed additional studies including toxicology and insulin testing. If we could scroll up, Chelsea, please. No, other way, sorry, scroll down. Stop, what? Perfect, thank you. Okay, why were additional studies necessary in this case?
Toxicology testing is sort of a routine thing that we do on almost all decedents or those who died. Of course, there are some cases where we don't do it, but in this case, that's a routine thing. And then given the history, I was given about a possible insulin or the hypoglycemia that she arrived in. That's why we did some of these tests. Although she did have a long hospitalization, but yeah, that's the reason why.
Okay, you say long hospitalization. Is 3 days in your mind a long hospitalization?
Yeah, I guess for the purposes of testing for drugs or whatever, of course, if somebody has gone to the hospital on day 1 and then day 3 we test their blood for a drug or something, it is likely impossible that, it is possible that that drug is gone or changed,
Over the course of the 3 days that
Yeah.
okay. What does hypoglycemia mean?
That would be low blood sugar.
All right, is that another another name, I guess, for an insulin overdose?
Well, it would be the effect of, it could be the effect of an insulin overdose.
Okay, that makes sense. So if you overdose on insulin, it causes hypoglycemia, which is low blood sugar.
Yes.
All right. Why is low blood sugar problematic?
Well, just like your organs need oxygen to function, they also need energy to function, and that energy is usually in the form of glucose. Glucose being essentially a sugar that your organs use. And your brain loves glucose; it uses it very readily. And so, if you have if you have a diminished amount of blood sugar, that can again alter or diminish your organs' functions.
All right. You list in here insulin, C-peptide, and free and total insulin. And what do those two things mean?
So insulin is a chemical that can be made by the body, and that helps to regulate our blood sugar. C-peptide is a part of that also. And so when your body makes insulin, it's made in kind of a large molecule, and attached to that insulin part is a piece called C-peptide. And your body takes the C-peptide off to make the insulin, more just plain old insulin. So the presence of C-peptide would be a clue that there's natural, or in other words, endogenous insulin present.
So can you say that last sentence for me one more time?
The presence of C-peptide would indicate that there is like what I call endogenous, or insulin made by the body.
Okay. Does insulin that is injected also contain that C-peptide molecule?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, so this notation about insulin with C-peptides would be specific to any insulin that was naturally produced within the body?
Yes.
And what about free and total insulin?
That just talks about the insulin that is present in the body. So some insulin can be bound to other proteins, some not, and that's not bound is free.
And what do you mean by bound?
I'd have to refresh my recollection on the biochemistry of that, but what I seem to remember is that there's other proteins that will bind to certain chemicals in your blood, and so when they're bound, they're bound to a protein.
Okay, would that indication there about the quantity of free and total insulin be an indication of artificially induced insulin or naturally occurring insulin?
I wouldn't be able to tell with that.
Okay. So when you completed your autopsy on this case, were you able to decide what had caused the death without additional information?
Do you mean when you finished the autopsy that day, or
That day?
that day? No, I needed more information.
Like, what more information did you seek?
I reviewed medical records. I believe we did a microscopic analysis. That usually takes a couple weeks after, or sometime after, and then law enforcement records.
What about toxicology?
Oh yeah, and toxicology results. And all that takes time to come back.
All right. Did you ever speak to the toxicologist about this case?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
All right, so your reliance on toxicology is part of developing the conclusions that you did were just from this report, not from a conversation that you had with that individual?
Yeah, yes.
So going back up then to your conclusions on the first page. Thank you. Leaving aside for a minute number 1, you listed various pathologic diagnoses 2 through 9, correct?
Correct.
Were any of those, in your opinion, after conducting the autopsy and the additional information that you received, determined to be the cause of her death?
No.
So it's fair to say that number one is what you found to be her cause of death.
Yes.
And that was the combined effects of oxycodone, alprazolam, promethazine, and probable exogenous insulin use.
Yes.
Were the combination of the first three, oxycodone, alprazolam, and promethazine, sufficient by themselves to have caused the death?
I mean, their effects can be added up. In my opinion, though, in this case, no.
With the probable exogenous insulin, well, let me ask you first, what does exogenous insulin use mean?
That would be insulin from outside the body.
So insulin that's been injected in most likelihood?
Yes.
And that's compared to the term you used earlier, endogenous?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So endogenous is naturally occurring insulin in the body?
Yes.
And exogenous is introduced into the body from externally?
Right.
Okay. Would the effects of what you noted, probable exogenous insulin use, would have been sufficient for her death, even absent the oxycodone, alprazolam, and promethazine?
Yeah, from my recollection, the hypoglycemia or the low sugar was quite low, and so I think in the absence of those first ones, the exogenous insulin would be a key factor.
Okay. We talked a little bit earlier about the autopsy occurring on August 16th and your report being completed on January 22nd. Is that an unusual gap of time to complete a report after an autopsy?
I mean, generally we strive to have reports done, 90% of our reports done before 90 days. But, sometimes backlogs happen and some cases take some more consideration. In this case, I don't remember exactly why it took roughly 5 months or whatever. But it could be backlog, could be just a continued consideration.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams, do you have an estimate of how long your cross will be?
5 minutes.
Dr. Murray, are you available to come back after lunch?
Sure. What time would that be?
1 o'clock.
Yeah, he's going to come back for 15 minutes here because they're going to
Yeah,
take
we can
lunch.
do that.
No objection.
Or they're going to,
No objection.
Okay, as long as you're okay, come back at 1.
Yes.
Okay, all right. We're gonna take our lunch break right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I want you back here at 1 o'clock and we'll get going again.
oh, skinhead.
I need to remind you that you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. We'll see you back here at 1.
All rise for the jury.
It looks like they're sitting around here after this, so I'll scan ahead. I think he sits down and does something. He says something. I'm just going to speed it up, but I'm not going to skip just yet. I think he says something to them here. When the jury gets out, he probably asks them if there's
Counsel,
anything
before
we
we
can do.
break, I've got good news.
Uh-oh.
I found coverage for the 23rd.
Oh, wow.
sometimes miracles happen.
What? College was-
This is one of them. So we can plan on the 23rd. The only key is we need to make sure the jurors are okay with that because they weren't planning on the 23rd. So before we break this evening, if I don't remember, one of you need to remind me to talk to the jurors about that and I will ask him if that's going to be a problem for him. And if it is for any of them, I'll get their juror number and then we'll talk about it, what to do. But I do have coverage, so I think that should help
We appreciate
you
that, Judge.
guys.
Very much, thank you.
Also, additionally, I apologize. I know you have a meeting to get to. The state yesterday indicated, and I believe Your Honor agreed, that a curative instruction is appropriate given Mr. Williams' statements in opening. We've consulted with our kind of admin team, including some of former appellate attorneys, about the language of that instruction. I've emailed Brooke and Mr. Williams what our proposed instruction would look like. The state would prefer it be given sooner rather than later, because if the jury goes the whole 2 weeks believing that we have a burden that's different than what the law requires, we believe that can make a difference. And so I didn't know if everybody wanted to maybe review that over the lunch hour and we could have further discussions about it, but we wanted to get our proposed language to Your Honor as soon as possible.
Thank you. I've seen it and I've got some thoughts.
Judge, I have not, and I need this lunch hour
Yeah.
because the state changed the order of witnesses. I also wonder, and I'm not challenging, I'm just explaining, I kind of need this lunch hour more than I might otherwise because of the swap of witness order and my preparation. Also, is it possible, well, do we know whether the state generated, first of all, the request for one and the proposed instruction in connection with any transcript of what happened?
I mean, you've been present and we've been on the record for all of the proposed instruction. Obviously, we have talked about that separately, but I've emailed it to you and you're welcome to review it. But the discussion about it can take place on the record, and that's what I intend.
No. I'm sorry, you're misunderstanding me. It's in reaction to the suggestion that something I said causes it to be needed.
That's correct.
Do we have a transcript yet? I think we could probably get a recording. How soon, Brooke, could we get a recording of the opening?
Yeah, you can get you a copy of the recording.
And because we can get it
Yeah.
AI'd. I'd like to
I think
know.
that may help. We're not going to have that discussion right now. We may not even be able to have it today, but I've got some thoughts on that too. But you're going to have a chance. You need to have a chance to respond.
Right,
And
I need
you
to
guys
know
might
what
come
the
up with your own.
basis
You
was.
may come up with your own agreement anyway.
Sure, that's my point.
All right, I'm aware.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. We'll see y'all back here at 1.
All right. This is the bad side. I tried to watch.
And they should be muting any second now. Here we go. I'll scan ahead. And there's going to be like 15 more minutes. I think it just ends. And that guy starts the next one. So I'll go to the next one. It goes right to the end showing the seal. So then there's this part 3 of day 2. And that's when we're confused because he starts right here. Well, there's a standby, there's the seal, and then he's going to come back after lunch just for looks like for 10 or 15 minutes. That little guy comes back up here.
The judge and jury.
And then there's this woman after
To
him.
be normal.
Good to figure out who.
Normal
And
is-
there's this guy.
As a protective measure on her.
And they're the rest of the day
What is
2, I
the
believe.
port?
It's a central line.
So let's finish off little guy, Ben, the assistant ME. He's going to finish up here. Sorry. Just wanted to show you that. And then we're going to finish up those other 2 people. They're a couple hours. The guy is about an hour and a half and the woman's about an hour, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's the rest of day 2. So that's what we're looking for, Judy, if you can. Oh, I can find on day. Are these guys from day 3? Does day 3 start here? No, see, this guy ends, right? And then these people get up right away. This woman. So we need to figure out who she is. It's day 2. This is the rest of day 2. And then this guy, she's on for about an hour. and the rest of the evening is this guy. He's on 240. So I could figure it out who they are, but it's definitely day 2 because this guy's still wearing the same suit, I think, and feels like it. So there's 2 more people. So let's just watch this guy, and I'll have time. I'll have 15 minutes to search because they're coming back for lunch here. And that guy comes back in. The assistant Emmy comes back in to finish up for what looks like from 103.
We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sunwall. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury,
About
hopefully
20
you had a
minutes. About 20 minutes we have to figure that out. It doesn't have to be, but
good lunch.
just 20 minutes.
We appreciate your attention to these matters. These trials, any kind of trial, there's always a lot of ebb and flow and a lot of pivoting too. So sometimes it's hard to track witnesses when certain witnesses are called out of order for certain reasons.
Yeah, you can say that
everything of
again, dude.
nature.
I'm having trouble, and this happened 2 weeks ago. I can imagine you guys, your heads are spinning probably. I'm screwing it up, and this is on recording. I had 2 weeks to get ready for this.
Rest assured, at the end of the trial, you're going to get all the exhibits that we're offering. You're going to get a chance to review all of those. But there's just a lot of pivoting in these types of trials that's required from the attorneys, and they're doing their best to just keep it moving. But we appreciate your attention to all of this. Counsel, anything we need to cover before Dr. Muri?
Nothing, thanks, John.
Doctor, do you want to come back up? Doctor, we appreciate your accommodation. I will remind you that you are still under oath. Mr. Williams, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Muri, thanks for sticking with us over the lunch break.
Of course.
I would like to talk to you mainly about what you do, who you do it for, what kind of training you need, what kind of output you and your position generate, okay? Let's be general, in other words, rather than specific to start with, at least with the report.
Okay.
You're a medical examiner and have been for a number of years here in Utah,
Correct.
and were a medical examiner in Nevada.
Yes.
Total of, I missed exactly, how many years have you been a medical examiner before you come to court today?
6.5 to 7.
In
Wait,
that,
wait.
cap-
2.5 to 6. Sorry. 5.5, 6.
in that capacity, we've heard about a lot of training you have had, and that includes a lot of medical training, right?
Yes.
You're a medical doctor.
Yeah, it's a osteopathic medical doctor. Same. Yeah.
Learning about some of the things you testified, you made conclusions about, like toxicology, right?
Yes.
Not a toxicologist. You learn about that in the course of your medical training.
Correct.
All sorts of other training that a doctor gets, right?
Yes.
And my point here is when you bring to the medical examiner position a vast history of training, education on medicine. Agreed?
Yes.
And then you have your practical experience as a medical examiner day to day, right?
Yes.
Which includes applying all of that training to your job as a medical examiner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're using that medical training and that expertise when you're doing your medical examiner work, right?
Yes.
And the reason I'm kind of saying medical versus medical examiner is, as you said it, you don't actually treat the living.
That's correct.
My favorite line from the first Men in Black.
I don't recall that one.
Medical examiners, I hate the living, said the medical examiner. But the point is that you're still doing medicine and applying medicine
and utilizing all that training when you do your job as a medical examiner, even though you're not examining living people.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. And then, now let's talk to the difference then. As a medical examiner, you're taking that training, using that training, but involving causes and manners of death, right?
Yes.
That's your primary role as in the medical examiner's office, right?
Yes.
It's set aside, it's a specific office for medical examiners in the state of Utah, right?
I'm sorry, you said it was set aside?
It's not in a hospital.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
It's not in a clinical setting. It's in its own office set up or set aside for people to do medical examining, to analyze and do casework on deceased people.
Yes, it's a state office.
In that capacity, you also bring to the table forensic activity, right?
Yes.
Forensic analysis. Is that a better way to apply it, say it?
Yes.
Forensic part means related to investigations. Is that fair?
Yeah, the way I understand it, it's for the people. Yeah.
But I mean, it's got its own special aspect of investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
You describe it. Well, I'll just stay out of it for a second. Describe to the jury that forensic part as you see it.
Yeah, so we have an investigatory aspect of our job, to find out the circumstances in which a person died. And then, the other aspect is when these go to a court like now, or when there's other types of litigation. I think that's where the forensic part goes along with it.
Okay, and I guess what I'm getting at is that beyond just sort of looking at all the medicine and assessing a body with your medical knowledge, you're also assessing a case. Agreed?
Yeah, we call them cases. Maybe not in the same way that another organization may assess, but primarily I'm just trying to figure out how a person died.
Cause and manner of death.
Correct.
But, so let's talk about that for a minute. Not everybody who dies ends up getting an autopsy, right?
That's true.
People get autopsies under are brought to the office to get an autopsy under unattended deaths, right?
Yes.
Suspicious or police-related investigation deaths, right?
Yes.
Things of that manner. And so that's what I mean by a case. It's not just like a medical case, it also has this forensic aspect. It's tied to other sorts of efforts to find out information. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it's very frequently, if not always, law enforcement related.
Yeah.
So you're working in the investigative capacity with law enforcement, right?
I wouldn't say we're working with, we do work together, but I would say work with, not for.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was gonna get to that together. You spoke to the jury a little bit on direct about the autopsy efforts. And let me just lay those out a little bit more along the lines that I'm kind of thinking about cases and casework in this theme that I'm stuck on. Okay. You look at the body, you apply your medical knowledge, you look at toxicology and all of those very scientific observable things to help make your conclusions on cause and manner of death, right?
Yes.
But you also get involved in finding out information from law enforcement investigative efforts.
Yes.
And you want that information in order to do the best job you can at reaching manner of death, right?
Yes.
Law enforcement are almost always attending an autopsy, right?
It varies from case to case.
They do often?
If there is, if they have certain questions, or if sometimes for education purposes they do. I don't know exactly how many times, but
Fair enough.
Yeah.
In this case, they did, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Law enforcement, as you indicated, on direct, I mean, among the things that you do is you seek out information in your investigation to try to determine manner of death from law enforcement agencies, right?
Yes.
You get police reports. Is that fair?
Yes.
You talk to detectives or others that might have the information, right?
Yes.
By the way, you also get medical reports, like in this case, it was from hospitalization. You were able to get those medical reports as well, right?
Yes.
So you get medical information. I won't be general anymore. Let's talk about Casey Terry. You get medical history, right?
Yes.
You saw the toxicology. You already talked about that, right?
Correct.
Some of those things you have to wait a bit for sometimes.
Yes.
For those toxicology reports and things, but this is part of the process. And then you work with trying to learn what there is to learn from law enforcement efforts to reach your conclusions, right?
Yes.
That, again, includes, you can call a detective if you have a question that might, the answer to which might help you render your conclusion on manner of death, right?
Yes. Yes.
In this particular case, you know from your report that is in evidence that you did do outreach, did speak to Detective Barney, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And she could talk to you and you could talk to her freely in the course of your generating your investigation and ultimate report, right? Nothing stopping that.
No.
Questions for each other you can ask, right?
Yes.
Also with other officers, and for instance, let me add this component, you actually have an investigator in your office, right?
That's right.
So that investigator is sort of assigned to your autopsy case as well to go find out facts to help inform your opinion or your decision.
Yes, and there could be other investigators involved too.
Sometimes those investigators who work at your office actually have other jobs as police officers in certain agencies, right?
I don't know everyone specifically, but I know that's a possibility, or some do.
In this particular case, your investigator who was assigned to this case, do you know what agency that person worked for when they weren't acting as an investigator for you?
I don't.
But this investigator often, and in fact, in this case, also may go to a scene
Yes.
of a death. Or an officer might call it a scene of a crime, but a scene that is relevant to the investigation you're doing with them, right?
Right.
Get police reports, right?
Yes.
Talk to agents about what witnesses have said. Correct?
Yeah.
Learn what conclusions may be the opinion or have been reached by police investigators, right?
Yes.
Working that way with the science, medical, and then the law enforcement and law enforcement activities, you are ultimately looking to make, to the best of your ability, a forensic conclusion on manner of death, right?
Correct.
Now, how many autopsies have you done? Hundreds?
As of today, probably over 2,000.
That's hundreds, I guess, times
something.
Times something. Okay, 2,000 autopsies. You do this, you work in this capacity, you ultimately generate reports. Now, sometimes, even after you've generated an initial report, further information might be guarded and you can actually amend your report, right?
Yes.
At any time, if you got information that you thought affected your ultimate manner of death decision, you could amend it.
I could.
So let's talk about all that effort and all that information and the things that you talked about medically and all the information you had on January 22nd, 2025. You ultimately issued your medical examiner report that was entered into evidence, right?
Yes. If that's the date, I don't particularly remember the date on it, but
Fair enough.
yeah.
What's on mine, and I thought that was developed on direct. Whatever, it's on the exhibit and it's
Yes.
entered, I think it's 37. You don't have it in front of you?
I do not have it in front of me.
Let me see, you know what, this would be worth it, because as I look at the report, which ended up getting entered into as an exhibit in its total, it has stamps and things on it. I'm not gonna try to ask you what they all are, I'm gonna go back to this question, just when you issued your report, because I don't know what the other stamps mean. Can I go through it again? Ignore my highlights, does this look like your report, you saw page one up?
Yes, it does.
On the second page, is your signature on it?
Yes.
And is it 1/22/25?
Yes.
Handwritten?
Handwritten.
You wrote it?
Yes.
Okay. And on that date, pursuant to everything you had done, everything we heard you looked at, you rendered your professional conclusion as the manner of death is undetermined. Correct?
Correct.
And that's January 22nd, 2025. An abundance of completeness here. You're sitting here on the stand today. That is still your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect?
Yes, thank you, Judge. I don't want to keep you too long, Dr. Mary. You indicated, you answered one of Mr. Williams' questions that you work with, not for law enforcement. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Does law enforcement dictate in any direction what they want or expect your conclusions to be in doing a medical examination?
Their input is helpful, but it doesn't, ultimately it's my decision.
And when he was going through some of the information that you rely on in forming your opinions, you mentioned medical history.
Yes.
Which we talked about also, right?
Correct.
In this particular case, was her entire medical history important to you or just the final hospitalization?
I mean, I had some, the most important was probably the final terminal records or the final hospitalization. I believe I was aware of some past medical history. I don't remember the details.
Okay, so for example, you didn't find any information regarding any mental health treatment, anything like that?
I don't remember.
Okay, but that didn't go into your conclusion?
Ultimately, no.
And you said you learned what is available from the law enforcement agency and received their reports, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those?
Yes.
Let me just show you. This is the police report in this case from Lone Peak Police Department. Did you review this entire thing?
I do not have that entire thing in my record.
Okay, and it's, 500-ish pages. You didn't read all of that, correct?
No.
Did you have at your disposal the FBI analyses in this case?
I did not.
Did you have the Utah Bureau of Forensic Science reports in this case?
No, I don't think so.
Did you have available to you all of the text messages between the decedent and the accused in this case?
No.
And manner of death. You said earlier that that's a medical determination, not a legal one, correct?
For my purposes, yeah, medical or even statistical.
All right. And your determination in this case was that it was undetermined. What does that mean?
That means I did not feel, at least for my purposes, I could not categorize the cause of death into one of the other 4 manners.
Okay. And those other manners that you talked about were natural,
Yes,
accident, homicide,
yes,
suicide,
yes,
accident.
correct.
Did I already say that one?
I think maybe you did, but
Okay.
there's 5 total.
Was there another one that I missed?
Maybe you missed undetermined.
Thank you. Undetermined is the 5th. Okay. And you found it undetermined. You didn't feel the manner of death was homicide.
No, I fault everything at the end. The evidence that I had went to undetermined.
And would that be because you could not say from a medical standpoint how the exogenous insulin was introduced into Casey Terry's body?
I would say I couldn't, that's part of it. And also I couldn't see how the other substances were administered.
Okay. And you also did not find it to be a suicide, correct?
Correct.
And that is one of the options available to you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the state of Utah brought you here as the medical examiner to render an opinion that you maintain as of today that this is not a homicide manner of death, and apparently pointing out they didn't give you all the information?
I mean, I don't know if I always have the entirety of every investigation for every case, but based
You
on
could have, right?
possible.
To see if whether your conclusion would change perhaps to suicide? That could happen, right?
It could.
Nothing further.
Anything else from the state?
Having opened that door, you didn't make the change to suicide, correct?
I did not.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here, doctor. Feel free to step down.
Thank you.
Who can be released from the subpoena, Judge?
Any objection to releasing the witness?
No objection.
There you go.
Thank you, Doctor.
Next witness.
The state calls Diane Allred.
Please come forward, come up here to the clerk, and we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Come on up here and have a seat. Thanks for being here. The only thing I ask is that you keep that mic in front of you at all times so we can make a good record. We're all able to hear. Thank you. Counsel.
Thank you. If you could state your name for the record.
I'm Diane Allred.
What is your occupation?
I am a nurse practitioner at Holy Cross Mountain Point in Lehigh, Utah.
I'll get to your education and training in a moment, but first explain for the jury what is the difference between a nurse and a nurse practitioner?
So a registered nurse is someone who's trained to help with the care of the patients in a hospital. So they do the day-to-day medication administration, helping the patient in basically any way and during their care in the hospital. And that's what they're trained for.
How is that different than your role as a nurse practitioner?
As a nurse practitioner, I have had more education and I'm more trained to be more like a physician, actually. So they actually call us a mid-level, or nowadays they actually call us and physicians providers. So we're providers of the patient. So my role is more directed at as a physician, where I admit patients, I write orders, I'm ordering their medications, I'm ordering their fluid, I'm ordering their diet and those kind of things. So I'm giving the instructions to care for the patient, and nurses follow out those cares.
Okay, so fair to say you nurses often work at your direction to implement the orders that you've given on any particular patient.
Yes, correct.
I want to talk about your education. Briefly describe your educational path to your role now.
Okay. I started out many, many years ago as a LPN, and then I got my registered nurse, which is it can be a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree. I had to go back to school to get a 4-year degree, and then so that's a 4-year bachelor's degree in nursing.
And let me stop you there. I apologize. You mentioned LPN. What does that mean?
It's called a licensed professional nurse, and it's basically kind of the first step. They don't have a lot of them anymore, but years ago it was kind of like it was just a little bit lower than a registered nurse. You couldn't give like IV medications. So there's some limitations on it. So a lot of people, they used to kind of do that as the first step, and then a registered nurse. And then to be a nurse practitioner, you have to have a bachelor's in nursing. And then you go to 2 more years to get a master's degree in nurse practitioner.
Okay. And how long have you, maybe you've already said, and I'm sorry if I'm asking you to repeat it, how long have you been a nurse practitioner?
I graduated in 2013. So 12. Right? Yeah.
And you already stated what facility employs you, Holy Cross?
Holy Cross Mountain Point.
And what city is that located in?
It's in Lehigh.
Were you working in that capacity on August 12th through the 15th of 2024?
Yes.
Do you recall a patient named Casey Terry?
Yes.
Did you treat her during the time frame I just said, the August 12th through the 15th of 24?
Yes.
I want to explain, because obviously we're talking about multiple days, and we'll get to the different roles and people that were involved in her treatment. And I guess, yeah, we'll start specifically with her. Explain how the tasks or specific parts of her treatment are divided among nurses, nurse practitioners, and doctors.
Okay. Just in general, or her?
Well, yeah, let's start in general, and then we'll go to her.
Okay. Generally, a patient is brought to the emergency room by family, by ambulance. Emergency room does an initial workup of whatever their issues are, their complaints. At some point, they decide whether the patient is sick enough to be admitted to the hospital or not, or discharged or whatever. And if they're admitted to the hospital, they call me and I go down and see the patient and evaluate, and then I write admit orders, and then the patient is brought up to the hospital, to the floor that I work. And then I write those orders for, just like, for example, their medications, their fluid, their whatever, oxygenation, any of their needs to support them and help them towards getting better.
And then how, and I understand this may vary based on the patient's condition, at what point do doctors or physicians get involved?
I have a physician that I work with that is kind of over me every day, and we work together. And so sometimes those physicians are in around, like actually they can be at a different hospital working, and I'm at the hospital. So I contacted them, I talked to them, the physicians, we basically work together to provide the care and for the patients, yeah.
Fair to say that physicians, nurse practitioners like yourself, and nurses kind of all work as a team to collaborate on determining what care is appropriate and then executing that care for any given patient.
Yes.
Were you assigned to Casey's case for the duration of her stay?
Yes.
When that happens, when it's over multiple days, how does that work? What kind of hours are you working?
So the physician is on from 8 in the morning until 8 the next day. Every day there's a physician on. Sometimes it's the same one for a few days. I work, at the time I was working, like my day shift was 8 to 4. And then at 4 o'clock until 8 the next day, it's either me or the doctor that is on call. So the doctor's always on call over me. Does that make sense? But I would be first call if I'm the one that's on call that day. So the ER would call me first. Then I would put in orders. It allows us to each get sleep potentially. So, because we can cover for several days in a row. So.
How are the nurses involved in the team? Are they kind of scheduled similarly? Do they shift out more regularly? How does that work?
Nurses work 12 hours on, 12 hours off. So 12-hour day shift, and then a night 12-hour nurse will come on. So that's how they work. So they have their own kind of class, schedule that they can then just do 12 hours of shift.
So you mentioned that it's important that you be able to go home and get some sleep at some point. Anything that happens while you're kind of off the clock but still on the case, how are you made aware of what happens during that time period?
If I'm not on call, I will go home, and most of the time I try to clear my brain of things and just kind of have a little bit of a life. But by the next day, I wake up early, and at 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm up looking at my patients, seeing if I have any new patients, to see what's changed, those kind of things. So I kind of keep up on it. If I'm working several days in a row, I will get on the computer and look up what's happening out of curiosity, and also just making sure I'm up. But by the doctors, let's say the doctor's been on call all night, I will get up in the morning before my shift starts and look at everything and just make sure that I'm back, caught up on what's happening.
Would you have done that same kind of protocol in Casey's case?
Yes.
Do you recall how Casey presented when she arrived?
When she came to the emergency room, I know that she was unresponsive. I know she was not communicating. She was not, she was breathing on her own, but it was very shallow, not sufficient breathing. And so I know that the ER had to give her some medication and intubate her to support her breathing. But she was not responding. She did have some pupillary response, but she was not withdrawing to pain. So one of the tests, if someone, we literally pinch your nail really, really hard, or rub your chest really, really hard, and that hurts. And so people will, even if they're not awake, alert, and oriented, they will, most of the time they will pull away, and she was not doing that.
And to be clear, were you actually present during this initial presentation, or is this just something that you learned later on that affected your treatment and care of her?
When she very first came on, I was not like down in the ER. The ER was managing the initial things, but then shortly after, especially if we know it's going to be a patient that's going to be sick, that's going to be admitted to the ICU, I generally go down and see the patient and start doing, talking to the family and the ER doctor and getting everything set up to be able to, once she's stabilized in the ER, to get her back up into the ICU.
Okay. So did you actually go down and observe the symptoms that you're talking about with Casey, that she was unconscious and very shallow breathing, and her pupillary responses, her pain responses?
Yes, I did.
At that time, did you know what had happened to her?
We know from the EMS report that when they got there, she was not breathing well on her own, not responsive. We call it altered or altered mental status. And we know that her blood sugar, EMS checked her blood sugar at home, and her blood sugar read too low for the monitor to read it. And so I know EMS had initially they started an IV with some sugar in it, some glucose. And then also, I think they gave her a little extra glucose at that time. So we knew her blood sugar was extremely low at the 14. Actually, in the ER, her first blood sugar check was 14.
Okay, we've heard, the jury has heard a little bit about blood sugar levels. Understanding this can vary among people, but what is a range of blood sugar levels that you would consider to be normal?
I think normal is 70 to 190 or 100. I don't remember the exact numbers.
How low is 14?
14 is extremely low. Like a person in that state is not awake, not alert. They're confused. If they have any, they can potentially still move, but they're not with it. They can't follow commands. It's really, really low.
At what point in the normal range that we're talking about, would you expect to start a patient to start losing functionality or become confused or and then potentially not be conscious anymore?
I'm not sure. I do know that diabetics, when they start getting around 60, they will start to feel symptoms. They will get diaphoretic. They will start not thinking straight. They can feel that their blood sugar is going low and they're like, okay, my blood sugar is dropping. I need to get some sugar in me now. I don't know what level would be where someone is more incapacitated than another. I don't really know an exact number. I've seen someone at 23 be very confused and not with it in the past, and some numbers like that.
Okay. So you mentioned that you're aware that EMS gave Casey some sugars, even potentially on scene.
Yes, they did.
Do you know how that is administered?
They started an IV and gave her an intravenous drip. And then also, I believe they gave her a bolus of insulin at that time also.
I think we all understand what an IV is, but what do you mean by IV drip?
Basically, that we have IV access when you start an IV, and we hang a bag of fluid that just drips right in at whatever rate we set it at. And it's continuous. Basically, in this situation, it would be a dextrose solution. Sugar water.
And then I think you mentioned a bolus insulin.
Bolus
insulin. What does that mean?
So bolus is like a one-time push of a medication. So we, for her, you would have it's actually a higher concentration. Whenever someone's blood sugar starts to get low, we give them, if they're awake still, we will give them something to eat or drink. If they're not quite awake, you can give them like glucose gel in their gums and their body can absorb it that way if they're not quite able to swallow. But once they get really low, we have to just give it IV. So a bolus is just a push of a big dose of whatever you're giving.
You mentioned insulin. My understanding is insulin.
Did I say insulin? Oh, sorry.
No, yeah. So I wanted to see if I understood correctly. I might be wrong. I thought you said bolus insulin. What did you mean?
I mean bolus of the dextrose.
Okay. And what is dextrose?
Dextrose is glucose and dextrose are basically interchangeable. Dextrose is kind of that's the IV form that's manufactured and made. We call it dextrose. Glucose is your blood sugar level, and that's kind of like your glucose level, blood sugar level. Those are what we check, but it's sugar. So if I say dextrose and glucose, it's kind of interchangeable ones. Does that make sense? They're interchangeable words.
Let me make sure I'm understanding it. Glucose is maybe what you might refer to your body producing on its own or what your own levels are. If something has to be given externally, you may call it dextrose. Is that correct? Yes. And you probably already answered this, what does dextrose do?
So dextrose is a concentration of sugar. There's different concentrations we give depending on what level how low their blood sugar is. And it's just a bolus of sugar water, dextrose.
And you mentioned that with Casey, it was administered intravenously. Is that correct?
Correct.
So her blood sugar level, you said, is extremely low, 14. What would you expect, I guess, if she's given an IV of dextrose? Would you expect her sugar levels to change dramatically quickly, or how might that look? What was your expectation?
Generally, most people, once you start getting their blood sugar level up, they start to become more alert pretty quickly, believe it or not. So once you give this big a dose of sugar, it gets into their system and they do wake up pretty quickly. I've had someone my patient that I said her blood sugar was 23 and was very, very confused and altered and stuff, we gave her, that person dextrose, and as soon as she started getting around 50, 60, 70, she woke completely up.
Did that happen with Casey?
No.
So at this point, her blood sugar has been tested by EMS, and she's at the ER, given an IV of dextrose, and she's not changing. What happens to her at that point? Have you come to admit her? I guess what's the status of her being a patient?
So at that point, because she wasn't breathing, we've now intubated her. We're put a breathing tube in for her, hooked her up to a ventilator to support her respiratory status. So now she's breathing. She had a continuous infusion of the dextrose going. Initially, it was they call it D10, so it's 10%. We changed it to D20 pretty quick. I can't remember how quick.
And let me pause you there. Why would that change have happened from D10 to D20?
Because we gave her so she's getting this baseline of sugar because her IV's got this continuous amount, and we're having to give extra sugar. And even if one time her blood sugar went back up, it continued to drop back down again with time. Like it just didn't stay up. Like it would. She just had enough insulin in her that was basically causing her blood sugar to just drop again. So then we were checking it every 15 minutes, every 30 minutes. For the first 2 days, basically, because it was just, we'd give her sugar and it would just drop again. We'd give her sugar, it would drop again.
Okay, so you were never able to stabilize her blood sugar?
Never.
You've mentioned insulin. We probably bored the jury a lot about educating them on insulin. Sounds like you're familiar with what insulin is. Again, not to belabor the point, generally in like one sentence, describe what insulin is.
Insulin is your body, actually your pancreas, the beta cells in your pancreas produce insulin. So you eat and you eat, your body takes that in and has glucose in it. And insulin is required your body will produce insulin to help the glucose get into the cells. And from the bloodstream into the cells. All of our cells need sugar. They all need to function. And so an insulin is, I kind of say it's kind of the key to the door. So insulin unlocks the door and lets the glucose in. And our body produces it on its own when normally.
Are there some people that don't produce insulin in their own body normally?
Yes, diabetics.
And we've heard a lot about their requirements so far, but generally briefly tell us what they require.
So there's a type 1 diabetic and a type 2 diabetic. Then you can actually become they kind of call it a 1.5 diabetic. But a diabetic type 1 is where your body does not, your pancreas, your beta cells do not make insulin at all. And so you have to have IV from the minute you're diagnosed, you're on injections of insulin from the very beginning. Type 2 is the people that their pancreas is just not making enough. And so a lot of the times they're just on oral medications that just help their pancreas and their beta cells to produce more insulin. Eventually people can become insulin resistant. And so their body is just, or the pancreas just gets tired and kind of stops making it. And so a lot of type 2s can end up on insulin anyways, just because their pancreas kind of putters out.
Okay. You mentioned before that you were unable to stabilize Casey's blood sugars ever during her stay at the hospital. I think you mentioned because she had so much insulin. How did you make that conclusion?
Insulin, there's a couple types of insulin. There's the fast acting and the long acting. If I eat something and I know I need some insulin because I'm a diabetic, I can then give myself a little bit of insulin that's going to help with just that meal, for example. So you do that basically every meal. You give yourself a little extra. With her, where she just kept dropping and dropping and dropping, she had enough insulin and presumably the long-acting insulin, because it was days of us trying to get her glucose level controlled and back up to a normal range. And it took days, of just us giving her all this sugar. So in my opinion, I believe that she received a lot of insulin and a long-acting insulin.
Okay, and that's your opinion that it was long acting. But is it fair to say, well, I guess, let me figure out how to ask this. How is insulin, if given exogenously, externally, if you get a shot, how does it disperse throughout the body, and how quickly does that work? Understanding that there's short acting and long acting and those differ. But if we're seeing results of insulin 3 days later, I guess, how is that being processed by the body? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure like the half-life of the medication. So every medication has kind of like a half-life and how long it lasts. If you take Tylenol, you can repeat that Tylenol in 4 hours because they know that this is the half-life is X, and in 4 hours it's out of your system enough to take it again. So the fast-acting insulin, again, every meal they're taking it because it wears off quickly. Where the long-acting, I do not know what the half-life of long-acting insulin is, but it lasts. In fact, normally, for example, we give a shot of the long-acting generally once every 24 hours. So a diabetic that's on, and they want it to be this basal, they call it a basal amount of the long-acting, and then in every 24 hours, they give themselves another shot of the long-acting insulin.
Okay, and so Casey was not able to be stabilized over 3 days. And so your conclusion is there's enough insulin on board that it's still affecting her body 3 days later.
Yes.
Was she continuously being given dextrose as part of the treatment plan over the 3 days?
I think she was given dextrose until they initiated hospice. I think she was still on the dextrose infusion that entire time until they chose to go on hospice and withdraw care.
And who makes that decision to go on hospice?
Family, doctors, basically.
And who makes the decision to withdraw care?
Same thing. I mean, it has to be the family decides. We help with those decisions. We don't make that decision at all. It is the power, whoever is the either power of attorney or next of kin can make that decision.
And that decision is presumably informed by doctors and your conclusion on their prognosis or whether they're going to get better.
Right.
Did you determine, you and your team determined that Casey was not going to wake up?
Yes.
Does insulin itself directly kill someone? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, I don't believe that insulin itself, it's the side effects that are caused from the insulin.
What do you mean by that?
For her, or for anybody, if you give insulin, that lowers your blood sugar level. If your blood sugar gets too low, then you get the signs of, you get hypoglycemic encephalopathy, which is basically low blood sugar, mental problems. She was not breathing appropriately, therefore she wasn't getting enough oxygen to her vital organs and her cells. Therefore, you end up getting a brain damage and multi-organ damage from the hypoglycemia caused from the insulin.
Okay, so if somebody's given insulin, their sugars are allowed to drop so low that they become hypoglycemic. That can also affect their oxygen and breathing?
Yes.
How does that work?
Basically, when you're confused and when your blood sugar is so low, your body's not functioning correctly. And so you are then not breathing for yourself appropriately. You're not breathing enough. The low blood sugar can cause the hypoxia also. And there's lots of things that can cause lack of oxygen. You can have a heart attack, and your blood isn't pumping and you're not getting oxygen. But the hypoglycemia actually can cause this encephalopathy of the brain along with, and caused all from the insulin.
Encephalopathy, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. What does that mean?
It's basically, it's the brain. So you're confused. It just means altered mental status. It's a medical term for being altered, confused.
Okay. You talked before about, and I forget the level, maybe you said something in the 20s. You had a patient that had low blood sugar. You got dextrose on board and that patient picked up rather quickly. Do you remember that?
Yes, that one. Mm-hmm. I've had it happen many times.
Why would it be the case for Casey that she didn't just pick up as soon as dextrose is given. She starts getting glucose and sugars and starts breathing and starts getting better. Why did that not happen?
Time is the issue with it. So the one patient that I was talking about that was 23, I had seen, she was a patient that I had seen that had seen like an hour before. So quickly went in there, confused, not acting normal, checked the blood sugar, gave them things. I've also seen a similar case where a patient also came into the emergency room. That patient was altered, ended up intubated, got sugar, got boluses, was cared for. But when we back off on sedation and we give them time, their blood sugar normalizes. And when we wake them up, they wake up. They start showing they'll even start showing signs where they'll start to move, or they'll start, sometimes they'll be still kind of asleep, but they can follow commands. You'll say, squeeze my hand, and they can still squeeze your hand. So we see signs that this person is improving. And then with continued support, continued care, eventually this person I'm talking about recovered. So time is the amount. It's how long I call it their downtime. How long were they in this state of not breathing, not oxygenating, low blood sugars, all the changes chemically in the body that are happening because of that. So time is the teller.
And why does a longer amount of time make it harder for a patient to recover?
Because lack of oxygen and lack of oxygen, lack of breathing is what causes the damage to the brain.
And it sounds like that can be irreversible damage at a certain point.
Yes.
Do you have a particular hypoglycemic protocol? Somebody presents as hypoglycemic. Do you have something that a protocol you engage in?
We do.
Explain that for us.
Basically, we have a protocol in place that as we're checking people's blood sugar, if their blood sugar gets to it, it's almost like if it's this, you can give juice. If it's this, you do this. If it's below, once a diabetic is below 60 or 70, we do give them dextrose, IV push, because we can see that we're downtrending. And so that the nurses have a protocol. I order a protocol. It's very set in standard. And it's, if you see this, do this, you see this, do this, you see this, do this.
And that would be based on physical symptoms and then also the monitoring of what their current glucose level is?
Yes.
You mentioned that Casey was given D10 first and at some point was up to D20. Do you know if that had to be upped further?
I think in the IV infusion, we only went up to the D20, but we were still giving her the extra sugar when her sugar would drop low, even with that steady dose. She still required multiple doses of extra sugar.
I think you described before that you were able to get sugars up and just not stabilize. So did her sugars ever rise to a level that was normal?
Yes, in fact, even I remember there's a blood sugar reading of like a 500, which would be really high, right? But it wasn't long, it didn't stay that. It just then with just not even a long amount of time, it just comes right back down again. So there were times where her blood sugar would go up to 100, little over 100. And then we just keep taking it and watching it, and then it starts to dip again, gets below the parameters, we would give extra.
And I believe you stated that signifies to you that insulin is still operating in her system because her sugars are not stabilizing.
Yes.
Sounds like you're familiar with insulin. Do you treat diabetic patients?
Yes, every day.
What dosage would you typically order for a diabetic patient?
It really depends, because some people are, if they're a new diabetic, they're very sensitive to insulin. So you would give a lot smaller of doses. The longer they've been diabetic, they kind of tend to need more. And so sometimes I've given, 10 units of the long acting once a day. Sometimes I've given 100 units a day.
Okay, and that would depend on the individual patient.
Correct.
You mentioned if they're a new diabetic, I guess someone who has never had insulin would probably require less. Is that fair?
Yes. If they're insulin naive, is what we call it, their body has not had insulin, exogenous insulin, then they would require much less.
What would you expect to happen to a non-diabetic person that's given insulin unnecessarily?
Extreme hypoglycemia, depending on how much they got.
What would you expect, just for example, if a non-diabetic is given 100 units, what would you expect that to look like?
Their blood sugar would drop to probably a critical low level. If it was the short acting, then it would hopefully rebound, depending on how low they got and those kind of things. The long acting, it's going to stay down a lot longer, so they definitely need intervention.
I want to switch to a little bit of a different topic. Have you treated a patient who has attempted suicide by insulin before?
Yes.
And understanding that you can't give too many details about patients because of privacy issues, what did that patient do?
This patient came into the emergency room, very similar, was not breathing, had to be intubated.
Maybe approach.
I hope it's okay. I sped it up to 1.25x. I'm going to go to 2x now just till they get back up because YouTube only allows me to upload 11 hours and 55 minutes and 55 seconds. And the next guy's up for an hour and a half, I think. So I'm going to see if I can get it at 1.25x. I hope it's not annoying. I probably shouldn't have told you. You might not have noticed, but I'm just too honest. I'm too honest. So I'm going to continue with, I just turned it up to 1.25x, just this last person. And here they come back. So I hope that's okay.
All right, I'm going to switch gears. We talked before about how you work with basically a team. You work with physicians, doctors, nurse practitioners, and nurses. Is that fair?
Yes.
So to do your job correctly, do you have to have a pretty firm understanding of what nurses understand? Because you're giving them commands and orders and you're expecting them to follow through and follow your orders. Is that right?
Yes. I mean, I am a registered nurse and I worked as a registered nurse for many, many years before I got my nurse practitioner.
And in your day-to-day as a nurse practitioner, is it important for you to understand what a nurse would know?
Yes.
So for example, would you expect a trained registered nurse to understand vital signs?
Yes.
Would you expect a trained nurse to understand what insulin would do to a non-diabetic patient?
Yes.
Would you expect a trained nurse to understand that continuously dropping extremely low blood sugar would require immediate intervention?
Yes.
We talked before, Casey never regained consciousness.
No.
Did she die?
Yes.
Sounds like you have made a professional opinion that exogenous insulin was given to her at some point.
Yes.
In your professional opinion, if she had not been given insulin, would she have died?
No.
In your professional opinion, if intervention had happened earlier on Casey, sugar's been given sooner, might you have expected a different outcome?
Yes.
I'm okay, passwords.
Shall I cross pronounce this?
Yes.
If I'm able. I might need your help. Good afternoon, Ms. Allred.
Afternoon.
I'm going to talk a bit more about some general conclusions from the treatment and role you had with Casey Terry that night, okay? And maybe more than that. And I say that because you ultimately spoke about things that happened in the hospital until the decision was made related to hospice, right?
Yes.
And then at that decision, no medical intervention is undertaken, right?
No life-saving medical comfort measures are continued until the patient passes.
Relevant to, I guess, your role in discussion here is no, nothing was done in connection with the attempt to deal with the insulin problem. No glucose would have been administered.
Yes, once they decide to place her on hospice and do comfort measures, we stop any blood pressure medication supporting their blood pressure. We actually extubate them and take the breathing tube out and all other, stop antibiotics if we're giving them and those kind of things. And we would, in this situation, stop the glucose.
As you sit here when that decision was made.
I actually believe they switched her to hospice the evening of the 14th, but I'm not sure.
Do you have records that would help you refresh your recollection that it could have been the morning of the 14th?
I don't remember.
Okay. If it was the morning of the 14th, that would be we went to the hospital around 10:30, is that right?
10:30 at night.
Yes, on
PM,
the 12th.
On the 12th.
So we can count the hours. We don't know exact hour in the morning of the 14th. Let me leave that general question and go to the time component of what you were talking about when you talked about insulin, brain anoxia.
Oh, yes. You
Brain,
yes.
is that the same
can call
same
it-
circumstance?
Yes, you can call it anoxic brain injury.
Thank you. I'm sure Ms. Hunt is jealous. Anoxic brain injury, let's talk about that timing of that when you described it. It sounded to me like it's to avoid it in a circumstance such as this with the insulin overdose. To avoid it, you have to act on the glucose issue, right?
Yes.
So, and as you said, time is obviously important because if you don't act, the brain remains in this anoxic circumstance, right?
Yes.
And is being injured. That's the anoxic injury, correct?
Yes. Lack of oxygen.
The lack of oxygen to the brain, you had given an example, I think, of a patient who began to be critical, let's put it that way. I don't know if you knew about the anoxic brain, and who recovered because there was intervention within an hour, right?
The one that I was talking about when the blood sugar was 23.
Yeah.
That person, sorry, that was many, many years ago. She did not get anoxic brain injury.
Right, because I mean, you even described that while she was pretty out of it, she was conscious.
Not able to swallow, like we still had to give her IV medication because she was totally confused, not able to follow commands. And so we had to intervene with IV to get her blood sugar up. Then we were able to have her drink and
okay. And then, but you got to start at 23, you knew it, she was in the hospital, I take it?
Yes.
And administered that care. She avoided risk of any anoxic brain injury, right?
Yes.
Because you could act immediately. Are there circumstances where a person has been at a low glucose level for a period of time that you think that they would have no chance of recovery?
Yes.
How long? I mean, if the brain is anoxic, the chance of recovery, would you agree, could be as short as 1 hour?
I don't think that, well, okay, so.
You understand my question? I'm sure I'm doing a poor job and you can help me in any
It's
way.
okay. In a normal person that has no oxygen to the brain, they say 4 minutes, right? That's kind of the start CPR fast because the brain without oxygen can't live past 4 minutes. And that's without oxygen, right? So you're drowning, your heart isn't pumping, those kind of things. In this scenario, it takes longer than that because your brain is probably getting some oxygen, just not enough to perfuse the brain and all the cells it needs. And because it's not getting that amount that it needs, the brain gets injured. So time, again, is the downtime is what is important without intervention. Did I answer that?
Sure, yes. Let's put a case specific here too. When is it your opinion that when Casey Terry arrived at the hospital, given the circumstances of what you've seen, she never had a chance of recovery?
I didn't know that at the time because we always try, right?
Of course.
But she was not showing signs of, she was not on sedation at the time initially, right? She was not breathing well enough. She was not following commands. She was not even able to protect her airway to the point where we had to breathe for her and help her, breathe. So when anybody comes in, I don't automatically think, oh, we are going to do everything we can to help this person.
I might have led us on the wrong path. I don't mean to suggest that you wouldn't try. Looking back, that's kind of the way you started. Looking back at the evidence you had as you sit here in your capacity, it's clear to you, isn't it, that Casey Terry, when she arrived at the hospital, wasn't going to be someone who could recover?
I probably had the next morning. So when they intubated her, we gave her sedation medicine. So now we've sedated her. The next day, we do what's called a sedation vacation, where we turn off the sedation to see what kind of response we're going to get. And when that happened and she did not improve at all, that's probably when I get concerned. So actually later that day, I believe that's when we did the MRI later that day to evaluate to see if we could see that she had any brain injury.
And she did?
She did.
So you're not really able, in fairness, that you wouldn't know at what point in time exactly Casey Terry was likely not going to recover from the injury to her brain caused by the glucose deficiency.
I don't know a number. I know that there are studies that show in insulin that 6 to 8 hours it's in studies.
Let's talk about the conclusions and things that you saw, base your conclusions on in terms of the introduction of the exogenous insulin to Casey, to your patient that you saw, you concluded that based on everything, I'm not gonna make you go over it again, based on everything you did there, everything you did in the hospital that day and a half, that she had had exogenous insulin introduced to her.
Yes.
And that whatever had happened, you thought it was a lot, right?
Yes.
And you don't know what a lot means. In other words, I thought I heard you say different people react differently, especially if they're non-diabetic. And the notion is significant amount because of the vitals that you saw and the efforts that were done in the hospital.
I believe.
I mean, the point is that you can't say a number of units or things like that.
There's no way to know a number of units because everybody's so different.
Everyone's so different, but so that's why I'm just getting at a lot. Something significant enough to do with cause the symptoms that you saw.
Yes.
That it could, you thought it included long-acting insulin.
Yes.
Could have also included short-acting insulin.
Yes.
Could have been injected subcutaneously.
Could have been.
Could have been injected. Okay, let's go to timing. As you say, with the difference of the way people respond to it, the fact that long-acting and short-acting could be on board, could be administered, you don't really have any way, as you sit here today, to project at what time or times insulin was put into Casey Terry's body. Is that fair?
Fair. And cannot tell.
It could even have been 24 hours before she reached the hospital, agreed?
With maybe, I mean, if long acting is given every 24 hours, but if it would have been that long, she came into the hospital roughly 12 hours. So I don't think it could have been given the day before.
I'm just talking about that she comes in the hospital, I think you said 10:30, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
And you've talked about what you think was done with insulin, long acting, short acting, maybe both, maybe multiple times. But at any rate, what you can't conclude is when those events of introduction of the insulin occurred, right? You can't conclude that.
I believe her last known well, according to my notes, was 9 o'clock in the morning. That's according to I don't remember who family said that or talked to her. They saw, I don't know, but in our notes, it says that her last known well was 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, but become unwell. She could have even gotten insulin, introduced the insulin before 9, right? 8 o'clock.
Sure.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I don't have redirect. This witness may be excused.
Do I have any objection to speaking to witness?
No objection. She may be released.
Thanks for being here. You ready for your next witness, or do you want to take a short break?
I would like a short.
Looks like they're
bathroom
taking a break.
If that's possible. I think he might be a little bit lengthier, so.
Do that.
I'll just
Ladies
skip
and gentlemen,
ahead.
jury, we're going to take a short break.
Yes.
You are
so
admonished by the court that it's your duty.
we're
not
not going to
to
take a break.
yourself
I'm going
or
to skip ahead.
person on any subject of the trial. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
Yada, yada. Boom. All rise. I got it in 1.25x speed, guys. Sorry, because I'm going to run out of time if this next guy is up for like a while. So we got to get to him. This guy, I'll put his name up.
And maybe they.
Okay. Here, he comes up here. I'll put his name
Thanks
up.
for
I
being
have
here. You're welcome.
Dr.
If you
Ben.
keep that mic in front of you at all
something
times,
messed
it'll help
all
us make
over.
a good record, and we'll all be able to hear. Counsel.
Thank you. If you could please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Malcolm Mastiller, spelled Masteller.
What is your occupation?
Physician.
We'll get to your specialties in a minute, but I want to cover your educational background. Walk us through what that is.
Undergraduate, University of Utah, with a bachelor's of science, biology, minor in biochemistry, and a minor in social anthropology.
What did you teach after undergrad?
After undergraduate, went to medical school at Rosalind Franklin Medical School in North Chicago. That was followed by residency in Bremerton, Washington, at the Bremerton Naval Hospital.
And what did you do your residency in?
Family medicine.
You said you're currently a physician. Do you have particular specialty?
Family medicine is a specialty. I'm board certified in family medicine.
Help the jury understand that maybe they already know, but if not, or help me understand what family medicine means generally.
Family medicine encompasses care from newborn until geriatric timeframes. All levels of care. Some will do obstetrics as well. It's fairly broad as to what we can do, what we're credentialed to do, and what. I can go into mine specifically. I see all age groups. I also do urgent care. I will see newborns. The majority of the people I see are between 20 and 100 plus.
So sometimes we hear the term primary care physician. Is that what you might be considered?
Yes,
And you may have already said, I'm sorry, how long have you been a physician?
about 18 years.
And what facility do you work for?
I work for the University of Utah,
How long has that been the case?
12 years.
Where did you work before that?
U.S. Navy?
Anything before that?
No.
You mentioned you're board certified in family medicine.
Yes, I am.
Does your role require ongoing continuing education requirements?
It does. State licensing requires continuing education, as does the board certification. You have to complete so many credit hours of continuing education through conferences, online training, in-person training, etc.
Do you keep current on that?
I do.
All right, I want to talk to you about a patient named Casey Terry. Does that name sound familiar to you?
It does.
Did you know her?
I met her in June of 2020.
In what capacity did you meet her?
I took on being her primary care physician.
You said June of 2020?
Uh-huh.
Do you know about how old she would have been?
34?
Did she have any pre-existing conditions when she started seeing you?
She did.
What were those?
She had a few. Chronic kidney disease. She was seeing a nephrologist. She had diffuse glomerular sclerosis of the kidney, as well as she was born with one kidney. Fibromyalgia, chronic pain condition, endometriosis, von Willebrand's factor deficiency.
Let me stop you there because I don't know what that means.
It's a bleeding disorder. It's a bleeding disorder. They don't have clotting factors that allow them to clot properly. They tend to have bleeding issues, bleeding of the gums. Sometimes women will have heavy cycles.
Okay. Anything else that any other pre-existing conditions that she had when you started seeing her?
Interstitial cystitis.
What does that mean?
Painful bladder.
Anything else?
Fibromyalgia.
What does that mean?
It's a increase in pain, generalized pain, in the absence of any other medical condition that can explain it. So pain thresholds in these individuals are lower than the average population, and all the autoimmune and other conditions that can cause pain have been ruled out, and they meet the criteria for it.
Okay. Anything else that you haven't mentioned?
Anxiety, depression.
Anything else?
Insomnia. She'd had a problem with weight, had been through a bariatric surgery as well.
Do you remember when that would have been?
I don't remember.
Were you her primary care physician at that time?
No, it was long before me.
Okay.
No. In regards to the bariatric surgery, some vitamin nutrient deficiencies, iron deficiency, also from some bleeding tendencies that she had.
Okay. I did not write down each of those, but I'll try to take them in turn. Well, let me first ask you this. Did she tell you that she had cancer?
No.
You mentioned several things, and I don't know that I'll, like I said, remember all of them. But let's start with her being born with one kidney. Is that something that you were able to independently verify, or were you just taking her word on that being the case?
That was verified on multiple imaging studies. The last being a CT scan in 2023 in an emergency room of the abdomen and pelvis.
I believe you said endometriosis was a pre-existing condition with her. Is that something that you were able to independently verify?
I couldn't, her gynecologist had retired and records were not available. So that was a subjective health condition.
It sounds like fibromyalgia would also maybe be a subjective condition, just her report of her level of pain.
Yeah, it's a diagnosis of exclusion. So if you've ruled out other causes of pain, a lot of them, then that's the final diagnosis if they meet the criteria. There's
Okay.
very specific criteria.
And you took her through those criteria? Or
Yes.
I guess you at some point had been
She
diagnosed with
had been
that?
diagnosed before. She had already been diagnosed.
Okay.
That was a reported condition.
You said that a nephrologist referred her. What's a nephrologist?
Nephrologist is a kidney doctor.
Okay, we talked about kidney already. And sorry, I'm forgetting the other ones you said. Of the conditions that you listed that she presented with when you began seeing her, what ones were you able to independently verify versus just based on what she's telling you is happening?
So chronic kidney condition, the chronic kidney disease was verified both with laboratory and imaging.
studies. Endometriosis was not. That is, she had reported surgeries, but it was on the abdomen, which is diagnostic laparoscopies by the gynecologist, both for treatment and diagnosis purposes. Fibromyalgia was verified by clinical criteria after ruling out through blood testing and so forth, multiple other potential causes of joint and muscle pain. Insomnia is a subjective complaint. Depression and anxiety are also often subjective, although her scores on the PHQ-9s and GAD-7. GAD-7 is an anxiety screening test. PHQ gives us quantifiable data on depression scoring. Those were always elevated on both of those.
Okay. What about, I will never be able to pronounce it, the bleeding disorder?
So I was going to get to that. She did complain of bleeding, heavy menstrual cycles, rectal bleeding. Hematology reran the von Willebrand factor prior to her knee surgery, and she did not have it. So that was a subjective medical condition she had when she presented to the clinic.
That you were later able to, it sounds like, rule out?
In 2024, before she had the initial knee surgery on 6/20/24, the meniscal surgery, the von Willebrand factors were run, and she had adequate quantities of those factors to clot, for clotting.
Okay.
So she did not have the condition.
Okay.
It ruled out the condition.
Okay.
So the hematologist said, I do not believe she has von Willebrand factor or a bleeding disorder.
Okay. You made reference to her knee surgery. Did you say before that she had arthritis?
I did not mention that. That was an oversight. She had moderate to severe osteoarthritis, both knees. Left knee was verified on x-ray, bony arthritis. You can't see soft tissue unless you get an MRI. The right knee was verified, bony arthritis, primarily in the lateral component of the knee joint, as well as extensive cartilage degeneration, I believe tibial plateau and over the tibia and femoral condyles. So what that basically means is the cartilage is breaking down. She had pretty extensive breakdown of cartilage in the knee.
Okay, and we actually have already heard from the surgeon that performed the one knee replacement. Were you involved? Obviously, you're not the surgeon, but were you involved in kind of helping her make that decision, or deciding that was maybe an appropriate path to take?
Yeah. There was a long discussion on both knees.
I'll come back to that in a bit. But fair to say that at least some of the things that Casey came to you complaining of were either entirely subjective or even later ruled out.
Yes.
Would you say that Casey sometimes exaggerated her levels of pain?
Yeah, exaggerated several things. Pain was one of them, yes.
What other things did you find that she may have exaggerated?
So for me, the nephrologist, in June this was started after her knee surgery, her initial knee surgery, there was initial complaints of pain. That kind of disappeared, and then she was complaining of significant weight gain, swelling in the legs. But objectively, there wasn't the degree of weight gain nor the swelling in the legs, both on my exam, the nephrologist exam, and in the ER note where she had gone in with that complaint.
We've heard from other witnesses that she may have made several trips to the ER, or maybe even frequently went to the ER. Would you have, as her primary care physician, been made aware of ER visits that she had made?
Yes, sometimes. I mean, they will, by her, if we don't always get the notes from the ER, no. We try to keep up on them. Sometimes they're good about sending them, sometimes not. Most of the electronic medical records have gone to a unified system now, so it's much easier. But at the time, not always.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about her kidney condition. That was one that you're able to verify. She was only born with one kidney. When she came to you, we've heard talk of her having a port. Is that something that she had when she began seeing you, or is that something that you helped her do?
I did not help her. So just to clarify on her kidney condition, she was born with a solitary kidney. She also had a progressive kidney disease, probably from overuse of ibuprofen, anti-inflammatory medications, is what was presumed. There was high-dose anti-inflammatory medications taken for years. But there was two different, the solitary kidney just gave her one kidney, so kidney function was already overall reduced because you're running off one kidney. But then she also had verified damage to the remaining kidney on a kidney biopsy that I think it was 2020. It's in the notes from the nephrologist.
Okay.
And he had mentioned just that it was presumed that probably due to overuse of ibuprofen.
Okay. That damage to her existing kidney, how might that show up in her? Pain, other symptoms?
That's usually painless. We're going to identify it. The labs will show the diminished function and filtration of the kidney. With her, she had a little bit of protein. So we saw on a microscopic level, the filters in the kidney were starting to leak a little bit of protein. not large amounts, but enough to pick up on urine testing for protein. And then ultimately it's the biopsy that makes the determination on the kidney disease.
Okay, anything in her day-to-day that she would notice symptomatically from that kidney disease? You said it's typically painless. Any other symptoms?
No, not until it's advanced, until you start to have electrolyte abnormalities and other problems from more advanced than hers.
Okay. Let's talk about a report. Did she have that when she began seeing you?
She did. The kidney doctor had put it in to help her stay hydrated as a protective measure on her kidney.
What is a port?
It's a central line. It's basically a line that's placed through a vein, in her case a vein, probably the subclavian vein. I don't remember which one she had, but I believe, which goes into the heart. But it allows you to receive IV fluids, medication infusions. It allows to draw blood so that we don't always have to do it through a peripheral placement of an IV. So you're not sticking somebody all the time trying to find IV sites. And after time, if you're utilizing those a lot, you lose the ability to gain access. So basically what I'm saying, it prevents us from having to poke her every time she comes in, put an IV in, take it out, put another one in.
Okay,
if
so
somebody's obtaining frequent fluids, medications, infusions, or needs frequent blood draws.
Okay, so saves wear and tear on finding other veins.
Yeah, people, you'll see them bruised up all over the place after they've been, and it just saves that. It's an easy access to her vascular system.
And you said her kidney doctor had placed that in her. Where on her body was that located?
I don't remember side laterality. It would have been up on the upper chest.
And I guess, what does that look like physically? Can you immediately tell if somebody has one?
Yeah, you'll see a little bump. It's located under the skin, but they're readily identifiable when you look at the chest wall if you're medically trained.
And do you know, you mentioned a number of things that ports may be used for. Do you know what she primarily was using her port for?
Self-administration of IV fluids, normal saline.
What was that saline needed in her for?
Hydration. There was also some thoughts that she may have something called postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome. She had appointments with cardiology and they were going to see her. This was later in 2024. She had upcoming appointments with them when she had passed. So they were the workup for this postural orthostatic, and with them as well. This is a what we call a dysautonomia, where the autonomic nervous system does not control and regulate heart rate, blood pressure, etc. very well, and her heart rate was always just a little elevated.
Okay, forgive me, I will not be able to remember nor pronounce a lot of the terms that you're using. So this condition that it was maybe suspected that she might have, and you were working on maybe confirming that. What is that?
So again, it's I'm trying to say it in layman terms. The autonomic nervous system doesn't work. So positional changes, people have a harder time with regulation of heart rate, blood pressure, and so forth, and they frequently will pass out or lose or feel very lightheaded. With her, it was more lightheadedness and a mild elevation of her heart rate that would accelerate if she stood up.
Is this something that you were? It sounds like there were maybe tests planned to confirm or diagnose her with this, but at the stage she was at. Is this something that you're relying on, just her subjective complaints about how she's feeling?
In part, yeah. Well, there's verifiable with the heart rate. Yeah, postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome means what all those words mean is that with positional changes, you're going to see an elevation of our heart rates. For example, from supine or lying down to sitting to standing, you're going to see the heart rate elevate when inappropriately elevate.
Okay, and that is something that you could independently verify.
Yeah, her heart rate was high, and she would. Now, just dehydration can also do that. So if someone comes in dehydrated, they're also going to show the same signs. So, but yes, and consistently her heart rate was a little bit elevated. And the point with that is it also requires IV fluids.
Okay.
Take that back. It does not require, it requires increased fluids.
Increased fluids. Okay. You mentioned that she was using saline through her port for hydration.
Yes.
Is that typical for someone with her kidney issues?
No. I mean, we don't put ports in. There are potential complications with ports. Infection is probably the most prominent and probable, although it's relatively rare. So no, we don't. But her nephrologist had opted to. Because she had fibrosis on the liver and she was at, I think she was chronic kidney disease stage 3B or 3A, sorry. And then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 is end-stage renal disease. So she was at 3A. He was doing. His thought was, I need to protect this kidney. She also had some chronic nausea, which is a subjective complaint. She was on chronic nausea medication, had a hard time staying hydrated.
Okay. when someone has a port and they're using saline, is that something that has to be prescribed? Can they get that over the counter? How is Casey getting saline?
It's prescribed.
Were you prescribing that?
I don't remember, honestly. I may have prescribed it once. Nephrology had prescribed it for quite a long time, and I very well could have prescribed it.
I want to talk about other prescriptions. When she came to you in June of 2020, first as a new patient, was she already prescribed other medications?
She was.
What were those?
She had been prescribed, so Percocet, oxycodone. Gynecology had prescribed her, I believe they were giving her 160 or 180 10 milligram Percocet per month. She was also on clonazepam, 2 milligrams.
Let me stop you there. What's clonazepam?
Clonazepam is a benzodiazepine, is an anxiolytic medication designed for both chronic long-term anxiety and acute anxiety, depending on how you take it. It's an older medication. It's been around for a long time. Really should not be used with opioids because they both cause respiratory depression, and most overdoses with opioids are related to the use of both benzodiazepines and opioids together.
Okay, so let me stop you there. Maybe well, just so I don't forget, was she on any other medications, prescribed other medications when she began seeing you?
I believe phentermine.
What is that?
It's a stimulant used for weight loss. It's really only indicated for 6 months. And in fact, the state of Utah has basically taken it. Said providers in Utah, licensed in Utah, really shouldn't use it. There's a strong discouraging. But when she came to me, she was on it, and that restriction hadn't been placed, and she'd been on it for quite some time. So it's a stimulant,
Okay.
roughly an amphetamine-based stimulant.
Okay. And these were all prescriptions. Were you able to verify that these had been prescribed to her, or she's self-reporting?
No, those all come. You can review a year's worth of data in the state database.
Okay. So I want to talk when she began seeing you, and now she's your patient. You mentioned before that it is probably not a good idea to mix opioids with clonazepam.
Benzodiazepine.
With benzos. What were you doing as her PCP to manage that or treat, or I guess help come up with a plan for that situation?
So there's a couple things we did. One is she'd been off. So benzodiazepines can have, with abrupt cessation after long use, can have pretty serious withdrawal, including life-threatening withdrawal. But she had already been off benzodiazepines. I believe it was for 30 plus days. That's long enough to say she's not going to have any acute withdrawal from the medication. So I did not prescribe those for her. So she was stopped on the clonazepam.
Let me stop you there. Is alprazolam or Xanax another benzo?
It is.
Was she prescribed those? Either, I guess that's the same thing, right? Xanax and alprazolam?
Alprazolam and Xanax, yeah, they're the same medication.
Was she prescribed that when she began seeing you?
No. Unless it was by somebody else.
Okay. Did you ever give her a prescription for Xanax?
No, and I verified it in the medical record a couple days ago.
Okay. So you mentioned that she had been off of clonazepam for at least 30 days at some point when she was a new patient. How did that affect the opioid prescription?
What do you mean, how did it affect it?
I guess your plan with her, your treatment of her.
So at that point, there's subjective pain. It's hard to say somebody's not in pain. So I continued the opioids at that point with a plan to taper those off. At that point, she had pretty high anxiety levels. I started her at some time in the first several visits on a medication called duloxetine or Cymbalta at 30 milligrams. It's a serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitor, which means it increases the concentrations of serotonin and norepinephrine inside the brain.
So that sounds like an antidepressant.
So it is FDA approved for generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, and it's also approved for musculoskeletal pain, fibromyalgia, and diabetic neuropathic pain.
So you started her on Cymbalta at some point in 2020?
At the beginning when I saw her.
How long was she prescribed that?
I think we went a year, I want to say close to a year, so we increased the dose to 60 milligrams. She had reported some good responses to pain. She started to have more pain, and at some point, I believe in 2021, I transitioned her to something called desvenlafaxine or Prestique, which is also a serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitor.
Is it fair to call that an antidepressant?
This one is only FDA approved for depression, but it works the same as Cymbalta, and it actually works well for anxiety as well. So off-label use, and then off-label use for pain as well.
Okay. Primarily, it sounds like they might work for multiple things, like you said. Primarily, what was the purpose of the
duloxetine?
Yes.
And a lot of names. To target anxiety, depression, and pain.
Okay. I want to talk about her opioid prescription when she began seeing you. You said that she came to you with a prescription existing already of 160 to 180 10 milligram a month. Is that correct?
It was Percocet, which is a combination of oxycodone and Tylenol.
Are you aware of how long she had been prescribed that amount?
For a really long time. I don't know because I don't have the obstetrician's records, the gynecologist, not obstetrician, the gynecologist records. The nephrologist had been prescribing it for a number of months. So, and he wasn't, he's like, you need to have a primary care managing this.
The dosage that you talked about, 160 to 180, 10 milligram a month, would you consider that a high dosage?
For somebody that's naive to the drug, yeah, for somebody that's been on it for a long time, it's a moderate dose.
So for Casey, what would you consider it?
A moderate dose. Not something I'm willing, as primary care, not something I would be willing to increase, but a moderate dose.
What is opioid tolerance?
This development, reduced effectiveness of opioids over time. Benzodiazepines do the same thing. The effectiveness gradually is reduced over time as the body adapts to the medication and physiological changes make the medication not as effective. So basically, you can take the same dosage and your pain levels will be higher because the medication is now not as effective.
Would you say that Casey had a tolerance given how long she had been prescribed opioids?
She'd been on the same dose and the pain levels were all reported about the same. I mean, she had periodically gone up and down on her pain levels. Everybody's going to have a little bit of a tolerance. Everybody's a little different as well.
But she's not complaining of escalating pain, that she's wanting more.
She's not asking for escalating doses. You know, typically, if there's a high tolerance, people come in asking for escalation of the doses.
And you didn't see that with her?
No.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. You said that you consider this a moderate dose for her and that, that's what I wanted to ask you. I believe you've mentioned that you had a plan to wean her down from that level of opioids.
Yeah, we also put her on something called amitriptyline or Elavil, which is a tricyclic antidepressant. It also affects dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin. It's used for chronic pain as well. And she was put on 10 milligrams of that at night to try to reduce pain. And the plan was to titrate that up as well. You do have to be careful with the duloxetine and the tricyclics not to get too much serotonin. But we were cautious and she was fine. She didn't respond. She didn't have any symptoms of too much serotonin. So when pain went down, reportedly, pain is subjective, but her pain went down. And so over time, and I don't remember, we were able to reduce her down to just less frequent dosing on the pain medications.
And she was not, like you said, she wasn't coming back to you asking for higher amounts of opioids.
Not at the beginning. At the end, when her knee started to, there was requests. As the knee was getting worse, there were requests to go back up to the original dosing.
Okay, I'll come to that in a minute here. Well, actually, let's talk about that now. So you did not do the knee replacement. And we heard from, like I said, we heard from the surgeon that did. He talked about what he prescribed her after the knee replacement. Did you give her additional prescriptions other than what the surgeon gave?
No, he managed the pain. She had 2 knee surgeries. She had the one, I believe, on 6/20/2024, and then she had the knee replacement, I believe, 7/25. So she had 2 knee surgeries fairly close together.
Let me stop you there. We've heard about the knee replacement in July of 2024. What's this first knee surgery that you're talking about?
It was an arthroscopic surgery to go in and clean up some of the frayed tissue and the damaged tissue and cartilage on the knee, and to see if that gave her adequate pain relief, so he could buy more time for replacing the knee. Is what I believe. I'm sure he's already testified as to what his intentions were with that.
Do you know if the same surgeon performed that first knee surgery that ended up doing the replacement?
I think so. I can't be certain. I'm pretty sure it was the same, but I'm not sure.
Okay. But is that first knee surgery something that you can independently verify, or is that just word of mouth by Casey?
No, there's I believe there's a note in the chart now. It's actually uploaded into the electronic medical record.
You mentioned that you did not give her any prescriptions after the knee surgeries. Were you aware of what she had been prescribed by the surgeon?
I think he gave her, and this is just looking at the record, I saw a prescription for hydromorphone, which is often used in conjunction with oxycodone. I believe that's looking through the medical record. I saw a prescription around that time frame.
Okay. Is hydromorphone also an opioid?
Mm-hmm. It's called Dilaudid. So most people recognize it as.
You said that around the time of her knee surgery, she did complain of more pain and was asking maybe to go back up to the original dose of opioids. Is that?
Yes, she was.
What did you do in response to that request?
So when I started prescribing again, I believe we went back up in recovery. At some point, I had gone back up with the notion that she was going to have to see a pain management doc at that point.
And why was that your notion?
Because me managing her pain, the idea was to reduce opioid medications with alternatives and figure out ways to manage her pain. And the knee surgery or the replacement and the planned other replacement were the primary pain generators. I shouldn't say that, the abdominal pain as well, but at that time, those were the primary pain generators. And as we got rid of some of her pain with the surgeries, if they were successful, the idea was to get her down on the dosages of the pain medications.
And you would have turned to a pain management doctor
To go up or escalate the doses, she would need to go to pain management.
okay, so your plan was never to escalate the doses beyond what you already had?
No, I couldn't do that.
I'm going to talk about the frequency of treatment or communication that you had with Casey. How often were you seeing her in person?
A couple times a month, maybe.
Is that normal for a primary care physician with somebody with her conditions?
Yeah, it's not uncommon.
Was she communicating with you by other means?
I had called her on my cell phone. I usually go through Doximity, which is it reroutes it through the University of Utah calling number and shows that. Yes, she had gotten my phone number because I probably forgot to use Doximity and called her on a result or something. And so yes, she had texted me several times after the knee surgery, telling me about the pain in her knee.
Is it normal? You said you normally go through some kind of program that converts your personal cell phone number into something different. Is it normal to text with patients on your personal cell phone?
Not if I can help it. I just changed my phone number because of it.
And she was reaching out to you because she may have gotten a hold of your number.
Yeah, she was telling me she was in pain, so we were scheduling appointments.
How frequently was she texting you?
I don't remember. It was only a couple times.
How
I don't
often?
remember.
How often were you responding, if you remember?
I would usually have the nurse call her and schedule an appointment.
Did you ever go to her home?
No.
To your knowledge, did any nurses that you work with ever go to her home?
No.
Was Casey ever on hospice care?
No.
I think I asked you, did Casey ever have cancer?
No.
Did Casey have diabetes?
No.
Did Casey have any medical need for insulin?
No. In fact, she had complained that you're probably going to ask me about this, but she had started in 2023, I believe, complaining of low blood sugars, hypoglycemia.
I guess, is that something that she's just subjectively complaining about? Is that something that you're able to objectively verify?
You can verify. So all the labs we frequently will do with her kidney function, that usually will check the glucose. So all of the sugars from the lab work were normal. Now I did order her a glucometer, the same thing that a diabetic would use to check the sugar, poke their finger, get a sample of blood, see what the sugar is. And she would send me sugars that were low. I was looking at the values and they would be in the 50s. So she would report morning sugars were probably the worst, usually in 52 to 55 range, or 50s to 60s in the morning.
Did those reports that she gave you seem consistent with otherwise what you're observing about her?
It was pretty sudden. Hypoglycemia, these hypoglycemic episodes were pretty sudden, started pretty suddenly. So we did a workup on her, and where we have to look for causes of hypoglycemia. Causes of hypoglycemia for diabetics are going to be medications typically. For non-diabetics, there's a number of things. The most common is called postprandial hypoglycemia, associated with eating. A huge load of carbohydrates will trigger the pancreas to oversecrete insulin and drop the sugar. Hers were not associated with eating. There was no postprandial. These were random. Blood sugars were dropping very, very low, mostly in the morning from what she was reporting.
So you issued her, or I don't know, gave her a glucometer to take home, and then she was reporting blood sugar levels back to you. It wasn't something that you were looking at the glucometer and verifying.
No, she would just tell me the numbers. I don't believe she ever had the glucometer with her for me to independently verify the numbers. So I never saw the numbers. And like I said, all the numbers that we had inside the clinic within the electronic medical record were normal.
Okay.
They were all in the anywhere from 70 to 90 range.
The ones that she was reporting to you that seemed abnormal or sudden, like the 50s, were you able to come to a conclusion about what might be actually medically causing that?
No, so we checked. I checked for a few other things. We ordered a bunch of laboratory testing. Sometimes this is hard to prove, and sometimes requires, for example, if somebody has an insulin-secreting tumor on the pancreas, this can be fairly difficult. But the lab work didn't identify. I checked a lab called the C-peptide, which returned at 2.9. What C-peptide is when insulin is activated inside the body, it breaks into two products. C-peptide is released, and we can measure those levels, and that tells me what somebody's endogenous insulin. And by endogenous, I mean their natural pancreatic production of insulin is. Her levels were normal, and at the same time, I always will compare sugar at the same time, and her sugar was also normal at the time of that C-peptide.
Okay.
So if somebody has an insulin-secreting tumor, often in a fasting state, they will have, and I had her come in a fasting state for that. Her sugar was, I believe, 86 at the time, and the C-peptide was right in the middle normal range where we would expect the pancreas to be functioning.
So were you able to rule out an insulin-secreting tumor?
Not completely with that, but it would be pretty hard to say somebody has one without a pretty constant high level of insulin.
Okay. Any reason for her to be taking insulin?
No.
How would insulin have affected her?
Insulin will drop her sugars. So insulin allows cells to take up sugar from the bloodstream, right? So insulin is our way to get sugar out of our bloodstream and into the cells of our body for energy purposes. And so it would drop her sugars pretty drastically.
Pretty drastically?
Yeah, I mean, for somebody that's not diabetic, most people are going to have a pretty bad response to insulin use.
Even a small amount, perhaps?
Even a small amount. I mean, that's a harder one because everybody metabolizes drugs a little bit differently, so it's hard to predict the pharmacokinetics on, right, there's a range with drug durations and how long they last and so forth in every individual. So every individual is different. So we metabolize drugs differently.
I want to switch gears a little bit. We've talked about a lot of different medications that may have been prescribed at different points for anxiety and or depression for Casey. So it seems clear that she talked to you at least about her levels of anxiety and depression. How, I guess, severe, I think you said that you did do some kind of diagnostic or I don't know, some kind of way to gauge the levels. Is that
Yeah, so we did what's called the PHQ-9 and the GAD-7. So PHQ-9 is a 9-question depression screening. The GAD-7 is a 7-question anxiety screening. I think we have 4 on record. Most of them are associated with social work visits. The depression screening was ranging 21 to 22, which is moderate to severe depression. And the anxiety screening levels were at 18, which shows severe anxiety.
were those consistent among the tests that you had
They
done?
stayed the same the whole time.
Did she ever, did you talk to her about suicidal ideation?
Yeah, we always talk about it every time we talk about depression, we talk about suicidal ideation. One of the questions on the PHQ-9, have you ever thought about suicide? I'm probably quoting it wrong. And it's no days, some days, half the days, every day. And she would mark a 2, which is half the days.
Okay, was that significant to you?
Yeah, it's always significant. We've got her in, tried to get her in to see our therapist. She was seen, I think, 4 times by our therapist and called probably half a dozen other times. Social worker.
In what time frame?
2023, 24.
Okay, so she went 4 times to a therapist and then maybe called, did you say half a dozen?
The therapist tried to call her if there was some concern at a visit that I had seen her on, like a televisit or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Casey ever express a plan to commit suicide to you?
No plan, no intent, which was also documented in the social worker's notes.
Is that different? So I think you mentioned the test asks if you ever think about suicide. Is that different than if somebody expresses a plan or intent?
Absolutely, right? I mean, people go through ups and downs, people go through breakups, people go through job loss, they go through lots of things, and people get depressed. Most people have periods of depression, and most people have periods of time when they say it'd be better if I wasn't here. But they don't actually have a plan to go through with it. Now, if there's intent, that changes it. If there's intent and plan, that increases the risk of actual suicide, because now that is a thought that is, how do I say this? The thoughts have accelerated.
Okay, they're putting more action.
Right, there's more potential. Yeah, there's a lot more investment in that thought at this point. And so she never had expressed any intent.
So it sounds like depression and anxiety were concerning enough to you that you put her on medications, maybe referred her to see a therapist a few times. Any other escalation that you saw needed for levels?
No, nothing ever required hospitalization, either with me or the therapist.
Is that something that you would have done if you saw something that was concerning?
There was concerning, absolutely. Send her to the emergency room or an acute crisis center.
Do you remember when the last time you saw her before her death was?
It was in July. I think she saw the nephrologist on the 25th, and I think, I don't know, she had the surgery on the 25th. I don't remember, honestly, I don't remember the dates. It was I did a televisit with her.
Do you remember if it was before or after her knee replacement?
It was after the knee replacement.
I want to talk about that. Do you remember that encounter?
Yeah, she wasn't talking about the knee at that point. It was more this weight gain that she had.
At this telehealth visit, did she, I guess, anything about her presentation or what she told you suggest to you that she was suicidal at the time?
No. And then she was actively seeing me. She was seeing the nephrologist, had plans for other visits, had scheduled a number of visits with endocrinology, cardiology.
And how do you know that she had scheduled other visits with other specialists?
I just saw them in the computer. I can see the future appointments through the University of Utah.
Do you know how many future appointments she had scheduled?
I think it was 4.
Do you know how far out in time those?
I didn't look at the dates.
Okay.
I didn't look at the dates.
Did she talk to you about any other future plans she had just for her personal life?
And we talked about honestly, she was very fixated on this weight gain, which we, in the end, concluded that she was just gaining body weight. This was just body weight. It wasn't her kidneys. It wasn't her liver. It wasn't her heart.
Was she coming to you to work up some kind of plan to help her lose weight?
She kept telling us there was this edema that kept coming on her legs, and her legs were getting really swollen, but nobody ever saw it. So we had, all this was right before she passed away. So we hadn't really come up with any concrete plans because we were still looking for objective information on the swelling in the legs and the weight gain.
Okay, so it sounds like, and I think I've asked you this before, you had an impression that Casey may have been exaggerating or fabricating health conditions that you weren't able to objectively verify.
Yeah, she did in this case. I mean, 3 of us, there's documentation of 3 of us pushing her on her legs. In fact, the ER, she came in complaining of pain from swelling, and in their note, they said trace edema in the legs, which means almost none.
Based on your training experience and direct experience with Casey, do you have an opinion about why she may have been exaggerating or fabricating health conditions?
And some of this is going to be opinion, right? And this was opinion among myself and the staff. She liked attention.
And what gave you that, what leads you to that opinion?
There was always something. She was calling Terry Baird, the case manager, a lot with various complaints and concerns, and she seemed to call a lot and like somebody involved. And we knew that, at least what we thought was, we know she'd been, right, had lost a relationship when I first started seeing her, and home life and other things, didn't have a lot of people in her life. So we had presumed that she liked the attention from the healthcare setting, just with the amount that she was trying to interact with us.
I'm going to switch gears a bit. You being a physician, it sounds like do you work with nurses?
I do.
Do you depend on nurses to help you do your job day to day?
Every day.
Would you say you're aware of the, I guess, base level of knowledge and kind of categories of knowledge that you expect a registered nurse to have?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 7, and I don't intend to actually admit this, but I do want to use it as a demonstrative that we'll publish with the jury. Mr. Williams, I believe, has no objection to that.
I have no objection.
State 7, did you say? That's already been in.
11.
Oh, 11.
So I'll show you that on your screen, and if we can put it on the screen for the jury as well.
And no objection, Mr. Williams?
I'm sorry, no objection.
Thank you.
Trying to find a different document. Sorry.
Appreciate it.
The jury will receive more context about what these are from with a later witness, but I want to go through some of these or all of these with you. And we'll start at do you see this on your screen?
I do.
I'll start with the top one. So on March 13th, 2024, there's a report of what's BP?
Blood pressure.
What does BP 60/39 mean?
So top number, do you want me to explain blood pressure?
Yes.
Yeah, so top number is systolic blood pressure, bottom number is diastolic. Diastolic blood pressure is the blood pressure present in our bodies in between the heart beating. So that's our baseline pressure inside our arterial system. And then the top number represents the pressure as the heart is pushing the blood through the body, what the pressure in the body is during that beat.
What is, understanding this may vary within people, but what's like a normal blood pressure range?
90 to 120 on the top number, 60 to 80 on the bottom number.
So to you, what does a blood pressure of 60/39 indicate?
My interpretation that something critical is going on and needs to be addressed. And that's a critical blood pressure.
What would somebody with a patient with a blood pressure of 60/39, what symptoms might they be exhibiting?
Lightheaded, passing out, pale, sick appearing, clammy.
Would you expect a nurse to know this?
Yes.
The next one, March 14th of 2024, oxygen is 39, heart rate is between 24 to 28, blood pressure is 52/30. What do those vitals mean to you?
Either the person is passed out on the floor in an ambulance or they're not real. I mean, oxygen at 39 is not compatible with life.
Would you expect a nurse to
For
know
very
this?
long, yeah.
Next one, March 16th of 2024, blood pressure is 40/30, heart rate is 22 to 26, oxygen is 32. What do those vitals say to you?
They'd be unconscious,
Would you expect a nurse to know this?
yes.
Next one, March 17th of 2024, BP is 39/20, oxygen is 24, heart rate is 24. What do those vitals say to you?
It says I'm literally struggling to try to breathe and my heart rate's 24. She wouldn't be, I'm assuming this is a text message, she wouldn't be texting with these. And yes, a nurse would realize that she would not be texting with these vital signs.
Next one, March 18th, 2024, blood pressure 30/20, oxygen is 22. Again, no wonder I'm struggling to breathe and my heart rate is still around 24. What do those vitals say to you?
That they're not real and somebody that's texting.
So somebody with the, I guess, are those vitals even compatible with life?
No.
And certainly somebody would not be texting then.
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know this?
Yes.
Next one, March 20th of 2024, oxygen is 22, heart rate was 24, blood pressure was 19/20, or maybe 19/30. Are those vitals that are compatible with life?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
March 28th, 2024, B as what is blood sugar perhaps?
Yeah, blood sugar.
116, blood pressure 16/30, O2, I'm assuming it's oxygen, is that fair? 20 to 22, heart rate is 24 to 25. What are those vitals compatible with life?
No, they're not. In fact, the blood pressure, the systolic is lower than the diastolic, which can't happen.
That can even happen?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
I would.
Next one, March 30th, 2024, what's PB? If you know.
I don't know.
Maybe
I think probably is supposed to be BP.
okay, so maybe a typo meant
I think it
blood
was a typo.
pressure. 15/0, oxygen is 19, heart rate is 23. Are those vitals compatible with life?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
Same date, temperature is 104.6, oxygen jumping between 17 and 21, heart rate is 14 to 17, blood sugar is 46. What do those numbers indicate to you?
Low blood sugar, not compatible. You can't have a heartbeat of 14 to 7 and be alive,
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
or you're very close to death. I would.
March 3rd of 2024, blood pressure 20/0, heart rate 27, oxygen 24. Are those vitals compatible with life?
They don't make sense. No, they're not. But they don't make sense
Why don't they make sense?
because you've got zero arterial pressure with the diastolic pressure when your heart's at rest. But if your heart was still beating, I suppose, with no pressure. But a nurse should understand that those don't make sense.
Next one, March 8th of 2024, blood pressure 30/0, heart rate 17, oxygen 21, temperature is 87, and blood sugar is 43. Are those vitals compatible with life?
No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
April 14th, 2024, her heart rate has been in the low 30s, her oxygen has been between 19 and 21, and her blood pressure is 17/0. Are those vitals compatible with life?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
April 20th, 2024, heart rate 21, oxygen 16, blood pressure 17/0, temp has dropped to 84.2. Are those vitals compatible with life?
Nope.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
April 21st, 2024, blood pressure 20/0, heart rate 14, oxygen, I believe 14, between 14 to 20, jumping back and forth quite a bit, temperature is 78.4. Are those vitals compatible with life?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
April 23rd, 2024, heart rate 167, oxygen 42, blood pressure 97/64, temp is 94.6. What about these vitals?
Yeah. I mean, they could exist. She'd be blue, and that's a very low oxygen level. But yeah, those could happen.
Those could happen, but what would I guess you said she'd be blue. Any other physical symptoms you'd
I
expect?
mean, with an oxygen level of 42 and a temperature, heart rate of 167, probably be passed out.
Same date there below, heart rate 36, oxygen 21, blood pressure 32/10, temperature 94.6.
Same thing, not compatible.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
April 26, 2024, heart rate 72, blood pressure 46/24, temperature is 66.4. Are those vitals compatible with life?
Nope.
Would a nurse know that?
Yeah.
May 2nd, 2024, heart rate is 29, oxygen is 18, blood pressure is 18/10, temperature is 90.4. Are those compatible with life?
They're not.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
Did I already do May 6th? May 6th, 2024, heart rate's 30, oxygen is between 17 and 20, blood pressure is 37/24, temperature is 67.2. Are those compatible with life?
Nope.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
May 8th, 2024, heart rate is 22, oxygen is 19, blood pressure is 26/14, temp is 70.4. Are those compatible with life?
No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
May 9th, 2024, heart rate is 14, oxygen is 11, blood pressure is 14/0, temperature is 64.2. Are those compatible with life?
No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
May 10th, 2024, heart rate is 10 to 13, oxygen is 14 to 16, blood pressure is 14/0, temperature is 60.8. Are those compatible with life?
They're not. No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
I'm going to skip down, save us some time. Let's go to anything around August, if there is. Or, okay, late July. We'll just do with these final three on this exhibit. So starting with July 12th, 2024, heart rate is 29, oxygen is 9, blood pressure is 31/24, temperature is 86.8. What are those vitals say to you?
Same thing. Not compatible with life.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
July 13th, 2024, heart rate is 12, oxygen is 8, blood pressure is 12/10, temperature is 76.4. What do those indicate to you?
Not compatible with life.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
July 18th, 2024, heart rate is 9, oxygen is 6, blood pressure is 19/14, temperature is 78.6. Are those compatible with life?
No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
We can take down that demonstrative. Thank you. Would you expect a nurse to understand what insulin might do to a non-diabetic patient?
Yes.
Would you expect a nurse to understand what effect, re-asking that. Would you expect a nurse to understand how hospice care works?
Yes.
How does hospice care work?
When you determine somebody has a chronic condition with a limited time to live, we will offer hospice, comfort care, and increased support through end of life.
Is that typically something that happens at the person's home?
Can happen in the home or in a hospice facility.
I think you said that I forget, I'm going to misstate exactly what you said. They're near end of life?
They have a terminal condition. Death is imminent. Usually we'll say prognosis is within 6 months.
So it would be atypical for somebody to be on hospice longer than 6 months?
In the current setting, no, because a lot of our older population that have terminal conditions, again, everybody's a little bit different, and predictability is not between people. It's hard to directly predict when a condition is going to take someone. So we will extend it if it is a terminal condition, and we anticipate when we put them in hospice, the prognosis is usually about 6 months, but we will extend it. And sometimes I've seen it extended for years if in, for example, an individual with dementia that has just kept going.
Okay, somebody with Casey's condition near the end of her life, is she somebody that would have required hospice?
Absolutely not.
Would she have required hospice for multiple years?
No.
Do you know what HIPAA is? What is HIPAA?
Protection of health information from being disseminated to people outside an individual's care. So protection of their health information.
Are
Rules that
medical providers subject to HIPAA?
Absolutely.
Does that include nurses?
Uh-huh.
Would HIPAA allow a nurse to communicate health information to a patient's friend over text message?
No.
Would HIPAA allow a healthcare provider to use the patient's own phone to communicate health information to somebody else?
No.
Would HIPAA allow nurses to communicate health information? Would you expect a nurse to understand how HIPAA works?
Yeah, we go through every school in healthcare goes through extensive training on HIPAA, and refresher courses are required annually.
What's a DNR?
Do not resuscitate order.
How do those work? I guess what's the procedure if one is in place?
So DNR is a decision between a physician and the patient to perform no resuscitation in the event of an emergency, for example, cardiac arrest. DNRs are signed by a healthcare provider in the presence of the patient.
Are they kept on file somewhere?
They are. So the hospitals will keep them. We keep them stored in our database as well.
Is that something that you would verify before you actually decide not to resuscitate somebody?
Yeah.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
Do DNRs mean, I know that it literally means do not resuscitate, but what exactly, and understanding this may vary based on the individual, I guess, agreements that people come to with their physician. Does it mean that you literally can't touch a patient, that you can't do anything?
So DNR is nothing, right? DNR is an order that we are not to resuscitate, no CPR, no basic life support, no advanced life support. So advanced directives are a little bit different. That is a patient-guided document that outlines what they want if there is something to happen.
Okay, so an advanced directive can give more nuanced guidelines about what they want?
Yeah, a DNR is a physician order. It is in conjunction with patient's decisions, but it is signed by a physician as an order saying this was discussed and this is what this individual wants, no resuscitation attempt at all.
And you would have to verify that before acting on that?
Yes.
And you would expect a nurse to know that?
Yep.
With advanced directives, where there may be more nuanced guidelines or wishes, how do those work?
Yeah, so advanced directives, we will give the individual some paperwork to go home, talk to their spouses. They make decisions as far as, do they want mechanical ventilation? Do they want assisted breathing? Do they want assisted nutrition? Do they want, so the things are for basic life support, and they can outline what they want, what they don't want. And then, so it's just a decision-making. Living will also encompasses medical power of attorney. So.
Did Casey have a DNR?
No.
Did Casey have an advanced directive that gave more nuanced, I guess, guidelines on what she wanted or didn't want?
Not that I filled out with her, or that I had seen.
Would you expect a nurse to know how advanced directives work?
Mm-hmm.
Would you expect a nurse to know how to go about trying to verify that?
Yeah, I would.
You mentioned within the advanced directive that may encompass powers of attorney, medical powers of attorney. What does that mean?
So medical power of attorney is giving permission to someone else to manage your healthcare in a time of crisis or end of life or serious injury. And they do it in accordance with the directives that you have written down on your advanced directive paperwork.
So that would be part of an advanced directive.
The medical power of attorney, no, the advanced directives can be filled out separate. That's literally just a form that we give them and they fill it out. But it usually, they can do, they're all part of the same spectrum of managing end-of-life care or serious situational care.
Okay, so if somebody's electing to give another individual a medical power of attorney, how might that other individual become aware that they've been selected?
Well, they have to accompany them, right? This is all signatures and going through the legal framework with a lawyer, notary. It has to be done by book.
With a physician, signed paperwork, notary.
Yeah, I mean, that can be done. It's usually done with will and estate planning through an estate lawyer.
Okay, so not necessarily, a physician doesn't necessarily have to be involved, but
No.
there's some kind of authority that
Yeah, there has to be, right? I mean, decision-making for healthcare.
did Casey have a medical power of attorney to your knowledge?
Not that I know of.
Would you expect a nurse to know how those work?
Yeah.
How do death certificates work?
Somebody passes away, and then either myself as a primary care physician, we will sign them through the state database, or the ER doctor will sign them.
Does it need to be a physician that signs a death certificate?
I believe so. And when I say PAs so nurse practitioners can also sign them.
Okay, can nurses sign a death certificate?
No,
Would you expect a nurse to know that they can't sign a death certificate?
they won't have access to they won't be asked to.
All right, the jury's going to be giving a little more context about this topic later also, but it pertains to you as well. Did you have plans? Well, let me ask you this. Did Casey's body have a problem absorbing or ingesting medications generally? Such that like medications just don't work on her?
I mean, she did have bariatric surgery, which does alter the gut and absorption of some things. For her iron, we know she was iron deficient, which is probably multifactorial, heavy menstrual bleeding. She subjectively said she had rectal bleeding frequently. She was supposed to see a gastroenterologist for that. And then as well with the gastric surgery. I believe she had a gastric sleeve, which doesn't usually confer as much absorption issue as a bypass surgery. Okay. So with the bypass surgery, you're literally bypassing the stomach and the upper small intestine. And so we connect the You basically cut the stomach out, the stomach is free floating. So nothing, the item or the nutritional elements that normally absorb in the stomach and the upper small intestine now no longer absorb because the stomach is bypassed. With gastric sleeve, they make the stomach smaller.
Okay, and she had the latter?
Yeah, she had the sleeve, but they still often will have absorption issues.
Okay. It sounds like though that she was on a number of medications that you were prescribing her. Were those seemingly effective?
She would say they were. I'd have to go back to each individual note and see what she said about them, but the duloxetine was initially effective for her anxiety. It was helping with pain. Then it wasn't. The Prestige or desvenlafaxine was effective, and then it wasn't. And the amitriptyline she stayed on and said it helped with pain.
So it sounds like she may have had some valid absorption issues with medications. If I told you, would Casey have been somebody that if she ingested 9 vials of insulin, her body would not react in any way to that?
No, insulin's not ingested though.
I guess that's my wrong terminology. If 9 vials of insulin is introduced to her system, was her body such that would do nothing to her?
No, because it's going directly into her bloodstream.
So she didn't have any.
Or it's being injected, it's being absorbed into the bloodstream, not through the gut, right? So insulin is either subcutaneous, could be IV or IM. It's not done very often IM because that increases the rapidity of delivery, and so that's intramuscular. Okay. So subcutaneous, intramuscular, and IV are the 3 means of injectable delivery of drugs to a human. So directly through the vascular system.
So even her absorption issues with medication, that would not affect how insulin may.
No, we're bypassing the absorption in the gut.
Did you have plans to arrange a surgery in the Pacific Northwest for Casey to get a surgery that would allow her body to respond to medications such that she could kill herself?
No.
Are you aware of even such a surgery
I'm not even
exists?
aware of a surgery.
Is that something that you as a physician would coordinate or help a patient plan?
No.
Was Casey on any secret heart medications that you were giving her?
Secret medications? No. She was on the metoprolol, which is a beta blocker to support heart rate. But it wasn't secret to the medical record.
Was she on any heart medications that you were prescribing her that would allow her to more easily be able to kill herself?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that those things are not real?
Yes. And if not, look them up.
I have nothing further on hospitals. Well, yeah.
Let's take one short break, and then we can work on the clock. That's gonna work. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are admonished by the court for short duty. Not to reverse the rule. Any other person not being subject to the trial and who's your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. We'll take one last break, and then we'll finish up for the day.
All rise, jury.
Yeah, I have to shut it down because it only does 11 hours and 55 minutes on YouTube. So I'll do the rest of it next show.
Please be seated.
After this, they take a break. So I'll do what he says here.
Let's come back at just about 10 after, and then we'll get moving.
All rise.
All right. And that's a wrap. All right, guys. I'm gonna shut it down because I'm not gonna play my outro. I'm just gonna shut it down. And I'll continue. There's an hour left here. So how about we do this? If I just go like this, we can go out with my screen. Oh no. And no, I've made this as my thing in YouTube too. So you're gonna see this. So all right. Thanks, guys. Have a great day. And Dee Dee, thanks for being here. Whoever else, if anybody watches the replay, I'll finish this remaining hour next show. Alrighty. And if Ted summons me, I'll go on his show anytime. And if not, I'll just keep doing this because I love it. Okay. I Wait. Bye.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shippy!
Low five.
Yeah. Let's get out of here.